buckle up.
That's not enough time, man.
Dude, it's too much cardistry.
Like the rest of y'all, I used to be like a scrub and using cards that only lasted for a couple of days. But thanks to the snap change, I've got these virtuoso cards now, and they're great. I also love that the live button up in the upper right is actually like the color scheme of this.
Oh yeah,
very on point.
Don't tell me you didn't plan that.
All right. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream with me and Matt. We're gonna talk about stuff to do with rectangles that you carry around, made out of paper, in your pockets and in your hands. So how did you start with Ryuji last time? Because I saw the stream last week with Ryuji, and like when I saw that it was posted up, I was like on the public transit on the way home, and I was like, I'll probably be up. I have way too much Red Bull in my system to go to sleep. So I started watching it, and yeah, I just thought it was really insightful and good to have like a proper full-on discussion about cardistry and stuff.
Yeah. Last time when we started, so one of the running themes in my streams is that I have no clue what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. So so I think the current plan is to wait like a couple minutes for people to start coming in. But yeah, I had a lot of fun on the stream last week. I've known Ryuji for a long time, and yeah, we've had discussions about cardistry before, and so this was it was fun to put it out there.
Yeah, Ryuji's a good guy, and like he's got a good eye.
Yeah, he really does.
I remember like because he contacted us, you know, when he came to Singapore again a couple of times, and he was like, hey, you know, like I really like your guys' stuff. Like, would you be down to meet up? And we're like, sure. And we hang out with him, and he's just this really like enthusiastic, earnest guy. And then later on, I get to see some of the video work that he's done. And it's just like the production on it and like the way it's shot and cut together is just super, super cool. So like, it's great that, you know, he's still got that going for him. And I see him every now and then when he comes by Singapore. I wish he was going to Cardistry Con, because I think that something, because you were there last year. I mean, you weren't at the event. You were kind of hanging out afterwards. I first saw you when I was hanging out in that restaurant later at night. And then I think you were a couple seats down from me. And I was sitting across from Dimitri, and we were just finding ways to stick cards in our faces. Do you remember that?
I distinctly remember the nostril mouth setup, which...
No, yeah, the nostril mouth setup is Scottish. So, you know, it's here, use 2 packets like this, and then do balance a card on there, and then do like a card castle on top.
See, I'm thinking you could probably just do a snapshot like that. Like,
If you pinch down like hard enough with your nostril and your mouth, you could probably do a flicker shot using your face.
But yeah,
so, yeah.
Now, can you do it behind
on,
the
like,
back?
how? Yeah.
All right. So someone needs to do that now.
This podcast is already off to a great start. It's not even a podcast. I just christened it a podcast currently. So what do you think about Brexit?
Yes. Actually, let's just not talk about cardistry at all. Let's get all politicsy. Actually, it was funny.
The most comparable.
The funny thing about Brexit is that I have a job over the summer, and we have a Slack channel, and there's a couple of British people that work at my place.
Oh, the Slack app?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, I use it with the Virts, and it's great because it like if you guys are out there and you like have any sort of team collaboration that you do, and like maybe you're communicating through like Facebook or WhatsApp groups or something, Slack is a great alternative. It's free. It works on your computer and on your phone, and you can use channels to divide up the topics you want to talk about.
It's
really helpful.
Yeah, it's really useful. It's like used by most companies, honestly. Because it's really well put together. But yeah, we have a random channel, and of course, all the British people were really salty about Brexit. We posted.
I mean, I'm just watching as a spectator about the whole thing. You know, just seeing our whole economy supposedly collapse. And the funniest thing is that there's a recent headline that came up today where it's like, you know. Number one search in Google right now is what is the EU in Britain? Is this going to be what happens for like the Cardistry Con Championships? People watch the videos, so they vote for the wrong guy.
What is Cardistry?
Who is doing? if there's one thing that I hope to get out of Cardistry Con, and maybe from this like live stream right now, is that people know it's pronounced Zui. It's a Vietnamese name, and so some of the letters they come out to different pronunciations. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of Dewey calling people at the con, but it's Zui.
Zui. All right, cool.
Yeah, Zui's great.
Yeah, what a baller.
Yeah, he's an intense guy, but like
intense.
Yeah. Like I went to Hanoi to go and meet him last year. Like I did a bit. Like I traveled specifically to Vietnam to go and meet this fabled spin god, and he has a way of just like staring and like working on something until he comes up with something new. He forces it out of the deck.
Interesting.
Like new material. So sometimes a jam session with other people would be, sometimes you're just goofing around. Like Dimitri and I were stuffing cards in our faces, we're talking, you're sharing like, hey, I saw this thing. With Zui, when I first hung out with him, we would just sit in silence, staring at our hands and like just working on like a minor variation of something that we'd each shown each other. And then after 20 minutes, he'd be like, KB, what you think about this? And he'd come up with some monstrous creation. I was like, how do you do it? What kind of fur are you eating?
That actually doesn't surprise me at all. That's yeah. I mean, given the stuff he does, it seems like a proper way to go about making that stuff.
I got to meet all of Z Cardistry there, like Zui, Gaolok, Gun, Yang. And they have a camera guy Asuki as well, and like combined, it's too much. Like it's a little intimidating actually. I think that happens with every like new wave. I had a moment a bunch of years ago where I was sitting with Dave and Alejandro in LA at like some cafe in the morning, and man, it's so hard to come up with things these days. I was telling them this, and they're like, "Yeah, man, tell me about it." But that being said, now Instagram is like our Cardistry radio, and so you can just go like on your phone every day and scroll through for inspiration, and it's great. And it's almost like these new offerings of like what to practice or find obsessions with. And I really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's different approaches to use Instagram. There's some people who just throw out ideas like that. Oh, look at this like small mechanic I came up with, and then there's other people who will work on something for like months and then post it on Instagram. It's just kind of weird to me because that's how I see like YouTube videos. You work on something for a long time and then you put it up on YouTube. And so yeah, I'm kind of stuck between like, should I upload new things or should I upload polished things? I look a lot at the stats on my Instagram things, and I can't really get a pattern. I don't know what people want. It's weird.
Yeah, it feels that like in a sense, it's odd because you have to wrestle with a paradox of firstly, you want to like kind of ride on a wave of like what everyone else is doing because you want to spot what the trends are, what hashtags to use, what kind of things people are interested in, one-handed cuts. And, at the same time, though, you also want to be different to distinguish yourself from others in order to, like, break out of the whole, like, ocean of flip phones that are out there. So it's tough. And I think that, it's... the ability to be engaging, I think, is the most important thing. Like regardless of the kind of content, as long as what you have draws people in and makes them look forward to seeing your name and that little circle with like whatever avatar you've chosen shows up, that's good.
Yeah.
Like Hector recently started posting again on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Like even though it was just like a shot of him at hanging out with Franco and Zach, I was just excited to see Hector back in the game.
Yeah. The other interesting thing that I've found is that it's difficult to anticipate what moves people will enjoy.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, part of it for me is that I spend a lot of time focusing on a move, And you know, at first I'm excited by it. You know, I polish it and stuff like that, and then I just kind of think, oh, I mean, you know, I have these couple things in it, but you know, it doesn't really have that good flow. It's not very good. And then I post on Instagram, and sometimes people are like, oh man, this is crazy. And then other times they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, which would you, or which irks you more? Something that you don't think is very good that gets a crazy reaction, or like something that's unwarranted, or something that you think is great and then it kind of gets a mediocre reception, which is more like great.
Well, so the nice thing is that at the very least on Instagram, people don't really shit on you. They aren't like, oh man, this is the worst cut I've ever seen. You should go kill yourself. So at the very least, you know, it can only go so bad.
Kevin Carlson can only post so much on Instagram.
But I don't know. I like seeing people like my material. It's I don't know. There's like some very specific cuts that I remember, you know, putting out there, and you know, there's just like small little ideas that aren't really as thought out as other cuts, and they just got like a crazy reception. Like a good example of this is this kind of bullshitty reverse flip phone thing, just like kind of neat, you know, but people really like that. And I guess it's because it's pretty different. But
I wonder too if it's almost as if like in cardistry we have something very similar to sampling in musical culture.
Mhm.
And so the way pop music, why it's so fun is that, you know, you'll hear these patterns that resonate in like a particular way that you can anticipate. And so I think that's why whenever you scroll through the feed and you see like maybe that particular like one, the point of view shot of judo flip that ends with like the peace sign, you know, it's just kind of become a thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the reversals are interesting as well, because it takes something that you're familiar with and it gives it a little bit of a twist. And that's probably what made the Hindu shuffle thing so fun and irritating last year. It's this series of horrible pattern interrupts.
Yeah, it kind of this kind of relates to what we were talking about with Ryuji last week, which is that cardistry very much relies on when you're doing a cut, you know, people are watching it with the knowledge of the history of cardistry behind it.
Well, as in the people in the cardistry scene who are watching it.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, cardists are watching it, knowing, you know, that Dan and Dave exist and all of that, and all the cuts that preceded it. And it's very different than preferring to laymen, because laymen don't have any idea. And so that's, you know, you could pop a string and they'll be like, oh, this is crazy. But you know, cardist is it's not even eyebrow raising. And it's kind of the same with cuts, you know. There's like the reason this is interesting to people is because there's a flip phone vibe to it, right? But it's there's that reversal, as you were saying. So there's
I remember when you guys talked about on the stream the other time, you talked about things like the spring and like another example could be the worm too, because like I do the worm for lay people a lot, and like part of me has to wrestle the fact that like, you know, I'm not as in love with this as I used to be, but like it's still like a really great thing to show people to get them into it. And how I see it is it's very similar to what I imagine I was about to say comedistry, the comedy scene is like, in the sense that like there are a lot of sort of meta anti-jokes that people who are very familiar with comedies and the classic punchlines will tell each other to give you that kind of like unexpected sensation still. But if you try to tell like, you know, some of these anti-jokes or something that's like a little too meta to someone who just wants to hear a basic joke, say like a comedy person, you're just gonna confuse them.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I don't think that one particular branch is better than the other. I just think that it takes being aware of your audience and knowing how to cater to them to get the response you want. And of course, there are people who like, you know, will operate regardless of their audience. And so like, you know, to have like just a set of things that you do really well. And if people like don't like it, they can move on. If they do, then like they can spectate. But I like to be fluid and adapt to the situation. So yeah, recently I took up this gig in Singapore at this bar, and you know, they were calling in for people with esoteric acts, and so they had like a thing. You know, they're calling in like tarot readers and fortune tellers, like palm readers, numerologists, magicians, and other things. So I was like, I do this thing called cardistry, and I linked them to liquid paper, and I was like, you know, maybe you guys might be interested in. And they called me in for an interview to see this stuff in person, and like the guy was just staring and shaking his head. I'm like, what? So you know, I do sets there like every Thursday, and yeah, I just show people just straight cardistry, and it's great.
Nice. So how does that turn out? How do people react? Because I mean, in my experience, you know, when I show cardistry, I get like the three same responses, which are A, oh, can you show me a magic trick? B, oh, what is this wizardry you're doing in hands? And C, oh, I wouldn't like to play cards with you.
Yeah.
Do you?
I mean,
because like,
it takes an awareness of. Oh, what was your question?
well, so because it's in a different setting. In this case, you're doing like an actual act, so it's not like, you know, someone's just striking up a conversation in the subway. So how does that differ?
So what's good about this bar gig that I have is that I'm sat in like a single spot, and then people are brought to me. And so normally, like, you know, sometimes they've told them a little bit beforehand about what they're in store for. This guy's a cardist. He's like, you know, like expert level card shuffling and whatnot. And if they don't, then I try and get from them, like, you know, have they told you anything about me? And like, do you know about cardistry and whatnot? And to me, it's that you have to be aware, as we are from experience, that this is a loaded object. You know, when people see this, they'll go like, "Oh wow, I bet he does cardistry." Like, we haven't reached that point yet. They'll think magic, they'll think gambling. It's the reason why, like, you know, when we're practicing at Starbucks, we get kicked out so often.
Yeah.
So I have to work from the ground up, you know, and I have to explain to them, like, you know, what it is. And it's similar to, I guess, kind of what Frankie says he does, you know. And there's a thing that he and I both do where we'll start with the riffle shuffle, actually. So I'll talk to about, like, you know, you guys have probably seen this thing that, like, you know, looks like this, right? So actually, when I did, there's that thing you guys touched on a bit last week, which is like one of the ending scenes of the app credits of Portal Playground 2, where it shows an excerpt of a clip of me performing at an open mic in Toronto. And I started that gig the same way that I normally just start with most cardistry presentations, which is with the riffle shuffle. I say that, you know, you guys know this thing here, and I show them, like, you know, this here with the bridge. Because the thing too is just like the spring, just like the worm. Like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Like when I first saw that, like, and everyone has tried it, I think, as well. So there's also like a certain kind of respect and know-how for the people who can't do it. But it's a very kind of like ubiquitous, cultural, recognizable thing with the bridge and stuff. I said, I love this thing, but there's one thing that I hate about it. So immediately invites intrigue. Like, what? This is a classic, like, you know, relic of gambling and magic history. Like, how dare you bash on this thing? I said, well, the thing is that I was never able to get it perfect. So now you see where I'm going, right? Yeah. Because with the riffle shuffle, and I'll purposely do like one that's kind of crappy. And I say, you see, like, you know, I get some cards that are like a bunch over here, and there's chunks over here and whatnot. And so then I tell them that there's actually this thing known as like the perfect Faro shuffle. I don't know why it's called a Faro shuffle, but I know why it's called perfect, and I'll show you right now. And just by splitting the deck into exactly half and half, and you'll know it's half and half when and then I push them together. And after they've been butted, depending on the scale and what surfaces I have available, if I have a table, I'll spread it out on the table so that they'll see that every single card is like perfectly interlaced. And that's the thing we forget, is because the perfect Faro is almost like an intermediate step that we use to get to other things these days. Like, you know, it's just the thing you do before ripple or nipple or whatever we call these things.
Big fan of the nipple.
Big fan of the nipple. Yeah, it's a new way to do 5-fan. So you just and depending on the modesty and also just what cup size you have. If you're like Burger, you can do the vad-fan.
Of course,
have it like a Little Mermaid sort of thing. Little Mermaid's really good at aerials. Anyway, So what were we talking about? Yeah. So the perfect Faro is an amazing, like, cardistry, like, technological piece of ingenuity. Like, this is how it used to be when I went to school with Jaspis. We used to like take cards and then like lay them down one at a time. No joke. This is what we would do, because it was so satisfying for us to get that perfect bridge sound. You know, you didn't want something that was like, you just want that, you know? Yeah. So I demonstrate this, and then from there is a perfect gateway into things like, you know, riffle and ripple and the other thing and stuff, cascade and so on and so forth. So you need to go into that entry route because imagine I take out like a knife, right? It says, you guys ever heard of like, Bali song manipulation and whatnot? But I'm waving a knife around. You have to be aware of like the connotations and the implications of what you have, and like, to use a relevant word, kind of disarm them in that sense. So you can shank him with what you have. So for cardistry, the thing about it is that when people ask you if you do magic and stuff, it's actually not a bad thing because they've already created a crossover point for you.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do that, but because some of us are like sort of reverse cardistry elitists now because of like some of the bad blood that exists beforehand. Some people who are less tolerant. I mean, I do both. I love both. There's a certain pride in going like, I don't do magic. Different from everyone. Cardistry. No selected force cards on my watch. These values mean nothing to me.
Well, so I mean, I think part of the it depends a lot on the context, I suppose. The reason so I used to do magic as well, but the reason I got into magic was because I was interested in the mechanics of how to palm cards and force cards, etc. But I never really performed because I'm like at my core, I'm not a performer.
Yeah, it's two different skill sets, and I think that when a lot of people say like, "Oh, cardistry is a performance art," I'm like, it's not this. Like, it's not built into cardistry. The thing about cardistry is what you see is just voyeuristic practice a lot. Yeah, people are practicing the move, and it just happens to be film. But like developing the skills to present is a whole other part of that. That's why I did the gig in Toronto. That's why I took up the gig here because I wanted to get experience performing stuff for lay people. Because you don't have like street cardistry and these specials and whatnot. It's like, you want to see something weird? Look at this here. This is called flip phone. So yeah, like I totally know what you mean, which is that there is something nice about not having to have the spectator there to validate what you're doing.
Yeah.
That you can be the only person to do it and like it, and that's enough. And I think that that makes it more addictive to practice, actually.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I do cardistry because, like, strictly for myself. I don't like, I do all of the videos and stuff, but when I make a video, I'm more interested in the filmmaking than the cardistry itself. I don't do it for the cardistry. It's just a really good subject to do that. Yeah, no, when I sit down and do cardistry, it's really just for me because it's something I enjoy doing a lot, and coming up with stuff is interesting and whatnot. So yeah.
Can you say that again? I blanked out for a second.
I also kind of blanked out as I was talking, so I forget what we were talking about before. Again,
is anyone watching this?
Do this at all? Those whole streaming thing, but here we are.
Yeah. I would rather admit to you that I was being blurred for a second and be like, oh yeah, totally. So what were you saying?
All right, so now I've completely forgot what we were really originally talking about.
So we were talking about like the craft of it,
yeah,
and the filming of it and whatnot, and doing it for its own sake. Is that kind of like the gist of it?
Yeah. So actually, I mean, speaking of filming stuff, we talked about this a lot with Ryuji. So, how does?
As you should.
Yeah. I mean, what's the reason I can even make videos is because I went on a bunch of shoots with him and just learned a bunch from hanging out with him.
In France or what?
This was in France. Yeah. We went to the same high school for
oh, nice.
junior and senior year. Yeah. I taught him physics. He taught me crab shack. It was a grand old time.
Fair trade.
Yeah, it was definitely more beneficial to me than to him. But
like the thing about it is that like as tough as quantum mechanics is to grasp, like what's even harder to grasp is that one packet that comes back up around it. Like, it's just quarks and everything can't compare.
It's yeah. But yeah, so I was gonna ask for when you make a Virts video, I'm curious about the workflow because you have like a team of people working together. So like, can you outline briefly how that works out?
Let's reveal our top secret working processes. Yeah, sure. So we kind of touched a little bit about this with airtime last year, but I mean, that's in the live stream. And so it's also different from what we did this time because this was a much bigger project in scope, probably just in runtime, but also like all the transitions and whatnot. It's Harpon made a really good point, which is that liquid paper is kind of an amalgamation of a lot of the things that we had done before. So it has like the shot transitioning that Test Room had, where like you know, it kind of did that snatch Guy Ritchie thing, and it has the voiceover that we did in ink.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
And there's also like the two-person flourishes, like the interaction stuff that we did in reintroduction. And with airtime, there's also that kind of like slow-mo and space kind of feel. So it's like we took everything that we learned and then was good about our previous videos and combined it into like this massive thing. So first and foremost is always the writing process and also the purpose of the video. So the purpose of the video is twofold, which is to promote the art of cardistry. You want to make something that's so good that like it will kind of take off of the runway of like our own like incestual cardistry community and make it out to people who haven't seen it before and hopefully draw them in. And the second purpose is also to you know, just demonstrate what our deck does well. And so that influences everything because the material and how it's shown in the video, everything in there needs to serve those two purposes. And so we come up with a concept for it. And beforehand, we watched like a lot of like short videos and commercials and other things, just get inspiration. So like we actually did a session back in like January or February because we've been working on this for like nearly half a year. No, maybe like 3 months, 4 months. So we went to Huron's place and sat down, like, you know, Darren and I, and like conceptualized a bunch of things. And in the studio itself, we're also like playing around with different things. And we actually came up with the off the hook hot shot crossover thing on the spot one day. And like we just did an iPhone camera test and got it first take, you know. So it was
meant to be.
Seemed like a good omen. So then we list out everything that the three of us can do and then try and sequence it in a way that like matches the flow of the video itself and stuff. Because you have to think about the angles, like, you know, what's interactive, how to make like a build and whatnot. So, you know, shooting time is one thing, and that's just like getting the stuff that you planned out. But like just like with a movie, pre-production for us, a video of like this kind of very specific timing and scale, it's so important, and that's something that they've been learning since, that's something that's mattered to us a lot since the Gambit, because beforehand we sort of like went out and then we shot whatever, and then it's just like you fix it in post, right? Yeah. But with the Gambit, Huron and Darren, they you know, wrote down a specific shot list, what they wanted, the angles and everything, and so when they went to shoot and edit it, it's pretty much just a checklist. Just do this, get this, and then import it in, and then cut it accordingly. So liquid paper is kind of the same way, which isn't to say that it, like, you know, it's just easy peasy and you know, a breeze, but it would be way more tedious and clunky if we didn't plan it out. So, you know, to kind of summarize, it's thinking about like what purpose the video is going to achieve, and then to try and craft something artful and you know, something that we'd be proud of to put out. I don't think we do anything that we just kind of settle for. We have, I'm always like kind of in a friendly competition with the two other guys for, you know, just our standards, and it creates this, you know, building momentum there. It's
interesting. I'm always a really huge proponent to plan videos and really put thought into, you know, how to build them.
Didn't you write an article about this? ShuffleslikeThat.com.
Now that you mention it.
And the link just shows up right here.
But yeah, it's I think one really important point that's so easy to forget is how much time you save by doing it. Because you might think that by, you know, just going out and just starting shooting and going to the editing as fast as possible, you'll get to the end of the video faster. But I don't know, whenever I've not planned something, then I have to make huge decisions in post, and I don't have as much liberty choosing. I have a certain set of shots. I didn't really know what I was looking for, so now I have to figure out. Oh man, what's like okay enough to go, and it's just less good.
Yeah, one of the worst things too is not having enough stuff for what you would hope to fill up later on. Because I personally I edit very musically, and so like I'll look through my library and find something that has a sort of vibe that I would like the video to have, and then it's just a matter of cutting the stuff into it. So the most recent example is like the video I did with Nikolai and Ambrose back in March, Garden Grenade, and I've been sitting on that footage for a while, and eventually I was reading it like an article on Flume, and they said that he got started because he listened to BTS2U by Jai Paul. So I played it, really liked it, and then took that song and truncated it a little bit, but like that dictated the sound space of the video. And it's the same thing for Liquid Paper because we were kind of trying to conceptualize it like on its own for a while, and I've just been doing some Spotify hunting, and I found out about Kaloto, listened to the song Cedar Shed, and I was like, this sounds like a really good fit. Like, it's got like certain elements that the Airtime has, which is like the kind of spacious, like very like synthetic, a partially glitch thing that the Flashbulb is known for. Like, I think ever since like Edit, as in like the artist Edit with Crying Over Pros for No Reason, we used back in like some of our earlier tutorials from 09. The glitch hop things served us pretty well. So this seems to be something that worked for us, and the guys liked the song. It started to grow on them, and we planned out like the video based on like the certain beats and momentums that are in there. So the song is as is, and what we do in it is like catered to it. And now when you watch it, it's kind of inseparable from the way that like the music sounds, because it's very deliberate that each musical cue in the video and every beat in it is planned to show a certain visual and stuff. And looking at these retrospectively, I think that some people can conjecture that these are inspired from the Dan-A Bruce Lee cards, but they aren't. We just have been working on this color scheme for a while, and one day when listening to Cedar Shed, I thought about the title of our video. So basically, I saw Darren just practicing. I saw Huron actually practicing siesta, which I can't do right now, in the studio one day, and it just looked like the deck was just transforming into like a fluid object. And the phrase "liquid paper" came to mind, which is actually the brand name for a type of correction fluid or correction tape. Or whiteout that they call it in the States. So at first I was like, it's like people in Singapore, when they hear liquid paper, they're gonna think of like liquid paper, like the correction fluid thing. But it's a cool name. Yeah. So I told them about it and whatnot, and then they were like, yeah, like it is, but there's something about it. So we kind of had that like tentative pending title, liquid paper, for a while, and then just one day, the idea of liquid, and I was looking at the deck itself and had that Bruce Lee vibe, and I looked up the "This Is Water" speech and then did a little short edit of cutting in like some segments into like the song. And oh man, I wish I'd filmed this. When I let Huron and Darren listen to it on headphones for the first time, when it was the same song that we've been listening to for like weeks and weeks, but with the Bruce Lee cues that came in, like their jaw is just like completely. And now it seems that it's just inevitable that that's like part of the song. Like we've been in close correspondence with the musician, Maria from Kaloto. She is Kaloto, who let us use the song. And afterwards, she's like, yeah, just go ahead and as long as you guys credit me, link to my SoundCloud, totally fine. And I'd love to see the video when you're done with it. We sent it to her, and she like totally loved it, and she even like commented on the Bruce Lee thing, which she said was like really fitting. And she said we did her song proud, which I think is the best compliment you can get from like a musician. So, yeah.
Cool. All right. Maybe we should look at some questions. The chat has been going pretty wild.
Has it? I don't know. Has it been updating at all? It seems to me that it's been the same questions.
Oh, really? No, people have been talking. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I just am Maybe this live chat isn't actually live.
Oh, do you have Flash installed?
What? Was it so much cringe? What are they? What?
A lot of people are saying,
how am I not
hi.
seeing these as they're coming in?
So I think we can address a solid 70%.
Now it's live. Now it's live.
Okay, nice. All right, cool.
Okay.
We can address
Marcus
like 70% of people saying, hi.
Okay.
That's that.
Hey, everybody. So, oh yeah, Miles was at the performance in Toronto.
Nice.
So yeah, there were a couple of cardists at the event too, because we
cool.
did a hangout.
Yeah.
People are reacting to nipple. Oh, right. Oh, that's right. The things I say on here are captured for posterity forever.
It's better that you don't think about it.
Kevin Carlson, it's that boy.
Ooh. All right. Should we look at questions from the top?
Wow. I thought that, like, because I didn't see any of like this coming in just now, all like the live chat stuff. So I thought that people like lost interest after I don't know. As soon as they heard Brexit, like you Brexit, like I'm Brexiting out of here.
Oh, I don't want to do that. We do have 51 viewers at the moment, which is a record, as you would expect.
How many?
51, 54.
51. 54. That's like full deck and jokers.
Nerd. So let's start with Troublemakers questions, because I don't know.
Which one? Didn't he ask like 60?
Yes. So he said, many people have praised how good of a year 2015 was for Cardistry in terms of publicity. Personally, I quite like how underexposed Cardistry is, the way that we can have an entire Cardistry Con without too many people knowing about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I tried to look for the question. I feel like too much publicity would make Cardistry not special anymore, and keeping it relatively unknown is better in a way. Compared to skateboard, if you ask someone what they did for fun and you said I skateboard, you probably wouldn't even flinch. So any thought about any of that?
I think those are like two separate questions, right? Like, because I thought I saw a skateboard thing just now, and I wasn't sure how it related to the first one, but. I've seen quite a few people comment on this, and they're saying that Cardistry is getting too mainstream now, and like, it's not going to be special anymore and whatnot. And I understand that, because it's nice to have a close-knit community and everything. But look, when I started in 2003, when I got into this after meeting Boneho at a magic shop that I was like, just doing this part-time behind the counter gig at. And once I start to go on that journey of this, trying to find out how to do this stuff, there were like 3 references. It was Brian Tudor's Show Off, Cap Casino's Cap Cuts, and then whatever people had uploaded on Cheater's Cheater or the Magic Video Depot or Slight Geek, because this was before YouTube.
Right.
And I had to travel all the way across the island to meet up with Huron during that time. And this was like during school years and whatnot. So it was during the weekend or whatever we were free, because this was even before Skype.
Yeah.
So, there was a time when Cardistry was so it was so special, it wasn't even called Cardistry. It was like in the card flourishing days. And, there's a kind of a fine line, I think, between the two, where on the one hand, there's something where you can really feel like a big outsider for being a person who takes this, like in my position, this kind of subset of magic and gambling, and you're trying to do it on your own. And this was like back when I think Dan and Dave were still getting some flack from certain people for like doing all this like move monkey kind of stuff that didn't have a plot or a story or like any magical elements to it and whatnot. So, it's not like a particularly great thing to be the only people doing Cardistry. And I've noticed also that, and I mean no offense by this, the person asking the question, but it's not very often that you have people who are like really like big figureheads in the community saying that we should like go back to, not trying to get this to a wider audience and whatnot. Because what I think is happening is that it's very easy to stay in a place of complacence and to settle for like a certain standard if you don't have the influx of other people coming in to challenge that.
Yep.
And so a bunch of years ago, the Cardistry subreddit had the followers were in like it was a 3-digit number, I think.
Yeah.
You know, and now it's at 13,000.
13,000.
Because
Yeah.
of people like you know, recently you actually your freakish video staring into the camera that went viral, which is great. Hey, Shivraj is here.
Ooh. Dope.
Oh, praise to Shiv. It's the best part. So yeah, like the thing is that Cardistry is still going to be special, no matter how many people are starting getting into it, because you're going to have there's a big uphill battle depending on where you're at, and I don't want it to be something that like you know, is kind of has that sort of hipster sort of vibe. There's something called Cardistry. You probably never heard of it. Like, why would you want it to be that way?
Yeah.
I want people to know what Cardistry is, so that when they see you doing that, they don't ask like, "Oh, are you a magician or a gambler?" Or like what they'd say like, "Oh, do you do Cardistry?"
Yeah.
And amazingly enough, that's actually happened to us before. Yeah. Where on like several occasions, like I was in New York for last year's Cardistry Con. This was before the event, and we got to hang out with Ekaterina. It was lovely, by the way.
Yeah.
And we were sitting at a table, just you know, hanging out, and this guy walks over, and he's like, "Are you guys doing Cardistry?" And then we all like, you know, sit up as if like, you know, they busted us or something. And we're like, "You're not supposed to know that word." And the guy's like, "Yeah, because I've seen your guys' stuff before, and I actually used to be like a member of the Technique forums." Ooh. Back in the day. And like we're like, what? And so like it's such a profound moment that like it was just that particular day that we were in New York for the con, and it just so happened that this guy lucked out and got to meet us, and like that we had this crazy encounter with you know, someone who actually recognizes for Cardistry. I think it's a great thing, because the thing is that you have this resistance and conflict right now when you're trying to share stuff with people, where you know, a lot of them will question like what the purpose of it is. It's like, oh, so you know, you do all this shuffling stuff, what's it for? Or they're like, oh, what, like, if you haven't reached a certain level where it's automatically impressive, that can kind of be like a thing that makes it so that showing it to lay people isn't as fun, but it can be. And I think that you know, once it starts to get more and more known and mainstream, a lot of people seem to like it. You know, despite we might make fun of the fact that like there's always going to be like lame comments on all our videos and stuff, like like, you know, Twisted Fate, and like, oh, you're gonna shuffle the cards already, like Gambit. Like Daniel Lin, his CC3 round 3 video just went kind of viral recently, and 9gag and stuff. Nice. And pretty cool, a lot of views. And you go to the comments section and you're like, I totally regret clicking on this. I should not have done that. So that aside, you know, people are always going to have snark. People are always going to, like, you know, say weird things. But I think that on the whole, the fact that a lot of people would share these things and show it around in the first place, it really shows like the great like potential that Cardistry has as something really visually, automatically captivating and interesting. And I think that's great for all of us, because it pushes the standards of like how did sometimes you wonder like how certain people find out about Cardistry. Yeah. You know, maybe it's that certain people, maybe it's that certain people found it through like very kind of deep digging in a certain niche, and because of that, it has that kind of special like I earned this kind of vibe to them, and so they don't want to you know, just have any person be able to find out what it is and get into it, because it takes away that specialness. But just knowing about Cardistry is just one layer of it. But I think actually like getting experience in the community and getting to know people and like starting to develop your own style and develop your own viewpoints and opinions, where some people will be interested and capable at a lot of things, and other people specialize in stuff. Yeah. So over time, you'll find your identity as a cardist and an artist as well. I think that eventually, when I've talked to a lot of people in Cardist and stuff, and this happened with you and Ryuji last week, where you'll talk about cardistry, but then it'll segue into the things that you're interested in. You're an engineer, and that he is starting to get it more into like freeform jazz, improvisational music, right? And so sometimes I think that what people need to do is just to find additional interests in addition to cardistry, and you'll find that everything links up, everything connects.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
It's not like people can steal cardistry away from you. It's what you want to make out of it. And I think that having it become mainstream just means that like this friend of yours gets out there and gets the recognition that it deserves. Ryuji! Ryuji just gave me a purple heart. I mean, I may have fought like the magic and cardistry wars back in the day, but I didn't sustain any major wounds besides psychological and emotional ones.
Right.
Yeah. I've actually got to go to the restroom real quick, but I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right,
cool. Maybe
I'll address some smaller questions that are easier to answer.
Yeah. If you can do a good impression of me, you can just like draw like a Sharpie to your eyes out here. And then do that.
Yeah, I'll try that. It'll go very well. Well, hello chat. How are you doing today? So first of all, what's up, Ryuji? How's it going? I'd be curious to see what you did to Zui's video. But we'll I guess talk about that later. I don't know if you're still here actually, but hey. Anyways, I'm gonna go up to look at some easier questions to answer. Like I saw someone was asking what these cards are. These are our apparent Zen Pures from the EPCC. I like them a lot because they're cards and I got them for free. So, that's always nice. I got them from the ICO kerfuffle. So there's that.
I returned.
All right. Well, that was quick. What an efficient man.
Yeah, that's what she said. So speaking of quick, we've got a lot of questions on here. I think that we can try. I tend to get carried away sometimes and like try to extrapolate on a subject, but let's see if we can do like a rapid fire round. Just
sure, sounds good.
Questions, and then I'll give the lousiest quick answer that I can, so we can move on.
Sounds good. I do want to address something about the whole community thing, but we can do that after.
Okay.
So, let's see. So I was just telling people about this deck that I use every once in a while, Zen Pures. There are cards made of paper. Let's see. Wait, did I? Oh, it looks like there's only a certain number of
comments.
Oh, yeah. Damn. So the first ones seem to have disappeared. So
problems that were too popular. There's a live chat on its own, and I wonder if on the YouTube page you'll be able to see them all from beginning to end.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. It doesn't seem like it. On YouTube, after the fact, you can add like normal YouTube comments because it acts like a video, but you can't see the live comments, or at least it doesn't look like it. So, which is too bad.
People are commenting right now that they can't see you, and I wonder if that's just like the the small thing that
I'm clicking on your face. That's
okay. All right. So maybe we should put it on auto.
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. All right.
Hey Bear. You will use fanning powder for certain moves, like if you need to do a thumb fan, but I tend not to use too much fanning powder myself. I know here on Darren do just to season the deck and also helps to keep the cards together. So it's just a preference. Yep. Miles wants a taste of the Cardistry Con schedule. People are going to talk, people are going to show things, and Michael Stearns is going to be the best host of all time. It's going to be released soon. I was just confirming a couple of the events yesterday with some of the presenters at the con. And speaking of that, a lot of people are asking about the headliners this year. And we've got a really interesting surprise coming up. Ooh. Where it's not just about like, certain quote headliners and whatnot. We're going to reveal everyone going to the con.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All right,
yeah.
Cool.
It's going to be great.
Nice. If there's a secret headliner, I'm just going to guess that it's Pred and hope. But
I wish it was Pred.
Oh, what a G.
Red Dead Redemption.
All right, let's see.
Hater Ahmad wants me to say hi to him.
Oh, you should say
Like,
hi to him.
Heisenberg kind of would say my name. Hey, Hater. Hi there.
Yeah, there's a lot of highs. A lot
Hi
of
there.
people,
Spencer Clark. Oh, Shirosu's in the house.
ooh.
Bless this guest. Everyone asking about Revolver. There's been a couple of delays because of the Cardistry Con schedule and how like everything is sort of whirlpooling in. So it's not going to be done by this month, but here I'm will send you guys an update soon about it. And oh man, like some of the bonuses that are inside. There's a movement there that I'm having inside of the Revolver bundle. It's pretty cool. Like surprisingly, you know, a lot of people are known for like one particular like big move or whatever, but it seems that at least from how often I get tagged in Instagram, a lot of people do backdrop, and it's just like a really fun, intuitive sort of like knack move to do.
Yeah.
So there's something in the Revolver bundle that is drop that is a little knacky, really visual, and it creates this kind of like, you know, what kind of moment. I wanted to do it in liquid paper after the Spring Triangle Vault Hunter Revolver sequence, but it seemed a bit like overkill. So we've been saving it for the bundle, and yeah, it's gonna be good.
Sounds good. Big fan of content. I do like stuff.
Spencer's asking for this, I guess. It's like here, and then there we go.
Oh yeah. Oh, whew. Real slick.
How bad would it be if that was the continuation for backdrop and hyper just here and then like now this thing?
I feel like I did something like that at some point. I forget.
I've actually got a presentation that I'm going to be doing at Cardistry Con that links to the Hindu Shuffle. It's not about it, but the Hindu Shuffle is part of the reason for it, and it's not going to be as lame, but
is it Cardistry memes?
Very interesting.
Is it about Cardistry memes? No.
That's the other Kevin. That's the other Kevin.
All right, let's see. Other questions. Yeah, you addressed the fanning powder. People addressing Kevin's memes. Other Kevin, that is.
Which? So spicy.
Ooh. Yep.
So Troublemaker, I think, is asking the same question that they asked earlier, but it got buried. It's about the CCC. So he said, as judge for CCC, which tips would you give to someone who's starting to get good at cards and wants to get into the competition? So, dude, like we actually made a cheat sheet for you, which is that if you go and read all the comments that we've written as judges for feedback for round 1 to round 3, you'll see the things that we like and things that we feel can be improved upon. So just do more of the first, like much of the second, and that will at least kind of cater to, you know, I feel that when we were selecting the judges for the CCC, we got kind of like an all-round, you know, Sam, different, very, what's the word? That we all look for certain things, you know, the Virts, Jaspis, Chase, and Andrew, and there's certain things that we value over others, but collectively it should represent everyone as a whole. Yeah, so as long as you look into the videos and you see like what you agree with, what you don't, and you try to style it, because the feedback is not just for them, it's for all of you guys. We wanted this competition to raise the bar for everyone in general. And that is done through, you know, having this great content comes out. Like, oh my, so hard last round. I see it in so many of the scenes, like you know, the double orange spread spin that he did.
Yeah. Yep.
Here and you know, the triangle tunnel shuffle and everything. It's crazy. So what you want to do is to execute material that will push the boundaries of what people expect out of you. And so getting to that one point to begin with is kind of tricky. which is to create like a sort of reputation for yourself in general. Like, you know, like Matt, you've set a certain expectation from the community for what you have in terms of like the style of the video. Like, you know, you sort of rose to a bit of prominence with the ICO entries that you had, you know, and eventually winning it is another thing too. So, to, you know, whether it's the beginning, to sort of, oh, is it hanging?
Yeah, your internet has been plopping out a bit.
Ah, crap. So, is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay. So, as far as competition and stuff, yeah. Treat Instagram and YouTube as like your playground in the beginning when you're just starting out. Get feedback from people. Try to make sure you get like and not just pander for like, you know, likes, and really try and improve yourself. And I think that it takes a lot of research into like what's existed before to find like, you know, what you like, and then to focus on that. And also it helps. So, you know, a lot of the people who turn in the competition videos, the music is music that you're very, very clearly reference stuff that like, you know, stuff that they jammed through and practiced to before.
Yeah.
So these are things that are going to help you over time.
Yeah, and I mean, I can give my 2 cents because I have slight experience in the matter. What I found interesting about doing a competition, and what I enjoyed the most out of it, is that it really gave me like a focus, and you know, just I had to make a video every 10 days basically, for 4 times in a row, and so that's something I really appreciated because it allowed me to focus. Okay, so you know, usually I'm just screwing around and doing a couple things here and there. I forget moves and stuff, but with the competition, it's different because you know you need to have new material, you need to improve on stuff you've done before, you know, kind of step it up every once in a while. You need to think about ways to make videos that are different than the others. I remember when I made the one of the rounds, the theme was time, and there were 2 videos that were up when before I made my video, and one of them was Sam Wheeler's, which was a theoretical scenario where he's homeless and you know he has this speech about time and all of that and does cardistry and stuff, which is, you know, it was pretty good. But like I thought, man, everyone's taking this so seriously. So I went with I tried going in a different direction and have something a bit more comedic. And the what's the name of that video? I forget. It's the 3rd round, if I recall correctly. But
I think I saw that too. Like Lynn was filmed like yeah, I do remember there's a bit of levity to that one. Just sort of like it's set up like with the dramatic music and what you talked about in your article, right?
Yes, probably. I don't really remember. Yeah, this was another. This is one of the videos that I didn't plan as much as I probably should have, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. I think it's probably my favorite video of the whole ICO series. Yeah, it was interesting because it was also more focused on the cardistry itself, and because you know the idea of time for me was waiting for someone to respond to a text in this case.
Is it the one with the glitch bump music series?
No. No, that's
okay,
that was before the ICO things. No, that's also a video I quite enjoy. Pretty proud of that one. Yeah, so I would like to see more competitions actually. To see people more involved in competitions. I really liked what ICO did with having a novice and a veterans sections. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I think that that's good. More people involved in it, and it like it actually reminds me of this really absurd thing that I see from a lot of people with the misconception that like they'll say like, oh, I want to go to Cardistry Con, but I'm not good enough. It's like, you know, it's not this big and you were hanging out with us last year. It's not, we don't turn our noses down on people who like are unskilled. If anything, it's like an extended family where you want other people to get better. People say like, hey, you know, can I learn satellite? I'll teach it to them, like in person, just because like I would rather not have people like fumble, right? Like any help that I can give someone is sort of me helping a past version of myself who didn't have that help.
Yeah,
and it just like speeds up the growth of cardistry in general. So yeah, guys, like if I know this can be intimidating, but we're just dudes. And if you've seen like any of the Cardistry Con videos from last year, we're a bunch of goofballs. Like
Yeah.
it's a lot of fun, and you know, like uh, there aren't a lot of people who really like, you know, thumb their noses down at people who can't do certain moves and whatnot. So
yeah, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that it's going to be a whole bunch of people who have at the very least one thing in common. And
yeah.
yeah,
Like I think I sent in the Kickstarter video. I don't know if it made it into the cut, but it's just that you know, when you go to Cardistry Con, it's as if everyone is speaking the same language as you are. I mean, aside from English, which is that, you know, when they talk about their favorite videos, their favorite deck of cards, their favorite flourishes, about, and these are things that if you're going to school, it's like there's like, you know, this other world that exists inside of your pocket and like on the internet. But for Cardistry Con, that is reality for like a whole weekend. And for me, because I do this, you know, full time, like that's, like, I'm so busy with so many things right now. All of them are cardistry related. It doesn't feel like drudgery. It feels like I'm actually like working towards like building something meaningful, and like that's what motivates me to work on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the most fun I have with cardistry is when I meet up with other cardists and, you know, talk about not just cardistry but also other things. And that's also, you know, when I make the most quote unquote progress, and you know, that's when after Cardistry Con I just got a huge creative boost, and just, you know, before Cardistry Con it's not like I dropped cardistry, but you know, there would go like a day or two where I didn't touch a deck of cards, which is now crazy. But yeah, right after that, it just got so inspired to you know, spend a lot of time playing with cards and stuff. And that's just really fun time. Looking forward to actually being at like in the con. That'll be a good change.
I'm one of the lucky guys who was introduced to cardistry like in person, and so right from the beginning, I've always had like a real life counterpart to you know, work with and learn from, and inspired me. Like and something I don't really think about a lot, in the sense that like I think nowadays most seeing a video of it online, and then discover this online universe, and because of that, you don't see people drop a lot. And that's something that I hadn't factored in until lately, which is that when I hung out with Bo and Huron and like cards all the time, all the time.
Yeah,
it's just, you know, it doesn't make as fun of an edit, but everybody drops. And once you realize that about like, you know, all of your heroes, it kind of takes a breath. And you know, if I wasn't in a place like Singapore, where the country's so small, where it's very easy for everyone to get together, I don't know if I would still be doing this to this day. Like I've been doing this since 2003, 13 years now.
Yeah.
13 years of card flourishing, a little bit XCM and cardistry. And if it wasn't for like my friends who do this in real life, and also the community, I don't know how long I would stuck it out for, because there's only so far that you can get on just moves alone. Like it's beyond that. True. And the people who like watch your viral video is a great example of that, in the sense that like we are very hand focused, but people are watching the entire image. You know, everything in that plays into like the feature of what we do. And Frankie gave that talk at Cardistry Con last year about, like, he said, you know, how many of you guys, when you go out, do you like try to match your deck of cards to what you're wearing, right? And this is like a literal backdrop for you know, what you're doing. And all of it plays an important part, and even things like posture and whatnot. Like if you see like what the way Chase does stuff, Chase will like, you know, his shoulders are back, and his chin is up. He's actually like looking nose down at his flourishes when he does stuff.
Oh yeah,
and it creates this really interesting framing that is like, you know, like you know what's up, right? Whereas like there's some people, you know, and Tobias has a different kind of posture where it's like kind of hunched over, and he's like, like all the focus is going straight into like the flourish and stuff. And Tobias is like hardcore mechanic and creator. So, you know, these all play into like the body language and the stance that we have with certain flourishers, even down to the way that, like, you know, even Zach has that signature pinky curl that he like does in his flourishes, and you see the hands, you'll recognize and know who these people are.
Yeah.
So I don't know what question I was answering, or even answering the question.
Idea.
But, yeah.
Here's an interesting question. Ellie asks, why did you choose to go borderless with the Virts? With the Virts deck?
Who, Aaron?
Ellie, I'm sorry, Abdul Gadir. I apologize. This was a while back, somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, why the borderless?
Well, the thing is that the border, just like the jokers that you had like in most decks, it's just a vestige of what we're comfortable with playing cards. Like, you know, and this might be even far-reaching, but the fact that we still use paper and the fact that we still use like stuff that's rectangular in this format is just because it's what we're accustomed to. So outside of that, you know, if we think about like what is the function and purpose of the design in, say, like the Virtuoso deck, it's not really something that like necessitates borders.
Yeah.
Like I can understand in like cases like you know, a B deck is something that if you were to fan on a B deck, you don't really get to see like the way that something that is a formation or movement is accentuated in any way. But firstly, you know, the design is bigger.
Yep.
Because it's kind of like on full screen now, and also like, you know, the stuff connects better if you're doing like spreads or fans or anything. And for like what we're trying to, you know, build and stuff, it suits more like what we got. And it's interesting that we get a lot of correspondence from people who said like, yeah, when I first heard you guys announce this, I wasn't really into it, but after like, you know, I got to try it myself and see it in person, like it just changes the whole dynamic of it and stuff. Like I was just talking to Aviv yesterday, and he said like this completely unprompted, was telling me the same thing. It's like, yeah, like, you know, I didn't really like it at first, but like after like toying around with it, I'm kind of in love with them. Like,
yeah, I think one of the
and for me, I don't even think about it a lot because we've had these since December, you know, and it wasn't released or revealed until you know, when liquid paper and everything was starting to come out and whatnot in April-ish, March-ish and stuff. So it's just become something that I just take it as like that's just the way it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like what is the function of a border in cardistry? And like, yes, in some things like packet cuts, for certain designs, because of the intricacy in something like, say, a bicycle pattern, you know, it helps to distinguish the cards. But what we have with the Virtuoso deck with the adaptive aesthetics is that we just have pure shapes. So you have these shapes, and then all of a sudden there's this like arbitrary line that's around them. It's like this police do not cross kind of thing. So you know, there's a saying I'm gonna butcher, but it's like, you know, good design is not just about like adding things, but it's about when there's it's not about when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. And so, you know, not to say that our deck is headed in like the Madison blanks kind of route, but there's some things that like, you know, definitely require some questioning and are like, you know, vestigial, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So a follow-up question with that is how, and I think I know the answer, how nervous were you when you showed off that the cards didn't have any borders? Because clearly you were aware that people would be a bit skeptical at first, mainly because of the dynamics of the private launch.
I mean, that's probably a better question for Huron, because Huron manages all of our marketing and ad copy and stuff. So the thing is, for me, I'm not nervous because I trust him. Like that's his domain, and like he's done pretty well so far, I think. Yeah, Huron's an absolute genius in the department in many other ways, and so I knew that he knew how to approach it. But I'm sure that Huron probably himself had I'm trying to find a word for it, like this a nervous excitement about it, because it's new territory.
Yeah,
you know,
it really is. Also, so the way I saw it when I first looked at it is that, you know, when you look at a single card, it definitely feels weird to not have any borders. It just kind of does. The thing about the cards that, you know, they come as a deck. You use the cards as a deck, and you use them in motion. And so when you look at it like that, it feels like a very natural decision. It seems like it just makes a lot of sense. And I think people got hooked up on it because the design of a you know, when people had the leaked photos or whatever, you know, they were showing the design as a single card, and that's the wrong way to put it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of videos where it's just people in their hands and just holding it as they're walking around from one view. It is about the interaction between multiple cards and them in motion and everything. And so, you know, like we've been working on liquid paper for a while. We knew they looked good. And it's just a matter of like being aware that there is going to be like an initial, because ever since spring summer 14, we've done things that weren't really anticipated and expected by the community, which is like people were expecting it was going to be the launch edition, but the red is going to be blue now, right?
Yeah.
And it's a very easy way to go about things, and it's you know, not to say there's anything wrong with that. Like it works the same thing for clothing and in other releases and stuff. It's just that it doesn't make sense to us to do what everyone else is doing. Like we want, if you know, if you're not leading, you're kind of following, and we much prefer to do the first. Might lose some followers because of it, but at least the loyalty that we have from the people who get what we're doing is going to be strong.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So apparently Marcus has been asking me quite a few questions. People started bringing this up.
All right, cool.
So has he been pasting the same Yu-Gi-Oh thing over and over again? I think I've seen this question more than once. Let's see. So he says, have you tried to do cardistry with different cards like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and consider making that a concept future work videos? I mean, if you guys have handled any of the decks by like, you know, some prototype companies like make playing cards, some of the ones that don't come out so well actually kind of feel a little bit like that because they don't have like the perfect finish and whatnot. And you know, there's that deck that I had custom made as a joke, you know, this batch of rare Pepes and stuff. So I mean, I'm down to do like stuff with anything that's rectangular. It's just that some of it doesn't feel that great and whatnot. In fact, Ryuji did a video with Magic the Gathering cards for an event last year, and I feel kind of bad if it's like really expensive cards and like you're springing them and they're all bent and stuff. Yeah. So you know, it's doable. It's just like it feels like walking around in clogs. You know, like it'll get the job done and they protect your feet, but it's just not like customized for it. So we come back to our, you know, our paper, like, you know, air finish, certain stock and whatnot. So yeah, like as far as like a concept video for later down the line, you know, the adaptive aesthetics line with the Virts is like a certain thing that we're establishing, and like there are certain things that we want to do to expand down the line. And yeah, it's in progress, and it's definitely something with like a lot of intention. So yeah.
Cool. I curious to see. Well, so what is? Do you use Squids on a regular basis?
I do. Yeah. I still have the original set that Chase gave me. And the thing about these that I really like is that when Chase first showed these to me on webcam like last year, you know, I didn't really understand what the big difference or deal was, aside from some of the Portals creations that, you know, Jose and some other people have been doing, because I tried Portals creations and like, you know, the brass trainers and whatnot, and it's like
brass trainers.
It's something, but like it doesn't. I would just prefer, like, why would you just do it with cards? But what Chase has done with you know, what he's made with the Squids is make something, at least like for the batch that I've got, that has its own pleasure of handling, you know. And in Singapore, it's really humid, so these don't work outside at all. Maybe Aladdin's do. That's why I've been using them for like, you know, quite some time. They're one of the few decks that like withstand the Singapore weather. But if I need to use these, definitely air conditioned. Gotta wash my hands. You know, bring a card clip around and everything. So sometimes I go skating, and it's nice to just chuck like a pack of these inside of my pocket with no box, and my hands can be like, you know, all like kind of rough in the grip tape and whatnot, and I can just, you know, do stuff with them and not have to worry about like if I drop them, they're gonna get dirty or folded or whatnot, because they're kind of indestructible.
Yeah.
So it's
I mean, I guess the way to look at them is not as
it's like a
replacement.
sport, you know, edition of a deck.
Oh,
Like there's some
yeah.
things that are more kind of like luxury and like certain setting and whatnot. There's something that are just like meant to endure like certain kind of punishment. So you know, these are my Bose headphones.
Mhm.
I really enjoy them. They're noise canceling. I use them for listening to music and like doing stuff on the computer, editing, monitoring, and stuff. And then in addition to that, I also have a set of Bluetooth wireless Plantronic headphones. And those ones are sweat resistant and like, you know, the quality of the sound ain't that great, but I can easily just, you know, not have to worry about a wire or anything and just like, you know, use it when I go out skating and stuff. And so I feel that, you know, you don't want to have an object that is meant to replicate what something else is going to do because you can't beat paper. Paper's game. But what I enjoy about these is that like it, you know, lets you experiment with certain things that you couldn't do with paper. In fact, a lot of Snake Charmer, like, you know, this move from liquid paper was developed with Squids in the beginning. You know, especially because that initial sort of dive is kind of a knacky move to, you know, get down with paper. But by having like that muscle memory from this first, and you have those neural pathways connected in your head, you just have to like attach it to, you know, the deck. And Nathan's talking about poop decks, and I suppose he's implying that, you know, anything you can do with a poop deck is something that like is kind of a squid deck already. But corner spins are really different. It's because of the way that they're treated. You know, if you've seen Portable Playground and stuff, you'll see like a scene where I'm doing like, you know, the kind of wind elemental with these here. And it's great that any packet that you have of one of these is perfect for that because of the way it is treated. So you can do crazy ass kickflips and everything.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying them out at the Cardistry Con because I assume I have a sneaking suspicion that some will be at the very least for sale.
Man.
Yeah, I've held back on buying a set because first of all, spending money is not my favorite activity for just about anything. I don't know when's the last time I even bought cards. But so there's that, and yeah, also I don't know how much I'll like them, so gotta try them first.
I was lucky that I got to try them first before, like, you know, and I bought a couple of since, and I'm hoping that Cardistry Con is a chance for a lot of people to be able to try them without any pivots to begin with, just because like it's a lot of what I like about them is tactile, and that's something that's difficult to communicate visually. Tactile and audio, actually. The clickety-clackety of them is something that's very like interesting and therapeutic. And when you're in like a coffee shop or something, you know, these will get you kicked out sometimes because people will think that you're gambling. But no one's going to be like, hey, don't use those coasters.
You can't.
Like,
you can't
yeah,
do
there's no reference for what they are, and no one's going to ask you to show them a magic trick. So sometimes I'll carry around both. So like in my back pocket, I'll have like the card clip with a pack of like paper cards in there. And these are great for just like hanging out at the subway or whatever, or just like doing stuff that, you know, if you want to do like Luke and just like play like Chop Day with like a packet and keep kicking it for 6 hours, then these are great for that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's surprising too, like what people don't know you can do with them. Like you can do a hot shotgun with the Squids.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good.
Yeah. Like if you have the right pressure, and you can just like shoot them over. Flicker shot works too, but I don't want to like accidentally hit my camera or anything.
Yeah, yeah. Flicker shot is a bit trickier with the brass trainers. I got a set of those from the ICO, and I have to say I'm not exceedingly convinced by those, mainly because they're way too heavy.
Oh, you got brass? Yeah, I like brass trainers because it makes me feel like I'm in Dragon Ball Z. You know, where that scene Goku was like training under like 20 times the number of G's or something like that. And so when you transition back to an old pack after that, you're like, oh, these are so light.
I'm so strong.
Yeah.
my other issue with the brass is that I feel like I might injure myself, because I do get like not really pain, but I feel my tendons in my arms if I do a lot of cardistry, and also I play a fair amount of Smash Melee, which is also pretty intense on tendons.
You play a lot of what?
Smash Melee.
Oh, Super Smash Brothers.
Yes, yeah.
Reminds me of that show like Pure Ownage a while ago. Like it was like an online sketch show about like gamers and stuff. And the guy kept talking about like his micro and whatnot. And he had to like
Yeah.
Get his wrist trained and everything.
I do nightly stretches before I go to sleep.
I know that. I think I heard the story about Charlie Miller, and Michael Weber was talking about how Charlie Miller would like lie on bed and like practice like the cull, like lying down, upside down.
Huh.
Because if you were able to do something like this, fighting gravity, then when you actually did it, then there'd be a fluidity to it that because it's relatively not as hard and stuff. And so I know that Jonas and Chris Everson also recently were like talked about that kind of thing where you're like doing stuff in this. If there's like these deliberate ways to practice that make it harder to do the move, but if you can do it in that condition, when you do it in like a normal environment, then it's like a piece of cake.
Yeah.
And so I mean that's something that is kind of related to like when people talk about like camera nerves, which is that you can have a move and it looks got it down, comfortable with it, and as soon as the camera turns on, it just frees up, mess up, cards drop everywhere. So solution to that is just do cardistry when people are around, when your camera's on, until you start to ignore it.
Yeah.
So I've been following is it Radar or Leo on Instagram for a little bit, and I only recently found out that like he's like 10 years old or something. That's pretty crazy. I thought Jesse was like the youngest one that's like currently doing stuff now, but yeah, Leo's got some really good photography up on his page. It's great. You guys should follow him.
Yeah, could put his Instagram in the chat if you wanted to. Sure, that would. So
yeah.
Speaking of injuries, because in the Discovery documentary you talked to in the collective Virts talked to a doctor about injuries and stuff.
No, it was actually just here on Darren. What's funny is that whole period that they were doing a lot of that was when I was because I mainly work with Dave about directly on like the Cardistry Con scheduling and planning and whatnot. So because I was busy with a lot of that, I wasn't free to join them for like the YouTube thing and then going to the school in the documentary to show up and teach people cardistry and also the doctor visit and whatnot. Oh, he's not actually 10. All right. Yeah, like about that scene, I think it's like a little sensationalist and whatnot.
Yeah, I had that.
Like, I think that the challengers wanted to do it to like to run a little bit of conflict and like risks and whatnot. So if anything, I think that doing flourishes actually like helps with the blood flow of your hands and stuff. It's just if it's in a certain position for a long time, you can get things like DVT and what's the other one? Carpal tunnel. But in the past, I've never had like many problems with like people say that you get cramps or whatever, and I don't. It's just that sometimes you get stiff hands because every time you go to bed, you lose like 10 XP. Like all the experience that you've gained in the day. When you wake up the next morning, you kind of have to like get back into the vibe of that. Yeah. So yeah, like injury wise, in fact, Darren and I have been getting some injuries recently from skateboarding because we just got into it in February-ish. And so like liquid paper, there's a couple of times where we had to delay and postpone some shoots because like Darren's hands got cut up or I got dengue fever as well.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, he's 18. All right, whatever.
I mean, that's only 8 years difference. Is it in the scale of the universe? It's not that much.
Still 10 years younger than me. It's crazy.
All right, let's see some other questions.
Apparently, Kevin Carlson is 12 now. You know, I'll believe anything if everyone writes online. The troublemaker reposting one of his questions from just now about like genre cardistry. But you know what? I've already answered like I think 2 of his questions or something, or at least I've seen 2 of them.
Yeah,
so we'll find someone else's for now.
Yeah.
It's ban troublemaker. No, we'll get to it. We just have like a lot of other questions. So speed fire round. Asking how to join Virts. We're on Asian. Like that's one of the requirements. Sorry.
Damn it.
Let's see. Miles. Yeah, Miles was at the performance in Toronto, and yeah. Let's see. Cardistry. Another Miles asking, have I ever thought of making another book on cardistry? I've never written a book on cardistry, but Smooth Operations did have some flourishes in them. And, you know, I like what Tobias has been doing recently.
Yeah.
Where, he's been putting a little bit more philosophy into some of his works as well. And there's something about like the actual physical manifestation of something in print that makes it a lot more immortal. Like, you know, this is a bit of wonderful cardistry history for you guys. So this is the first publication of, you know, what Chris Ganner christened as Sybil inside of Totally Out of Control / Out of Control. And then in the same book is also like, you know, the 5 faces of Sybil. That is like what we now consider the modern iteration of Sybil. Yeah, hold on for the eyes, and it has like all the steps and stuff here.
Yep.
And yeah, like it's on that one with the third hand, and then there's the foot. So I actually have been thinking about this set of notes or another project that I've been wanting to write for a long time called Lighter Than Air, and it's gone through different iterations and intentions in my head for a while, and it's something that I will definitely need a lot more life experience to write about and stuff, because I think that I don't want to just have a book that's like just descriptions of certain moves, because I think video is the one area where it's a lot better to learn from videos in cardistry than it is from a book. I think in Magic is different because there's certain nuances and subtleties where, like, when you take time to interpret something and read it, a book can be better than people just aping what's being done on video. But for cardistry, I would like to make something that is kind of similar to what people like Dimitri Martin have done. Dimitri Martin's got this book called, like, This Is Not a Book or something. It's a collection of his drawings and poetry and whatnot. I can't draw, I'm not a poet and whatnot, but like it's that sort of like visual intrigue where you have this collection of just like the mind of. So there's a lot of books that I like, and if I were to put out another book on cardistry, I'd like it to be something that is along the lines of that. One of my favorite books of all time that I've only read once, and you'll know why in a second, is this huge fat tome called The Art of Looking Sideways. You know, everyone's kind of gotten on the Steal Like an Artist train recently, but you know, and it's a great book. I always recommend it. But for people who are like looking for a never-ending journey of artistic discovery, you know, this book is the best thing I own.
All right, cool. What is it called again?
The Art of Looking Sideways. You know, and on the cover, like, there's just buy junk, sell antiques. That's a line on the cover. Like, just a simple line that like really the person you love is 72.8% water. And there's a line in here that's in like one of the first pages that like really, it reminds me of certain aspects of the cardistry community as well, where he says that, you know, there's certain people that are concerned with the mechanics rather than the thoughts, with the match rather than the fire. And I think that's just like a powerful analogy for like the essence of, like, you know, some people missing the point or whatever, because these are just like the materials that we have, but there's something about the in-betweens and the spaces that we explore with cardistry and the motions and the ideas that we communicate that's more than just like, you know, what the finger positionings and everything are. And so, like, for me, I know there's a lot of technical cardistry out there, but it should only ever be used to like achieve kind of effect that we want.
Yeah.
Although it can be interesting.
I mean, yeah, it's
So-
also it's also different different strokes for different folks. You know, some people just like being able to do something that is very difficult, and some people do cardistry to make videos, and I think there's a lot of variety in that sense.
Yeah, because I remember as well from the last discussion, you said that because you have like a kind of engineer's approach, that you tend not to look at it as much as far aesthetics, but more so for like the actual mechanics of it and stuff, which is like kind of like your cross entry of interest through magic and whatnot. I think that's perfectly valid because, like as you said, you're not like performing is not like your main priority, and so it's not my intention to like tell people like, what they have to do. But I do think that for what I particularly like to get out of cardistry, those are just like my viewpoints on how I do me.
Yeah. It's interesting because recently I've been working on cuts that are definitely more on the technical side and that try to explore new mechanics. I found myself to have different like phases in my creative pursuits. I don't know. Is this something you feel? I'm curious.
How do you mean?
So, like for example, there was a very like on a very basic level, there was a time where I just only did stuff that involved triangles. I just had triangle sequences and
I see.
Recently, it's a bit more subtle because I've been working on things that are more on the technical side and trying not to reuse mechanics that exist directly and getting away from the C cut and stuff like that. In the future, I think I'm going to go for simpler but more effective thematic things. So, anyways, is this something that you find yourself doing?
I think that how it happens with me is that there's a certain afterglow that happens depending on who I hang out with. So Shivraj, if he's still tuning into this, when he came to Singapore last year, it was really great to just like hang out with him for those couple of days. And like, I think he and I inspired each other a lot after that. And like, I started playing with a little bit more Cardistry kind of stuff and things with different wonky setups. And like, when I met Chase, when I met like Patrick Barnabas and a couple other guys, it really, seeing what they've already established as comfortable in their domain and like trying to like absorb that by osmosis, it really affects like the way that you do stuff. I think the best thing that you can do as like a cardist is to hang out with other good people. Definitely. If you can find them or if you can create them. Like, oh my god, I had like such a surreal moment like a bunch of years ago when I found out that Dimitri got started because he saw one of my videos. It's like one of the most bizarre things because he's like one of my heroes. Like I love Ripple Fan and like everything that Dimitri does. I've been following his work for a long time, really excited for the Monument Project. And then he had this interview on 311 where he's like, yeah, I was just like browsing through like some poker videos and stuff, and I saw this video called Void Deck, so I watched it and like decided to get into cardistry. And I was like, what? So you never know, man. Like you might end up creating your heroes, and that's another reason why like it's good for cardistry to like get more mainstream is that you might end up creating more Dimitris.
Yeah,
and God knows what will happen if we have that. Tate asks, "What's your go-to floor show people don't do cardistry?" And case in point, it's a Riffle Fan. That thing is, it's great for me. It's great for them. Like I like the look of it and also executing it properly and getting like a satisfied, like full one. And the way that I perform it, if you guys have seen me do, is kind of staggered in the sense that like I'll pop it out, hold it, and then like do the reveal. And I like to close it this way and stuff. I know some people collect it the other way, but just like it feels more to make more aesthetic sense to like have it kind of like.
Do you have a sort of journey?
Otherwise, it seems like you're recalling it and stuff, and like people's eyes pop out and stuff. It's something that speaks for itself. It's a great example of like you go to magic conventions sometimes. Like I've shown that to people, like some old jaded magicians, and I'd be like, you know what? I don't like a lot of these card flourishing things, but that was cool. Like it's one of those things that it tries to transcend the bigotry.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely one of my great go-tos. Depending on deck condition, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the next CC by the East Coast again. Like as far as the location for next year's con that like a lot of people are asking about, what we would like to create for Cardistry Con is the impression that it could be like near you like 1 year at any point in time. You know, I think a lot of people in Europe were very like in that part, like in Germany and that area, were very like stoked to find out that it was coming to them this time.
Yeah.
So I think over time, a lot of like places with good cultural history will like get there, like do. So yeah, like I don't think. Well, I'll say that for another time.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yes, we're doing a CCC next year. It's because we announced it so early, back in like January. Like that video I filmed in my bathroom where I did like the riffle with the tally-ho deck, and then there's all of a sudden there's the Germany flag. There's all this gap of time between January, when we announced Cardistry Con's location and date, down to July, and all this time to like fill up. How do you keep people interested and aware of Cardistry Con still? So, you know, Dave and I talked, and you know, we came up with the idea of like a kind of like bringing back WKC, but like having it be like a Cardistry Con thing. And so we came up with like, you know, the structure and the prizes and the build. And you know, in the back of my head, as I'm like putting this all together, I'm aware that like if things don't like line up exactly, like if we miss any deadlines, the whole thing just like crumbles down, because it needs to end up with the two finalists showing their videos at Cardistry Con.
Yeah.
And you know, fortunately, the team that I chose, like the judges and everything, we worked very like well this year, and like, you know, managed to get everything in on time, and everyone submitted their videos like promptly, so it was good. So I don't know how like, you know, management is going to go next year for it. I would like there to be like different judges, and I think that seeing from like, you know, the audition process this year, it'd be good to have more say from the general public about which people make it into the top 10.
Yeah.
Or if it's even going to be like a 10 format next year. Like we'd love to hear people's feedback from how it went, and you know, after Daniel and Zui like hit up against each other in Berlin. So yeah, like it was great this year, and I would like for you know, each year to continue to have this, to push the boundaries, and also just to get people like, you know, to have it be like a thing that happens with Cardistry Con outside of the actual con dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a really great thing. You know, it's cool to see that like it seemed that different people kind of like reigned during each of the rounds. Like I think that like Gallock's entry like made me scream in like round 1 when he had that thing where he did the spin on the finger, and then the cut that transferred from his thumb to his like middle and back.
Yeah.
And then Burger totally took round 2 with that crazy uncut. It's so stylish and laid back, and you know. Then there's Daniel with the most recent round, and he dropped it hard. I hope he has stuff that he's saving. But now it's out of the judges' hands, because we've done all our judging, and it's just going to be the audience votes at Cardistry Con. So, and people get to meet them too. So that's an extra.
I'm really looking forward to meet Daniel, because as it turns out, a couple of ideas he had in his videos are also things that I had come up with independently, obviously a bit differently, because, you know. But yeah, so I really looking forward to jamming with him.
Yeah, Daniel's great. Like he's a bit like when the times I've hung out with him, he's a little subdued, but his creative output in general is very, very like potent. Yeah, he's amazing. Let's see. Backdrop is Bay.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Someone's asking you to do Clockwork Angel.
Clockwork Angel, no.
I've actually been learning Clockwork recently.
Darren's.
Yes.
Yeah, from Reanimation.
What?
From Reanimation. Like Reanimation is a big sequence, like Squeeze and Clockwork and Jigsaw and Lilo and Stitch, I think. It's like Darren's Jackson 5.
Yeah. No, just it's hard. It's too hard. I'm not Darren. But yeah, it's what a good cut, I have to say. Like,
it's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's a big fan. Last year, in New York, asked him if he still did it, but sadly, he doesn't seem to practice it anymore.
It's Darren?
Yeah.
I think if you gave it a couple of days, you probably have it up to working speed.
Yeah.
Like last year before New York, we were like, all right, so everyone's going to ask us to do the moves in airtime. So we got to make sure we get everything consistent so that like when people ask them, you just deliver like a good performance. So Darren, like he got sliced down to like a T. Like he can do that like consistently now. Like, the swing cuts and the fan kick and then down to like the actual kick. And catching everything with a loose deck. It's crazy.
Yeah, what a guy.
What a G. Oh man, I did a lecture with Dynamo back in 2009, and like afterwards I had to message him something, and so I was like, "Hey, what's your email?" Dynamo's like, Dynamo at like hotmail.com, and I was like, Hotmail? It's like, why don't you have Gmail? He's like, because I'm not a G. Like, I always remember that. That's my strongest memory of Dynamo. Because, hey guys, Dynamo here. Okay.
All right, let's see. I don't know how long you want to do this for, by the way. I mean, for me, it's middle of the day, so it's pretty much up to you.
Like, I've tried to scroll back and see like everyone's questions and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of content, so it's a bit hard.
Yeah.
Oh, here's an interesting question. I'm not really trying to do this chronologically, but someone's asking, Matt2DR is asking, do you think one day we will be at a point that we have made all the possible moves and can't create new moves?
That happens. People feel that way all the time. There's a funny thread on Reddit back like in 2012 or something, where this guy's like, "Yo, the community's like come to a standstill, and there's not going to be any further developments. I think this is the furthest the cardistry can go." It's just this really depressing post where he's like, talking about just how everything's stagnated and whatnot. And like, I definitely felt that way for a period of time between 2009 and 2012, and that's like kind of like right before like a lot of the big videos started to go mainstream, and also with like the WKC and like breakouts like Andrew and whatnot. Like, the thing is that you should never use your own lack of foresight to like speak on behalf of like an entire art form, because you don't know what you don't know. And like, I'm so glad that I don't have to be the one to have to come up with everything. That like I can always count on like Shivraj's like ultimate enthusiasm that everything is possible, and like you can do anything and follow your dreams. And stuff. Go on Instagram. We're one of the few art forms where you get to actually see something new every single day, and it's really phenomenal. And with things like Cardistry Con has like these like I don't know, melting pot is the right word, but like these creative hubs for people to get together. It's only going to develop further, and there's people developing stuff in secret. You know, like people who are like really holding on things to make sure that like they release it. Like when Chase came out on the scene with NB3 like a couple of years ago, like it seemed to me that he just kind of popped out of nowhere. I'd never heard of him, and Tony Chang was like, "Yo, I really like this guy's flourishes, man." And I was like, "What? Like, who is he?" And I see this, and all the packets are moving. I'm like, "What?" So just there may be lulls, but just use that time to practice. And then like when people come around and they show you the stuff that you haven't seen before, like at least you'll have used that like lull time to like stay competent and relevant. Like I can very easily get so intimidated by the level of creativity and skill that a lot of people who've been doing this for only a fraction of the time that I've been in are able to put out. And it's so great to me that like they have this great enthusiasm and talent and work that they put into it. And that is what motivates me to try and keep up.
So
it's really great.
It's funny because my approach to this question is that of an engineer / nerd / math nerd, is to think about just fundamentally, you're using 52 cards and your hands can only be in so many positions. So you can consider that there's a finite number of things you could possibly do. The thing is that although that number may be finite, and you have to do some weird constraints because this might not be different as this, but you might consider it the same. So anyways, but although it might be finite, I don't think that number is nearly small enough that you could possibly achieve it in any form of conceivable future.
many people tend to cite the thing about how when you shuffle a deck of cards, you're always creating a new combination because it's like probably like 52 factorial or something. And I think that, like, a really great analogy that I heard from Alan Watts before was he was talking about like a conversation with, you know, the idea of God, right? And asking the idea of God, like, how do you create the mountains? And like, you know, he said that, you know, I can no better tell you how I created the mountains with words than you can drink the ocean with a fork. Like, it's just like a bizarre line, but I think that's like a really great way to summarize like just like the scale of possibilities and also what you're capable of and how many waking hours you have to like try these things and how much time you have to try to get good at certain moves. Like, you know, I'm still trying to work on, you know, skirt, and I'm trying to get that one packet to come out and whatnot. Like, my arsenal is not that big, but I try to, you know, and that's just a subset of all of like the moves and cardistry that are out there. I don't think that we'll ever, like, in our lifetime, see everything that we created, because there's always going to be new people getting into it without like the preconceived notions of like what cardistry is supposed to be. So they're not like set in any like particular way. And there are going to be certain people who get into, like, there might be a guy who like sees Daniel's video and like only does like interlock style cuts because that's what he like got him into it, you know?
Yeah.
In fact, we used to get a lot of hate from the Handlords guides for like packet cuts, you know? If you go on Urban Dictionary and you search for cut kitty, you know, KUTKIDDIE, there's still like an entry from, this is over a decade ago, May 21st, 2005, bashing people who do packet cuts. Cut kitty. Cut kitty is a broad term to define card magicians who only perform endless variations of the same two-handed cut. This term is not strictly reserved for magicians. It can be employed as a derogatory remark meant to insult any card handler's skill. And then the quote, that's the same two-handed cut, but with an extra packet. Harwin sure became a cut kitty. Like, they're talking about Jonas in this post here. And it's so weird that like that was such a like reviled genre of flourishing for a long time that like a lot of people just straight out rejected it. And now that's, some people like only think of cardistry as packet cutting.
Yeah. And it's interesting because, you know, I think, oh man, that was a long time ago. People don't think that anymore. But isolations are like sort of in that realm at the moment. It's stepping out of it, but there are a lot of people who are really hating on isolations and think that it's not cardistry and things like that.
Yeah, and I understand that it's not what people like have. Like, over time, you tend to create rules for yourself about like what meets a standard or whatnot. So something that's outside of that might get like a as good or even better reaction than something that you spend a lot more time on that may not seem as technically demanding and doesn't have the same requirements for its impact. I can see there being some bad blood, in that way, but. You know, haters gonna hate.
As a wise man once said, haters gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. Scrolling up through all the questions. Question, what do you think about Vietnamese cardists? Like, I already said way at the beginning, like, I traveled to Vietnam like last year specifically to meet the guys from Z Cardistry, and it was amazing. They're so good.
Yeah.
Some cardists that are bigger than others, Lucas says, tend to have many people, quote, copying their style, while some others have very unique and mind-blowing concepts and styles. I don't know if there's a question there, but that does happen.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, it's a byproduct. Emulation is a byproduct of, you know, growth in cardistry. That, like, you know, why have there been so many Kickstarter projects with cards nowadays? Why is the custom deck movement such a big thing? We used to just accept that it was Bicycle, Tally-Ho, Aviators, Aladdin's if you were poor. Maybe not so much anymore because they're starting to go up, the blue seeds and whatnot. But yeah, it used to just be that cards were cards and they were made by big companies. But now everyone like has incepted in their heads the idea that, you know, if you get enough of like a crowdfunding or whatever, that you can start a movement and actually have your deck made. And it's really great. And it's only because we've seen other people do this already that we begin to emulate this and know that it's possible. And with cardistry, that's how it grows, that people see this and, like, you know, you don't have to know how it's done, but you know that it can be done. Right? like when I saw World Domination and I'm watching and there's credits and everything, and the bird is like a long distance spinner backflip catch, and I'm like, well, that's something that you can do now. So it's just like creating these different nodes that link up in your head, and you know, as far as what Lucas is talking about copying people's style, like how much style do people have to begin with? It's not something that you automatically have.
Yeah.
Like when I was in Magic, I used to be a huge fan of David Regal's stuff, and this is really cringeworthy to think about, but I used to actually perform a lot of his routines with like the patter and like presentation and script. Everything is verbatim. I didn't think I knew what I was like talking about most of the time.
Yeah.
And because when we get into this, you have these models. I mean, not like Zoolander models, but you have people that you model after, and the goal is you kind of want to become like them someday, at least in what you admire out of that person. So some things will be easy to adapt. I can see that, for example, if you look at like Tim Anany, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, from Russia. You can see there's a big like Tobias influence in the way that he does stuff. Some people call him like the Russian Tobias, and over time, like he's created some stuff that is more like established his own realm of style and creativity. But yeah, like me, I'm hugely influenced by Bone and Dana Dave Buck, and just from the philosophies and stuff that we share for time. Over time, it'll become a hybrid of certain things, and you'll find you. But it's not that easy to come up with your own style like to begin with. And I think some people who have tried to usually end up being derivative of something anyway.
Yeah.
Whether it's like very few people will have videos that they'll look back on that they made like when they're starting out that they be super proud of. I think we all have our own archive of cringe.
Oh yeah.
I definitely do.
Those videos are luckily private. In my case, at the very least. So another thing on style is that also style evolves over time. At least I can tell that's the case for me. I was hugely inspired by Ambrose and did a bunch of stuff because he's quite the baller. Like I think the first move that got me any notoriety, is that the word, was I think I did on Zach's Europe tour, which is this thing. I haven't done it in a while, but
oh, was that in Business App?
Yeah, that was in the Europe tour at some point. And so that's like actually completely blatantly just I wouldn't say stolen, but it's like 100% Ambrose's idea. The rhombus he does, that's based on that. But and also I did a bunch of the triangle stuff was somewhat inspired by him. But regardless, I had this kind of model in a sense, and then I slowly moved away to do different things. But also, I had a period where I did a whole bunch of stuff with Earth Days Go Around, and so you could have, I guess, defined that as my style. But now that's not what I try to do anymore. Now I'm focusing on more weird cuts that have interesting mechanics in them, and then in a couple months, I hope that my style will be something different. And so I think that can also be an approach.
I think a great goal, or maybe this is just me, but when you hear that Christopher Nolan has a new movie coming out, like you'll go see it, like regardless of the subject matter or whatnot. You just know that you're in for something good because he's established a reputation for making amazing films. Watching Inception in theaters for the first time, that was life mind altering. So I hope that the people will develop that out of their own work, in the sense that people don't typecast you to certain moves or whatever, but they expect to be blown away. That's the best that you can have.
Yeah.
That's a guy like that in the community is like this D4I. Whenever he has a new video in YouTube and stuff, just be sure that you'll see some wonky Japanese stuff.
Yeah.
Scrolling back up, back half an hour ago when I thought that that Leo is 10.
Ah, good times. Oh, here's an easy question. Can Kevin do cardistry on a longboard?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't prove it right now, but you know, I don't like doing it with regular cards. I can. It's just that the weather outside is really clammy.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll have Squids to me sometime and like just do one-handed cuts as I'm pumping on the way to the MRT station.
Here's a fun fact. I do unicycling every once in a while. I go unicycle in the forest. It's a fun time. And the nice thing with unicycles is that your hands are free. So you can just do cardistry on unicycle, and it's pretty cool. I've strapped a GoPro to my head and got some good footage. I should do something.
Probably one of the best places to do cardistry on is a merry-go-round. So you're on the horse and stuff. So if you just like squeeze with your leg, then you have your hands free, and then you can do like a Moulin Rouge, and then transition to around the pole.
Yeah.
Of like the thing, and it's going up and down. Just like move the card in the opposite direction. You do a merry-go-round isolation. So the key to this is to make sure that like firstly the horse, like as it goes down, you move up and opposite. And if you run around in the opposite direction that the merry-go-round is going, then you'll isolate yourself in the same position. So the key to getting an isolation inside of an isolation is to do a padiddle, but to run in the opposite direction that the padiddle is spitting, so the card just stays in the middle of the air as your body's getting padiddled by the card inside of the merry-go-round that you're running in the opposite direction of.
Right, of course.
Yeah. Why you would do this, I don't know, but you can.
It's a possibility.
Let's see. A lot of people asking to join the Virts. I don't think people quite understand like what we do. If you guys want to answer all the emails that I have to deal with on a daily basis, be my guest. Marcus is talking about my turn's next victim for Cardistry Con. There is no next victim. It's gonna be Andre again. It's a rematch.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be a rematch.
But Andre's
I've talked to both of them. Oh, so yeah, we've got a really cool presentation from Andre at the con.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
It is good. Any powder? People already asked that. All right, I think I scrolled up to like the max that it would load. So let's see if there's anything new down here.
Yeah, there's an interesting one recently.
Hudson's asking. Oh, yeah, I remember meeting Hudson last year at Cardistry Con. How long does it take us to fully complete creating a flourish? Oh boy, it really depends. Sometimes things are just like done, like you conceptualize it and you figure out the handling and they're done. And other times it takes you like a couple of years to figure out a connection between a couple things. So for the longest time, I had this one-handed cut that was just this here. You do this, and this packet would end up in this kind of ice cream cone sort of grip. Didn't know a way out of it one-handed. I just practiced it a lot, and I had this for a while. And then, Jaspis had this one move where he did this like kick, and the card was sent back around the pack. And I don't know why, but I had the idea to place that packet to get kicked around, and that's the genesis of Satellite.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
But it took me like 2 years to make that connection. So you'll have stuff sometimes that, like I said, will just come to you automatically, and like it's already done. It's just a matter of like practicing it. And there's other things that are going to take you like a long time to put together.
Yeah, for me, there's kind of two dynamics. Either there's a couple, but either I have an idea in mind and I try to realize it, or I might have like a specific, and it's the kind of thing where you actively try to find like a closer to a cut or an opener that leads into this or something like that. Other times there's like for a while I had this idea where like I would go like this and go back. And then I was stuck here for months, and then eventually I got the idea to like move forwards, and got into this grip. And so what this cut is now looking like is something like this. Oops. let me click on myself. Just think it. Yeah. So now it's looking like this. The other thing with this cut that's interesting is that for a long time, I had the idea for how it should look, but I couldn't actually do it. So I had no idea whether it was actually good or not, which is another difficult aspect. So I guess the simple answer, at least for me, is that it really depends. But you can do things actively, but I think that you can definitely lose out on possibilities if you rush the creative process.
Yeah, I think that the way I look at creativity is that most of the things that I've come up with are just happy accidents that I've then like honed in on and developed.
Yeah.
So, it'll just be that like when you're practicing sometimes a mistake will lead to like a different path that like a cut could take, move. And so you say like, what if I did this instead, but made it intentional? And out of that, well, this, for example, the development of Snake Charmer. Snake Charmer is it's satellite, but just gone in a completely different direction because the opener is the same. It's a Z that breaks into like revolution, and the other hand has like this sort of grip that's happening. But instead of like twisting all the way like satellite, this thing is now getting like this packet here, then starts to move and it's flipped and stuff. And so that was just a series of like from here, what do I do, and then what do I do, and then what do I do. So
yeah, and I think that's actually one thing that I've noticed as well is that I say that I might start with a mechanic and then move from there in both directions, either getting into that mechanic and somewhere else. And those mechanics are things that I find when I just sit on my bed for an hour and a half straight, and I get to a point where I have no idea what I'm doing, but things are happening. A lot of it is really crap, but every once in a while there's something that's actually kind of good, or like I can see something that's there, that there's something there, and yeah, and then I might try to explore something and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So there's a lot of intention in creating, but there's also a lot of trial and error.
Yeah, there is, and I think that I know there are some people who will have like a specific vision and intention, and then they'll do whatever it takes to achieve that idea. So Aviv and Dimitri are a couple of examples of like guys who are capable of that. For me, I'm primarily like a fiddler, and if I happen to have like a webcam on, it helps me to be able to evaluate what it is that I'm doing, so that I can design stuff that has a little bit more presentational focus on it. But I think that Upside Down Utopia is asking, it doesn't matter how knowledgeable you are when you create a flourish. Can someone create a flourish with little knowledge? And I think that people don't need a lot of knowledge to create with a flourish necessarily. It'll help, but what you do need is good taste, because it's very easy to come up with like really crappy flourishes, just like because there's no instructions for this, and you don't know the process behind how someone developed their taste to create a flourish. You would just think that it's moving packets from like one way to another, when really there is, with certain like really good cuts, the kind of underlying sense of rhythm and intention and direction that's headed in. Like, I had heard about a conversation that Tobias was having with someone a while ago where he said like, isn't it weird that we can look at something and say like that makes sense, or like that doesn't make sense. Like, what does that even mean?
Absolutely.
You guys have seen that thing that Patrick put up recently, right? Where he had the thing with two packets, and he just like did a single motion, and they both like shot back into the deck in like this really like satisfying like open grip, and then to a close.
Yeah,
like,
I remember the feeling I had when watching that, but I don't remember what it is. So I'm gonna look for it real quick.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. So like why is it that is so like aesthetically pleasing and surprising as well? Is it like a technical thing? Is it like an aesthetic thing? And what do you like out of it? So you have to develop that like taste, and also the understanding that it's I talked about it with Chase before, like when you're doing packet cuts, you're kind of creating like these fourth dimensional sculptures that only exist in time. Like you're weaving a kind of pottery style, this like shape that doesn't exist if only in performance.
Yeah. I think one approach that I would like to see more of is to create cuts that are pretty significantly thematic. So One example I have of that, like,
Is the something Sisyphus?
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Like that's one. It was quote unquote easy to create because I knew exactly what I was trying to achieve. I had this idea of like a thing falling down, right, and I was supporting it throughout. Now, of course, it's a bit difficult to be able to like. As soon as I had like a mechanic in the middle, then I could grow forwards and backwards in time to create that that aesthetics. And I don't know, it's something I've been doing less of, but I want to do more of. Is, you know, think of like one thing I want to give the certain impression, and then work from there. So like another idea that I currently kind of have up in the air, but I don't have a good cut for, is the idea of just packets being just parallel to me and just showing like a wall. And so right now
Dom posted something today that had like a really interesting perpendicular packet. That you know, and that might actually be an interesting way to segue from something that's more top down and packet cutting into something that has a sort of grid style.
Yeah. That's something I've been thinking about, but again, I haven't found quite the seed to get a good cut out of it.
A little tease of one of my Cardistry Con talks, but I'm actually citing something Sisyphus in one of my presentations at Cardistry Con. Wow. Shouts out to Matty B reps.
Yeah, actually, spoiler alert, my next video involves just me rapping. That's it.
Did you get a lot of people confusing Hector's move with yours because of the similar names? You know, Spook and Spock.
Yes, I don't exactly remember how, but I remember someone pointing that out somewhere.
Yeah, because it kind of came out around the same time, didn't they?
Yeah, by complete accident.
That should happen more in like the, you know, just trying to, because it could potentially have you writing on like the related tags or whatever.
Yeah.
Or the autocorrect. Did you mean Spook? So Matt TDR is asking, what is the think that you're the most proud of in your Cardistry life? Like one of the highlights is creating Dimitri, of course, but I'm really glad to have been a part of the last and the current Cardistry Con. It's been my dream ever since I used to be on the Cheater forums back in 2004 to like meet all these people, to have like a big gathering where everyone could hang out with each other. Like it wasn't even, I never thought at the time that I would be the person helping to organize it, but like I just wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
You know, because that was when, you know, it outside of all the homework and assignments and like, you know, just day-to-day Senate drudgery, like going online and like being a part of that community was what I always looked forward to.
Yeah.
And you know, now that that's become like a reality and stuff, it means a lot to me. And also just being able to work with like a really close group of my friends with the Virts and stuff. We have a really good chemistry, and you know, myself, Josh, Jeremy, Darren, Huron, like each one of us is an important component of the group itself. And you know, it's something I could never have done on my own, right? Like, we weren't sure this was going to work out. We're doing this job that had never been done before, like doing like a company that is not a magic company and focusing solely on cardistry. How does that even work? And you know, it wasn't easy starting out, but because we had each other, it was encouraging to know that we had each other's backs, and that if we ever failed, at least, you know, you'd have 4 of the losers to go down with you. But fortunately, we live in the reality where that didn't happen. So, yeah.
Actually, did it ever feel close to that? Like, did it ever feel close to everything crumbling?
No, because I mean, there was a period of coasting, but there was never a point where we felt like we were going to, you know, go bankrupt or lose money or anything. It was just we weren't certain how far we could go with it. It's just that we were happy to just do what we were passionate about, you know, as a pursuit. And that's another reason why I'm really glad that the cardistry community is growing and stuff. It's that, you know, this is something that has potential to branch out. Like, big ups to Dan and Dave recently, you know, because they've had it so that it's art of magic, and then they're also establishing the Dan and Dave brand as like a lifestyle apparel, accessory kind of thing. And I think that's great because they have like a really strong branding from there. You can always expect like really good custom-made luxury products from the bros. And yeah, there's really good people. Like, I think that's another thing that I really am very proud of in just the trajectory of my cardistry life, is that I've just happened to be in places where I got to meet good people.
Yeah.
I was in Singapore and I got to meet the legend Beaudouin himself, who is such an instrumental part of early cardistry. A lot of people like just remember him for Anaconda, I Cut, and Angel, but it's so much more than that. He created like Facebook before Facebook, with Cheater's Cheater. It's incredible. And you know, when I went to film school, I lived about an hour away from the Bucks, and I kind of made a point to try and see them about once a month. Developed a great, you know, friendship with them, and that was kind of an impromptu mentorship that happened throughout the years. Just going to like, you know, spend a day with them and you know, hang out. And we wouldn't always talk card stuff. We sometimes just like go see a movie or whatever. But like, they were at that point starting to live what you know, we kind of wanted out of our own lifestyle, which is being able to work on these projects, promoting the art, whatever that entailed. And you know, I learned a lot about them from production, a lot about them as far as like networking and just being good, reliable people. Like, they've got one of the best work ethics out of anybody, and they can be a little shy at first, at least they were when you know, back then. So was I. But like, the more you get to know them, like, they're fantastic people.
Yeah.
And Ricky is the best. What else we got here? So Joel is asking about how to incorporate cardistry with magic. And you know, a lot of people talk about keeping them separate and stuff, and I can see the time and place for that, and I will do that sometimes where I'll only show people cardistry. But you have to think about your intention. So for me, if my intention is to educate people and introduce them to cardistry, then I try to leave magic out of it, because magic is so great and interactive and powerful that it can kind of overshadow it, just because there's so much more history to magic. Magic's been around for thousands of years. Cardistry has only like 20 years of independent development at most. How do you expect them to like compete on like as deep of a level? But outside of that, on its own, there's still a lot of great stuff going in for cardistry. So if you present that in and of itself, it's really phenomenal. It's just that, you know, if you go back earlier into the chat and see what I talked about with like the riffle shuffle and the Faro shuffle and everything, what I forgot to expand upon back then is that for relating cardistry to lay people, you have to find the overlap, because it's so abstract and niche and kind of unrelatable to begin with, that if you don't have like a cross entry point, then you know, people kind of don't understand what you're doing. Which is why the spring is a great example of like another like cross point of interest, because something a lot of people are familiar with, and then from there you can be like, oh, so there's that, and there's stuff like this, and you know, some people do it upside down, and then you can do that stuff there. So as far as how to incorporate the two, sometimes my intention will just be to treat people to a fun visual experience. I don't want to convince them that like I have superpowers or that magic is real. And like, you know, if the like, I had to make this judgment call during certain segments of my gig at the bar recently, where some people, they seem like just more in the mood for something more interactive and stuff. So I did a hybrid of cardistry and magic, and I probably got like, you know, a lot of invisible hate from the purists who are like, you know, you don't want to show off your skill and whatnot. But sometimes you just want to create like the experience and impression for people that you're a person who can do anything with cards. You know, a lot of people, and this probably includes you, Matt, like they'll know you as the card guy, because like that's your main and specialty. And like they said, like he's a card, but you guys know that he only does shuffles, right, and not magic and stuff. They kind of expect, like Elliot's video, A Run Rabbit, one of the first major viral cardistry videos. Like, it's all this crazy stuff, and at the end of it, he does like a couple color changes, and it still gets great reactions. You know, it's just that people don't have the same distinction that we have about what we do. It's how you like put it across your presentation. And for me, sometimes I want people to remember cardistry, I don't matter. And sometimes I want people to remember me And then in that case, it's whatever I do, it's just as long as I communicate my own personality honestly and do a good performance and a good job at what I'm doing, it's great. So yeah, like as far as how to incorporate the two, like I don't have any specific tips on like what steps to take, but I do think that as with show and tell, when you do cardistry and magic, the way I approach performances is that I see it as sharing something that means a lot to me and trying to get other people to appreciate it as much as I do. I love watching people talk about things that they're passionate about, because regardless of the subject, it'll always come through. And then, it's contagious, that kind of love for something. And I spend most of my time with this. I know this inside out. And like, I want to have people experience that kind of like not single-minded, but like that kind of pursuit that like amplifies what's possible with something because you look beyond what people assume out of it. Because this is something that's lying in the dressers of many people around the world, dormant and like, brought out every now and then for like a friendly game of cards that ends with the table being tossed over. But they don't know that all this stuff is possible with it. And you get to show them that, and they see this and they'll never look at it the same way again.
Yeah.
So, we all have that capacity, and we owe it to the people that we want to try and introduce this to make it so the first time they see cardistry is, memorable in a good way. Because if you're a bad magician, they don't have a bad impression of magic. You're just a bad magician. But if you're like a bad cardist, then you have zero impact whatsoever. They just don't remember it. So in a sense, we get let off the hook a little easier, and the funny thing is that in magic, people say, "Oh, do you see that guy who like ripped off his own head and then like he like stuffed it and stuff?" And then you feel, "Oh man, no, I can't compete with that crazy camera trick that they've done, and it's now awkward, right? I can't do any of this crusader stuff." But in cardistry, people are like, "Oh, I saw this video where this guy did this thing," and you're like, "I know that dude. I hang out with that guy." Yeah, so it's really cool that like, look, we're in a great time. Everyone important, except for I guess Charlie and Paul, is still alive. We can still ask them questions. We can still meet them at Cardistry Con, and these people are still coming up with things. I'm really interested to see, like, in a couple of centuries' time, I won't see it, but like, hypothetically, down the line, people are looking back at this period, because we do have all these records that are like being built right now through the Instagram and YouTube archives. And this conversation is going to be like saved on YouTube itself, and there's a couple articles that are written on WeShuffle like that. But there's some things that are going to be forgotten, some things that are going to be remembered and like maybe misinterpreted and other things like that. We know what it's like because we're in it, but what's going to last and what isn't. It's no one foresaw Instagram becoming like the new outlet and savior of cardistry in the last few years.
Yeah.
But now no one questions it. And what's the next big thing that's going to come along? I don't know, but people at Cardistry Con might be proffering their own like avenues for stuff. Like I'm really excited for my shuffles to drop. The Cardistry Touch app.
Yeah,
that looks really great.
Yeah, I'm really interested into. Well, I mean, I'm currently a software developer, so I'm also interested as an engineer how they're going to do the different things that they plan on doing. I talked to them about it a while back, like. I was back in France over the winter, and I met up with Dimitri and Ladislas, and we talked about it a couple things. And yeah, it's I'm pretty excited about it. It'll be interesting.
Can you say that last part again? I think it dropped out for a second. You met with Dimitri and Ladislas, and
over the winter break, and we talked about a couple of things. I guess I shouldn't talk about any details because I don't know what's going to be in
they're gonna like present.
But it's pretty cool. It's something that I'm looking for to use myself, because currently what I'm doing in my cardistry workflow is functional, but not optimal.
Yeah, I've got a little post-it note over here. I'm making it blurry so people don't screen cap it later on. Just the moves that like I'm proud of, and it fits on like a little post-it note. And I remember I talked to Dimitri on Skype once, and I was like, "So how many moves do you have, man?" And he's like, Let me open up my spreadsheet. Let me open that. 140,000. What? What are you? What did I create? Oh. Yeah, but like only half of them are good. I'm like, that's still 70 moves. Crazy.
Yeah.
Cola Wins Game says, I really felt something awesome from viewing Andre, Now You See Me Too. Best scene in the movie, by the way, the cardistry scene. Viewing Zach in a credit card commercial and seeing the first discovery. I remember reading about the concept of not doing cardistry for money, but appreciating a living and publicity out of cardistry. How do you view that concept in your realm/experience? I don't know where he's quoting that, but I can see the sentiment. And I always think about what this one person said, about money, which is that I only ever want to have enough money to not have to worry about money. And with where I am with the Virts currently, I mean, I'm in that spot where it's just that I get to focus on like what I want to do. And you know, the thing is that money is just stuff tickets, right? You need to get the stuff.
Yeah.
That gets you from day to day. If you can like sustain like, you know, the food tubes and also just keep basic hygiene going and also enjoy certain diversions, then you're fine, I think. I don't need anything particularly mega fancy. So
I mean, you already have your yachts, so you know, pretty much all set.
Yeah, actually Darren has a land yacht, which is like a little land yacht dinghy longboard. So that's the closest we'll get to an actual yacht. Yachtistry. So Yachtistry. So Tobias had an interesting point. He says that like, you know, if I wanted to make money, like why would I do it doing cardistry? This is like one of the worst ways for you to earn money because like, you know, you're competing with so many other people who are just offering stuff for free online. And, you know, I would get more like working at McDonald's or something. That's not exactly what he said, but the sentiment is there.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it's great that because we have an actual business plan and like, you know, projections and an idea of where we're headed and what we want to contribute. The idea is not that we just happen to be doing cardistry stuff and now we've sold out and trying to monetize it, but we want to create things that make cardistry better, that are things that we would and do use. And, you know, are things that facilitate for people, things that we never had ourselves when we were starting out. Like so much of the growth of cardistry is due to the fact that it's easier to find places that teach you things these days. Like earlier on in our conversation, I talked about how like I only had show off and cap cuts, and you know, maybe I could borrow the Encyclopedia of Playing Card Flourishes from Bohm, but that was like huge and indecipherable at the time to me.
Yeah.
You know, and now like MB3 is like on Tier 11, and you can like watch all the dealers grip tutorials, and it's great. And we've got some basics on the Virts.com. So you know, there's so much available out there to at least give you a running start, and the culture and the prevalence of stuff in the community just makes it so there's like a friendly like competition going on where like you kind of see what's popular, and you know, people starting out, I assume, kind of try to want to get to that level as well. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to take a quick break to, you know, get some more water and also use the restroom. But like I see there's still a lot of questions, and I'm down to do like all of them. Like, are you in a rush or anything?
No, it's the weekend.
Right, let's smang it. I'll be right back.
Cool. Well, chat, it's just me and
you and Jigglypuff.
Cool. So I lied, actually. It's you, Jigglypuff, and I now. So yeah, someone. Let's see if I can answer some questions myself. Ooh, what defines success? That's a question I'm gonna look into. Troublemaker asking, any tips on what to do when you have 4 variations on a cut? I can talk from my personal experience. I mean, one thing that you can do is figure out, well, you know, these cuts are, this cut is better than this one. It just fundamentally is. So, you know, you could just ditch some of them. Alternatively, you could just keep doing all of the different variations. There's nothing wrong with that. I have an entire video called Ernest Got Around, which is all about variations on the Ernest Go Around. That's completely fine. You can also try doing things like blending them together, I suppose. It's not something that I can recall doing myself, but I'm sure that it's a thing. So yeah, I mean, it's I guess it's one of those whatever floats your boat situations. So yeah, hope that helps. I'm curious to see what Kevin thinks actually about that. So someone's asking if I can do a 360 fan. Now, are you ready for this? This is going to be something. What? Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about Riffle fan, then technically yes. I'm not going to do it now because my hands are a bit on the sticky side. But yeah. Ooh, Kevin's back.
Hey.
I have a quick question for you.
All right.
So, do you struggle with having a lot of variations on a cut? And how do you feel about that? Is your creative process kind of linear and you just always have one thing that you're working on, or does it branch off a lot?
I think that for me to have something in my creative repertoire that deserves a name, it has to be distinctive enough from something to be something that I would want to do over something. The way that I see variations is that oftentimes, imagine that you're writing a Word document, right? And then when you save over the previous version, then it creates like this new version. It doesn't create like these duplicates unless you have conflicting changes. And I think that happens sometimes when people aren't committed to one or the other. So usually when I have something that I try to do on a regular basis, I try to make it like the ultimate version of what that is. Not to say it's the best, but just like how far I can
blending them together, kind of.
Yeah. And sometimes it'll have like different, because let's say Sybil. I've got a few variations of Sybil, and one of them is a Huron concept of doing this here and then like reversing it, right? So it's reversible. And then the other one is like to do Sybil and then to just take this packet and toss it. So that's off the hook. And it really is like the intention of like what I want to demonstrate. So I don't think I'm going to do Sybil variation. I think I'm going to demonstrate the concept of reversibility, or I'm going to demonstrate an aerial that comes from Sybil. And then sometimes it really is just based on the flow. And so like, from there, there's the lavender lap dance thing that I do a lot. But yeah, I think that a lot of the cuts that I practice are not a lot of the cuts that I perform for people. And also when it comes to videos, I'm very selective about what I have. So, yeah, like it comes down to a matter of decisiveness, I guess, and like how different something has to be to warrant being like called a significant variation. Because like I said just now, Snake Charmer is a variation of Satellite, but they don't look that similar in terms of where they go. They start with that same kind of opening. So over here, we're splitting open two realities, where in one reality I'm doing Satellite and the other is Snake Charmer. Because it could be either way. But depending on like, what I want to show people and like how it flows into what I'm doing, or if I just, want to show them something, like, hey, have you seen Snake Charmer before? Then I'll just do one over the other. So, there's a reason why it's not called Satellite too, just because it's kind of gone in like a completely different direction.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something I've noticed myself doing a lot is like, for example, my last video is called Ernest Got Around. It involves all the things that I've thought of that remotely connect to Ernest Go Around. Right now, I'm in a period where I'm doing a lot of things that are based off of the Nebula.
Nebula.
Yeah, I have like a solid.
Do you know
cuts.
This one? It's Nebula, and you curl your finger underneath, and if you extend your finger, it'll create like a spin.
Yep. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite like takes on it. It's great.
Yeah, there's a guy in Montreal, Carson, sorry, who has an interesting thing with that. It's interesting. I could probably show some things off, though my hands are getting a bit sticky, but
yeah, you Squids, man.
But this is what I've been working on recently. And it's still rusty because I haven't quite figured. Actually, my hands are just way too sticky. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to be a copycat and use the restroom. I'll be back.
Okay. So I'll just like respond to some of the questions that people are asking here.
Yep, good.
Let's see. Instagram, Netherlands. Lucas is talking about us sitting here talking for 2.5 hours. Like, I guess it is. Like, it's 3:30 now. We started at 1. I've been in conversation with other Cardists sometimes that have lasted longer than this, entire afternoons or evenings. I hang out with Harpan a lot in Singapore, and we end up like just joking around and coming up with things and laughing a lot. I think it's just something I've gotten accustomed to. But yeah, like if you got to make sure you stay hydrated, especially in the Singapore weather. Let's see. People speaking Dutch down here. So Andres is asking why it's called Snake Charmer. And the thing is that when I came up with the choreography for this year, you know, I found that to have both the hands one way, like one behind the other, gave you the best view of like the synced motions of the packet, like spins. And it reminded me of the way that actual Snake Charmer like uses like a flute to have like, you know, the snake come out of the basket and stuff. So there's that kind of imagery of like, you know, this here and then like that motion happening in two spaces that are like linked like this. And so, you know, there's a creation of that imagery. And also it's like this basket that's entrapping the snake at the end. So it's just something that when I have that name, it helps me to remember what the move is, because like visually in my head, that's how I see it. Someone's asking about doing a Tobias one-handed cut. What has he got? Like, one of my favorite combos to do, and like I'm not very good at this with cards, is to do you know, judo into plinko, right? And then end it with trigger. It's just like a really satisfying combo, and because of the ways that you know, the squids like tend to roll, it's really good. I try to do a couple of those things like V cuts and whatnot, but I just haven't got the same flow that he has. It's really phenomenal. I love watching Tobias' stuff. Do I ever make a flourish and get addicted to it? How do you stop? I mean, the question is, why would you stop? The whole point is that you come up with things that are really comfy sometimes. They don't all have to be comfy, but if they are, it just makes it so that you just keep doing it. And, you know, that's one of the things I like about Dave's flirt move, is that this is one of my favorite flourishes, because it's like a really nice fidget, and you get like so much out of so little. Let's see.
And actually, potentially more on that. I don't know what the question was, but on addictive moves, those are the type of things that you'll be messing around for a while, and then eventually you'll mess it up in some way, and then find like an interesting derivative, and that can throw you on a whole track for you know.
How Raccoon was, you know, is also like a happy accident, which is that there's the one card pop-up move that we all know and do and love. Shouts out to Elliot Slevin for having doing things, taking this to a new level. And my friend had a reverse pop-up move where he did this and he get a card angled that way. So he used it in the context of like some kind of worm variation. So he would do this here and then like get like that out and then have this out there or something. But I was practicing this one day and it snagged on my thumb. And then, you know, I was like, this is an interesting initial kind of thing to have. And eventually I got it to, you know, make a fuller round. And after practicing that for a while, I was able just to get like, you know, a one single movement from that. And it's all because, you know, I messed up when I was practicing that one move there.
Yeah.
Kev Carlson's asking how many decks I have. There's, you know, my wardrobe has like 3 sections. There's clothing on top, and the middle section is just all cards. But I've got like, I don't use all of them. I'm hoping to like find ways to card destroy or get rid or sell some of the ones that I have, because like I haven't bought cards in a long time, but I've just happened to, you know, people will give them me sometimes, or I'll just have like ones that you know, you go to conventions and whatever, and you get cards. So yeah, like for each release of our deck, you know, we each get about a gross of the cards to use and do whatever we want with. So ever since then, I haven't really had to buy cards.
Yeah, that makes sense. I still have a lot of most of the cards actually from the ICO thing, partially because, well, first of all, they're all EPCC cards which never die.
Yeah, they're indestructible.
And also, I just have really low standards for how long I'll use my cards for. Like I'm using the deck I use when I go out. I was given to me like a year ago by Mori, and it's like beyond poop deck level, but it's fine. It still functions as cards, and I'm okay with that.
It's nice to have a poop deck lying around sometimes,
Oh, yeah.
just so you can like experiment with certain things. Like,
Yeah.
let me see. So, let's see, I can show you guys this. I just have to remove some top secret stuff. Okay, so this is the only little box of cards that I have that's lying next to my desk, and it's made out of cards. So I took some plaids from Dan and Dave, and those cubes that I use for the Cardistry, I actually arranged them in a different format to make like this card holder. So this will hold a brick just casually, and
Nice.
I just have a bunch of decks that are hanging around for casual use.
Yeah.
So they're different types of decks at different conditions, and depending on like what I'm trying to do or stuff, I'll just use a different pack.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the Cardistry Con decks to come in the mail. I've been seeing a lot of people receive them, and a lot of people saying they've been handling really well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think Ben did a great job.
USPCC?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's been long enough since I last answered a question by Troublemaker, so I'll get to the one that he's been reposting at least 7 times right now, which is if you were to explore different genre of cardistry, interlocking cuts, fans, ISOs, cardistry, which would it be and why? I mean, I've explored all of them, and it's not often that I just do videos of them like overall, but I think that if I wanted to really explore like a different genre of cardistry, it would be shadow work, which sounds super random and like out of place, but I've always been a fan of when they have these garbage structures and they shine a light through it and it makes like this like Star Wars mural or something like that.
Yeah.
And the thing is that because you have this malleable form in your hands, and also with Rioma's concept of sliders, you can do like anything you want. And it doesn't have to look good here, but when you shine a light through it, it can create like a really cool pattern. So I wonder if I can demonstrate this as an example here.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I found the difficulty with that is that your hands are kind of there. It's hard to have them. At least I've played with the idea a tiny bit, but yeah.
Let's see. So I'm gonna have to maybe put this in my mouth or something. I don't know. This is like Cloverfield cam right now. People look,
oh man.
Going on? So I don't know if you can see that, but it's a way to get the Virtuoso logo out of like a triangle shape.
Oh yeah.
So that's something that I accidentally discovered about a year ago, which is, if you have a triangle that you create and you put your index finger, so it's crossing over this point.
Yeah.
Then when you shine a flashlight through it, it'll actually make the Virtuoso logo because it's the same blockage in the V that our logo there. And it's too soon, Sam, too soon. So yeah, like a while ago, I was also playing with this thing that a girlfriend of mine at the time had come up with, which is like the little Batman thing. I think some of you may have seen Andre doing it recently, especially with the cape and everything.
Yeah.
The deck knight. But yeah, creating forms out of like cards is something that's been around for a while, and some of it's a little cheesy, but it's always really fun. I actually like during like the gig I had last week, I did Jedrick's like Pringle thing.
Oh yeah.
And like it's just easily like one of the funniest like moves.
Yeah.
It's great. I love it. And the fact that you can get into it one-handed too, it's just like it's awesome.
Yeah. He's done some interesting stuff with those as well.
Yeah, Jedrick's got some really interesting forms. I think that it probably just needs to be framed like a little better. But
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's really like left field kind of thinking.
Yeah.
And Pringle is great. It's so awesome.
Right, let's see.
Another question that Upside Down Utopia asked a while ago. And Cola Wins asked another interesting question. But Upside Down Utopia is saying, is it better to think of utility moves or any floors for that matter as concepts and not techniques? You know, I think that what you have with the utility move, I don't know, what's an example that you can think of, Matthew, as utility?
I mean,
maybe the most recent one is like, you know, in Oliver's book, he has a couple of pages where it's just teaching this here, which is what he calls Charlier add-on, which is, you know, a way to do a Charlier differently so that you're left in a position where you can do like trigger and stuff. And, you know, it's just a thread of a concept of like, you can take what people say literally sometimes and then just use that, and then it becomes like a move. But if you take like the concept itself of like, you know, ending a flourish differently to open up a new avenue for exploration, then you can take it in a different direction. So a person who's great at taking little things and running with them is Shivraj. Because I remember last year, I just showed him, like, I was a couple things in my head. I was like, I know if I share them with Shiv, I'm going to weaponize this dude. But we'll see, like, where he can take it. So I taught him this thing here, which is a classic bar bet thing. You know, the locking cards.
Yep.
Where you can put one here. And within, like, a half hour, Shiv actually came up with a way to do this with 5 cards instead of 6. So he'd taken like this ancient, you know, classic thing and already had an improvement on it. And it was because, like, you know, not only had I showed him the particular setup for this, but it's also the concept of getting cards to be put into a formation that allowed them to cohesively, you know, stay together and whatnot. So if you look at this as like a utility, there is the actual like formation, which is like the technique of it, and then there's the actual concept of like putting stuff together so that they lock into place.
Yeah.
And then from there, like, you know, a lot of this stuff is conceptual blending. So like, you know, we joked about Turbine, and then the Madman actually went and did it. So if you've seen the little video I have on Instagram or Shivraj's part in the Orbit Jam, you'll see him doing Turbine with like one of these formations here.
Yeah, and then
it's more this like five card structure. It's the same thing except the middle card is you know, placed diagonally so that you can weave it in this way.
Yep.
And it's such like a simple leap in logic, but you know, you wouldn't expect anything less out of Shiv.
Yeah. Also really looking forward to meeting him.
Oh yeah, it's great. And so Cola Wins game asks another question, which is what defines success?
Yeah.
Ooh. You know, when you complete a goal in any game, or if you like do something with a machine that works, you get like a green like line that comes up and a check mark and a big thumbs up, and it says success, because success is just reaching your goals.
Yeah.
So like it just depends, like what are your goals? And in my case, what I want to try and do with Cardistry is make it so that I make enough money with it that it is the only thing I need to focus on. and then also be able to share it with people so that they have a good impression of it. And um, for any person who like um, I meet who has questions about it, for me to be able to answer them in the same way that I wish that I had, and also that to kind of pass it forward what people like Bone and the Bucks have done for me in the past. Because there's no way I can fully repay them directly for like how much they helped me over the years, but by like just sharing the experience that I have forward with people, I feel that whenever like the other week, a guy, I think we're in Indonesia, came to Singapore, and like he actually is not a really big part of the cardistry scene online. I don't even think he had Instagram or anything. He just like knew about us from seeing us on Discovery, and got into cardistry and stuff.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'd shown him a couple flourishes that he hadn't really seen before, and like one of them was a lapel spread. And over the course of like half an hour of like workshopping with him and like correcting his handling and pointing out certain tips and stuff, like he actually managed like to get like a decent lapel spread down. You know, for completely zero experience to like at least having all the fundamental knowledge to have the good basics in place, so that it's just a matter of time and comfort. And that's I felt that I was successful in that realm of being able to have people firstly appreciate the details of something and also reach measurable results for what they want to do.
Yeah.
So I think that it's very easy for a lot of people to think that success is like, you know, having a bunch of cars in a garage and, you know, just bags of money that you could dive into. And if that's what your goals are, that's, you know, completely fine. I just have different things that give me satisfaction out of life, and like, you know, doing for other people what Bone and Dan and David did for me when I started out. It's a way for me to relive that experience through someone else, and it's the closest I can get to being what they were to me. And you know, they changed my life. Like, there's no other way around it. They literally changed my life.
Yeah. It's interesting because, I mean, as you said, you know, success really depends on what your goals are. In my case in particular, I pretty much have. I really am not interested in trying to make a living out of cardistry, just because I have other interests that I want to do. There's other stuff I want to do. So to me, the success I could have in cardistry, on a bit of an egotistical level, is I would really like. I think I'd be. I'm trying to put this, but yeah, I would see like a solid milestone for me to be seeing people perform a move I created and made a tutorial for, and yeah, just straight up, for example, that would be a pretty good milestone for me. Something could be proud of. There's a couple things, like, you know, the ICO is a pretty explicit form of success, but
as close as I could get.
yeah, it's I mean,
I played around with getting into it from like swing cuts. So you do in jogs and out jogs alternating.
Yeah.
And then you sort of like diagonally shift it to get in that position. But yeah.
Yeah, actually, when I basically came up with that during Cardistry Con last year. I had the idea for a while, but like I didn't actually have an opener for it. I was talking to oh wow, I can't remember his first name. I know his last name, Shenyu, Anthony Shenyu. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him about it. And of course, what he proposed, said, "Oh, you know, you could get into it like from a molecule, and do it from there."
Oh yeah,
which is like,
and
totally
that's
relatable.
another thing about what we were mentioning just now about utility moves and everything. There's a thing that I haven't really published, but it's the idea of doing a much larger in jog out jog for molecule, and then setting this packet in the center. So now you can do a strip out that, like, you know, turns that packet, which creates like a really different mechanic, because everyone is so used to, you know, this is where that goes and this is where it goes, where it's aligned. But if you just change the dynamic so that now you have a misalignment another way or anything. In fact, a molecule itself started off as a slight change to something that you know, a lot of people are kind of set in their ways about, which is, you know, this is the Z grip.
Yeah.
but you just use a different finger at a different point, and now you free up
Yeah.
these fingers to be able to do stuff with it. And like that, like minor change opened up like a whole realm of possibilities for you know, what you can do with that grip.
Yeah, just based on that idea, I was just thinking you could do something like have this, just boop, triangle.
Yeah.
Based on
And you could possibly even do it one-handed if you just use some momentum and stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's a thing that I'm not going to do right now, but I might film a video of it like next week. It's called Molecule 2 Death Strike.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I like it already.
Let's see. What other questions we got here?
Yeah.
Lucas is asking again, do you think talking in person with other cards improves your flourishing? Ever since I've been talking with Matt for the past, like, 3 hours, I've just become so much better as a cardist. But I think that for your cardistry, there's something about having there's two ways to amass experience and knowledge and learning. There's the broad approach where like you kind of see a lot of things over the course of like a really short amount of time, and that's kind of what it is with Instagram, where you scroll through your feed and you see like all these little things. And there's kind of like a deeper approach where like that sometimes happens with me and Zui, where like we'll be sitting down just like working on like a single thing in like absolute silence, but you come up with like, it's like deep sea diving. You have all these weird monstrous forms and shapes and stuff. And there's something about just the fact that over the years, the people I get to hang out with the most are Huron and Darren, and they're like, top of the game.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think that we all influence each other, at least maintaining a very high standard and being able to provide like accurate feedback, because it's very helpful to have someone whose opinion matters a lot to you have a bar for what's good to encourage you to keep that standard, for just random followers to just give you like a thumbs up and a 5 out of 5 in everything that you do, but it means nothing.
Yeah.
Unless it's like someone who like doesn't do that all the time. But only wow, then it gives you something to like work for.
Yeah, I mean, I benefited hugely from going to high school with Ryuji back when we were in high school, just because of that. Because I mean, Ryuji's not one to really bullshit about saying, "Oh man, that's like the greatest thing I've ever seen." He's like an honest person. And so there's things like he found flipping tiles interesting when I showed him to him first time around, and so that's like part of the reason that I decided to focus on it furthermore and stuff like that. Yeah, and I mean, I said this previously, but just going to Cardistry jams for me is always hugely inspiring.
Yeah, and they're so fun too if you have like the right crowd. Like, oh man, I have Cardistry Con is 80 times better because Brendan Connor's going this year. Brendan is one of the best people in the world. And, Andrew and Spencer and I, we trekked up to Vancouver to go and meet up with him because, like, Brendan's like, he's like the prodigal son of Cardistry. He quit for a bunch of years, finally came back thanks to a beer and everything. And, like, it's just fun to hang out with people like him, Spencer and Andrew, because you're in this environment where you have people who like they do take the art very seriously and they work on their craft and they're like masters of their domain, but they're also opening to just goofing around, and it's often in that like playful space where it's fun that you're able to come up with a lot of things that sometimes start off as stupid suggestions but actually evolve into something legitimate, or sometimes they're just stupid and you have fun anyway. A lot of Portal Playground is like a split between the two. Like when Maddie approached me last year at Orlando when I went to the Genie convention, he's like, "Hey man, like we should do like a video together, like maybe I could do some cardistry or something." And I'm like, "That is awesome! Like I don't know what you're gonna do, but we're gonna come up with like a bunch of things." And so I was like, "Maybe you could do this deck flip thing, and table spreads, and get a turbine, And so when I got to see Maddie again in Toronto, like over the course of an afternoon, just pitched a bunch of flourishes to him and whatnot. And there's one part where he did an arm spread, and I think he got the turnover, but like couldn't do the catch because how do you like? Maybe one day you can do it, but at the time he couldn't. So I was like, dude, you should just throw it at the wall behind you.
Yeah.
that made it into both of the videos with that. It's Portal Playground, also like Fond of Cards. And it's the same thing where like at the one time we're trying to work on like all the serious cardistry, but sometimes you just have these stupid things that you do. And the thing at the beginning, like there's a little bit of mirroring between the two portable playgrounds in the sense that it opens with me kind of tracking a person who's doing like an impromptu intro, and in the first one Dave's like, I'm going to the restroom, want to come? And then Brendan's like, he just straight up like puts up his hand in virtue. It's amazing. Like it's like totally unscripted, and like I was shaking cameras. I was laughing so hard. There for some reason, Brendan in a lot of shots that I had filmed, only one of them made it into the video. He just like was standing around doing like running card hands in each hand. Yeah, but what you learn from this is that I think it's very, very easy, I think, to get absorbed into like move culture online, where like you have the mechanics and the flourishes, but ultimately it's about the people. And I think that's what Cardistry Con managed to do a lot, because you were like, kind of at the tail end of some of the days there, and like getting to talk with the people and whatnot. There's something about not having to worry about a time limit, or that a person you'd have to like prove yourself or whatever, that you're just there, that you can take your time, and that you don't always have to be always talking about cardistry, but you can be in the moment. It's really great, and I implore anyone to try and find a fellow flourisher to hang out with.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's I remember Ryuji saying something along the lines of that. What he likes the most about jams is not even the cardistry itself necessarily. It's just hanging out with a bunch of people that you have something in common, but it's just like a way to. It can just be a way to break the ice.
Yeah, I've hung out with like Jaspis. There's like weekly hangouts over here, and on some of them, like it'll just be a bunch of people, and they're fiddling with cards, but they'll be playing games like Would You Rather, while they're just because there's that like rapport that's already established, and a lot of people are aware of the same icons. They know about the same like bits of news that have come out, and they also have the same values that you do in many cases, same sense of humor as well, probably. So there's always something to talk about, always something to work on, and then occasionally you'll be like, hey, I've been working on this thing, what do you think? Right? So that's kind of like how it is with like the Virts and I, is that maybe we're not so move centric, but we're always like trying to find new like media to inspire us and everything. So we watch a lot of movies and TV shows. I listen to like a lot of different kinds of music to try and source out like the sound of the team.
If I could recommend some music, I would recommend Oingo Boingo.
Like when you said it last time, I was like, hey, Danny Elfman.
Oh, you do know about it. Wow.
Wasn't Hans Zimmer in Oingo Boingo for a second?
Was he?
I know he was associated with one of these weird acts. Maybe it's just because I know that Hans Zimmer had his own, like, because Danny Elfman, people know him from Tim Burton's scoring, but he also had Oingo Boingo. But Hans Zimmer himself had another band, like a really weird band, the Buggles, I think. That's one of them. The Buggles.
Oh, Buggles.
New wave band. Yeah, I sat behind Hans Zimmer at the Dark Knight sound show a bunch of years ago. Like we just sat down second row, and then Hans Zimmer comes and sits in front of us, and then we're like, "Hi, Mr. Zimmer." And he's like, "Please call me Hans."
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's incredible. But Oingo Boingo is Oingo Boingo the one that did the song about little girls?
Yes, that's them. That's what they're known for.
I was watching it again the other day. I don't know how. Today I came across Biz just posted a video I haven't seen in a long time, which is Lasagna Cat. It's basically like real life reenactments of Garfield. it's so funny. A lot of people are asking about when someone call you magician. Like everyone's seen Oliver's video. There's only one answer to it. What did you just say? But it depends on my intention. Again, like if I'm trying to show them cardistry and they bring up magic, I say it's a little different. Like this is more about this, and I just redirect it into that style.
Yeah.
But sometimes, like if I want to do magic and they bring that up, then I'll just go with it and show them some stuff. The kind of magic that I do is not very sleighty. I'm actually pretty terrible at sleights, and that's kind of why I got into cardistry, because I flash everything, and so might as well make it as like flashy as possible. Like flourishes are much open sleights. They're open sleights,
Yeah.
And I like a lot of like cerebral, like I do a lot of stuff with mem deck, and last year, so Franco like really loves magic as well. He and I like talk about magic a lot, and what he'll do is he'll go to like a cardistry hangout and he'll have an entire deck in a memorized stack, and then he'll just like do false cuts all the time because Judo Flip is false, along with a bunch of other because he'll do like a false version of Pomelo and everything. So he's hanging out, and then Nikolai is just like at the con as well. And after like an hour of like Franco doing false cuts, Nikolai's like, hey man, do you do any magic? And then Franco's like, oh, I'll try something. And he does like, something using a mem deck, and Nikolai's brain just like fell out of his skull. He just can't handle.
Reminds me how every once in a while in a cardistry thing, like a tutorial or something, you'll find someone asking in the comments, but is this cut false?
yeah. That's such like a weird little vestige of magic. And I think that if you use a cardistry touch deck or like the school cardistry touch, school of cardistry deck, that negates that question. There's no like faces on them. But yeah, like that used to be the function of a lot of these things back then. I think that what's happened is that it really is that magic and cardistry are kind of like these little sister arts. The same way that a lot of early sleight of hand magic came out of gambling, like with the expert of the card table, and a lot of these mechanics were used by people who functionally would use it to cheat at a card game, and now people are using it to control cards for selection. A lot of different kinds of stakes, but thankfully over time there hasn't been much contention between those two. It's just that with cardistry and magic, there are very different results that people try to get out of them. One of them is the astonishment of doing something that's impossible. And the other one is like the amazement of showing people that something is possible that they never thought of.
Yeah. I'm no magician, but I do dabble in gambling sleights and stuff, and that's always really really fun because it's a very different dynamic from showing magic, because you're trying to show off what you can do. And I find that, it's something I'm more interested in performing.
Like a really great show is Ricky J and his 52 Assistants. And if you see that, like that's one that is so great that a lot of cardistry videos nowadays, people will link to Ricky J in the comments and be like, yeah, but if you want to see the real card master, watch this. That is Ricky J, and you can't really say anything to that because he is like badass. And in that he's doing some classical magic, some like gambling stuff, and then like showing a lot of skill as well. He does like the cascade, he does a Faro cascade in that, and also it's like throwing cards into a watermelon. And anyone who like talks about the whole skill and magic thing, it really comes down to like what kind of impression you're trying to leave. And with Ricky J, it's like he wants people to leave going like, wow, like that guy knows a deck of cards inside out and can wield it in like in the most dangerous of ways, both like in the gambling domain and also against watermelons and plastic toys. So that's such a strong character and performing persona that he's created that's missing in like a lot of Magic and a lot of cardistry as well, because personality is something that isn't communicated too much in cardistry, but when it's done, that's what creates like the big brands and personas that we have and follow. I think that ever since like Patrick started doing like the kind of tongue-in-cheek best card is alive thing, and now that it's actually like become this whole movement, it's really, really cool because there is a polarizing aspect to it, but it's one that takes like a definite stance. People that have that thing about them that makes it so that there's the kind of wave of similar things coming out from a lot of different people, but then you have something that's different in a good way that brings you things that you might not be able to anticipate or expect. That's always good to have.
Yeah.
So like with my own Instagram like page, there are some things that I try to do that like are outside of like what we do with the Virts, because the Virts is very formal and professional. And sometimes on my own account I'll have stupid things where like just within today alone I had a couple of there's this 2 up that we have, and then like this crazy eyes like stare. Mine's a little smaller. Because it still comes back down to people and personas. Like, why would comments matter if people didn't matter?
Yeah.
We have all of these things, and we also like we scroll through and read what people are responding about it, because there's a human operating the cards, and without the human operating the cards, cardistry doesn't exist. Maybe in Shivraj's world, but there still had to have been someone there to fold them to begin with.
Yeah.
And ever since the Bucks put out their tape, like it's called pasteboard animations. Like that's such like a powerful image, because this thing, it doesn't move, it doesn't shift, it doesn't transform until you actually come into contact with it. It's that interaction between you and the ideas in your head, the practice in your hands, and the cards that you're holding that creates cardistry.
Yeah.
What else we got? Does anyone else have any questions about Cardistry Con? It's coming up in like 2 weeks, and like, oh man, I'm so excited about it.
It feels a bit unreal. Like it hasn't quite hit me that it's like in 2 weeks.
How long is your flight gonna be from like Logan all the way up to?
It's gonna be like 6-7 hours, but I'm going to Paris first. So actually, funny thing. All right, so there's the 4th of July on the 4th of July.
Yes.
And then I'm leaving Boston in the evening of the 6th of July.
Okay.
Then arrive. I leave Boston the 5th of July. Arrive in Paris the 6th of July. Stay there for like a day, and then leave for Berlin the next day. So I'm gonna be completely destroyed by the time I get to Cardistry Con. But that's it's fine.
You have no idea, man. Oh man, last year's con was insane. This one is gonna be even more so, because last year it was actually the first time a lot of us were meeting each other. Yeah. But this time it's kind of like a follow-up sequel. Oh, and Brennan's gonna be there too. Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out in the corner and like just listen to this shit he says. Rapid fire round. My name is Anon, last name Mus. Says, you come to the Netherlands after CC. I'm not, but I actually was in the Netherlands for like a couple hours last year. When I did like the big U shape that ended up becoming Portable Playground 2, I stopped by Amsterdam on the way back. Got to meet up with my friend Aaron Prinz and Bus John. And like I'm really excited to meet Bus again. If like those cinemagraphs that he's been posting on Instagram are phenomenal.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. It's great. David's asking who I'm voting for Cardistry Con as a champion, and I don't know yet. I haven't seen their video. Like, people are having their teams and camps and stuff, and I understand that, but like, it should be, I think, on the merit of the final video that they do.
Actually, that's an interesting question I have for you. So because when you're looking at a competition like that, there's people have been by the final, people have made a bunch of videos. So some people are of the opinion that when you're judging the last video, you should be judging on all of the videos
collectively. Yeah.
Yeah, and alternatively, you could be just focusing on the only last video, as if the other ones didn't even exist.
Yeah, I think that it's a little bit of both in the sense that like Burger's an example in the sense that Burger had a lot of great material and even his round three was good. It's just that it didn't like hit up to the standards of the other ones, and that's why the votes went the way they did. And it's not because we're not taking two other videos into account. In fact, we did, which meant that compared to what he'd been bringing to the table beforehand, it kind of felt like he wasn't going as hard as he needed to, and we wanted people who could continue to push things all the way up to the last round. So I think that what makes the Cardistry Con Championship interesting is that we're screening on day 2, but with day 1, a lot of people will actually get to meet Daniel and Zui and actually get to kind of evaluate how they are in person. And I'm also interested to see how much of their stuff in the videos that they've edited and are going to be screening, they're going to show to people or try to keep secret and whatnot.
Yeah.
And for those of you who were there last year or tuned into the live stream last time, you saw the reaction to Pacemaker and everything. It's really interesting, the dynamic of watching something live,
Yeah.
Just and also if it's new and stuff, it's so crazy. That's why day 2 of this year's con is there's going to be it's kind of dedicated to screenings. It's like a big film festival.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. When you guys are in Germany, everyone's talking about Netherlands next time. Amsterdam. Kevin's asking about the space. It is small. There are a lot of cardists, but it won't be a problem. There is enough space to hold 70 more people than how many we have. So we're still going to have some extra room in addition to the decorations that we got.
Cool. Can move your elbows a bit. It's nice.
Yeah.
Also, Burger.
Matt's asking a depressing question. He says, "What are you most afraid that Cardistry can become?" Looking for it, I don't know, but I can think about what it used to be, which is that when it started out, the way that DeVoe and Handlords treated it was very much like a sport.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, definitely.
After Cardistry Con last year, Huron said something to me that really changed my mindset about a lot of things. He said it's really cool how these days Cardistry has become a lot less about difficulty and more about aesthetics.
Yep.
Very true. The Cobra cut used to be billed as the world's hardest one-handed cut. It used to matter a lot to people that things were difficult.
Yeah.
And that you could do, if you did something, you were better than someone else. It was like a gauntlet. That was what the Omen Trials was. It was these steps that you would have to do in order to become the best in the world at something. And even though we kind of have the best cards live thing going on right now, it isn't the same kind of elitist special class of whomever. Is that we're all trying to grow collectively as a main thing in Cardistry. And it might sound kind of paradoxical for me to say that, even though me and Dave has sort of been spearheading the Cardistry Con Championships, which is kind of sport-like. But what I mean to say is that there's a lot of elitism and exclusivity that used to exist beforehand that I'm glad doesn't exist anymore. I think that when I talked to Patrick Barnabas in New Jersey last year, he mentioned something that happened as a side effect of us doing the headliner promotions before the con last year, was that it sort of created this split, this divide at the con. There's the cool kids, and then there's everyone else. And I kind of took that to heart because I, don't, as much as that will exist anyway in the con, that there are people who are going to be worshiping Tobias and Oliver at their feet, as they should. They're great. It's something I would rather not too explicitly encourage. And so that's why, we didn't do a big headliner announcement this year, but we are going to be showing everyone who's at the con because, it's not that one person is more special than the other. Maybe we have certain people that we're friends with that, we have known a bit longer and have a kind of personal relationship with and stuff in terms of like Dimitri is a good friend of mine, for example. Same thing with a couple of the other guys I've got to jam with before. But every cardist should have it's everyone at the con has the capacity to be an amazing cardist, and people shouldn't automatically get up one rank over the other. So the way we're doing it this year is that we're having it everyone's homogenous, and we have some presenters. But aside from that, if people know other people, then great. But it should be a meritocracy that you should earn you know, your rankings where you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
not so much ranking because that's kind of contradicts what I said earlier, but more so that like, you know, nothing's set in stone. Just because like you may be starting out just now and like only been doing this for a couple of years. Not everyone's like Zui, where like within like a couple of like 3 years, you start managing to create things like Spinny and Spin God.
Yeah.
I just hope that everyone gets to learn from each other and have a great time.
Yeah, that's
Burgers in the house.
whoop whoop.
Let's see. So Alex is asking why we Cardistry Con is in Berlin. We actually wanted to have it in Denmark, in Copenhagen to begin with, because you know it's another one of like the magical meccas of cardistry in the sense that you have the dealer script is from there, right? But it was too expensive and to get a venue and to, you know, like all of Cardistry Con is funded by you guys, the backers, along with like any like extra funds that we got from the previous years that we've been doing this. And because of the cost that involved the live stream and the venue, as well as like sponsoring certain things that we want to do for it, and so on and so forth, it gets costly. And so, you know, someone brought up Berlin. I think it was Tobias, and we looked into like the space, and it was really apt for what we wanted. And also the city itself of Berlin has like a rich cultural history, and it seems like to be a good place to, you know, that's easy for people in that part of Europe to get to and whatnot. Because what's interesting is that New York is not a place that's really known for its cardistry scene either. You've got a couple of East Coast guys like there's Matt and then Matt Kirchman and, you know, the people from Jersey who bust there sometimes. So you've got like Patrick and Sam Wheeler and everyone. But you know, it's not like yet like a hot spot for cardistry. But New York itself does have a great artistic environment and vibe, and Berlin has that going for it too. And I think that's something that you know, as far as going forward, the Cardistry Con locations have got to have going for them, which is that outside of con hours, it's just got to be like this place that encourages that kind of creativity and you know, culture and richness. And yeah, I'm excited to go there again. I was there in Berlin when I was a kid, but when you go as a kid with your parents, it doesn't really count. Like going there when you're older is the way to go about it.
Yeah, you know, it's a good thing you didn't do it in like London or something. That would have been a bit awkward.
Oh, especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, I am going to London after the con, and you know, it's going to be really cheaper for me now.
Yeah.
Thanks to the huge economic collapse that people are projecting from. You know,
have you seen some of the graphs that are involved? Like, for example, you look at the British pound, it's like, oh boy, there it goes. Stocks are going like, whoop. Actually, here's another question. Did you ever consider doing it in Paris?
We did, yeah. You know, you got like Dimitri and some of the other guys there, and I think that ideally we want to have it jump around, you know, from region to region. So it might cycle so that it's like the States, Europe, and then Asia. You know, Matt's just asking about Paris after this one, but like you're doing it in Europe twice in a row. It's a little redundant. Yeah, just as far as like continents go. Maybe 1 year it'll be in Australia, another one will be South Africa. It really depends on the logistics and how easy it is for other people to get to, because it's not just about like where it's at. It's about how other people are going to be able to get there too.
Yeah, I have to say, doing it in Australia would be be an interesting choice in that regard.
We could be nice. We could be nice to Elliot and just have it in New Zealand this time. It was such an arduous process to get Elliot there last year, and I'm really glad we managed to get it to work. But like, you know, leading up to it and stuff, it seemed impossible. But you know, eventually we got it to do it.
Yeah,
and
I'm really glad.
Sam was asking about New Jersey, and well, my little brother actually studies at Rutgers over in New Jersey. And so, you know, every now and then when I'm in the States, I try to hit him up. So if I'm there, I'll definitely post about it on Instagram. Let's see. Atlanta, Georgia. Next con will probably be in Asia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But where in Asia? Well, you don't know yet. We have some inklings. And it may not be in Asia either.
I was my theory was that it would be probably on the West Coast, as that would make a little sense. But I mean, there's also that.
The first one was held on the West Coast. The first non-international cars.
That's a good point.
Was San Diego.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Alex is saying that's like a really ghetto location.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but there is an old Nazi airport more or less nearby, as in the south of Berlin, which I'm probably going to be hanging out because I'm arriving a day before Cardistry Con. So the airport has been turned into like a giant park, and it's apparently pretty cool. So I'm going to be there. I hope to convince a couple of other people to go there.
Yeah, like it will be. We're gonna try and arrange this thing where there's a couple of guys from Germany who we've enlisted to help out. Have like a little sort of pre-con on the 7th.
Nice.
So people who get there early can like meet up with other people who've gotten there early.
Yeah.
And that'll give people something to do and familiarize themselves with some others on the day before the actual Cardistry Con starts on the 8th.
Oh, cool. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, like it's gonna be crazy for all of you guys who are attending because these people that you watch on your phones on a daily basis, you're just gonna look across the room and they're there.
Yeah.
They're there and they're talking to the other guy or they're talking to you, and like you get to see this stuff in person and you get to see them drop cards too. It's great.
Yeah.
It's so moralizing. Like they're human for once. Yeah, it's fantastic. Let's see. So we're at like a 3.5 hour mark now, right?
Yeah, we could start wrapping this up if we wanted to. Also, I can viewers are starting to leave. Yep.
Cool.
But we're getting some good stats. I like stats, good numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to address any question in particular, or?
I'm trying to scroll through and see what else people might have asked. I think that we got.
Oh, Ethan's asking, any update on who shuffles like that?
It's kind of in like a cryogenic sleep for now. The thing is that it takes time to source these articles to get like good ones, edit them together, and then have a schedule posting up. And I liked that I managed to get it going for a while, so that it was weekly.
Yeah.
But because of all the stuff that's been in store for us this year, there's just no time for it anymore. And like, I might be a little prideful in the sense that I don't know who yet is someone that I can trust to do like a editing job that like lives up to what we had with Who Shuffles Like That.
Yeah.
And also it seems that just the way that people process information now, I think, people might be more privy to listening to a podcast or watching a stream like this as opposed to reading an article, because it's not particularly big in our culture. We did have it, and it was nice to have, and I enjoyed doing it.
Yeah.
But as of right now, like I want to make like Cardistry Con as good as possible. I'm doing a lot of stuff with the Virts as well, and we're presenting a couple things at Cardistry Con that haven't been shown before. And like I'm only one guy. So, when it comes down to like priorities, it had to take a backseat. And it's unfortunate because I liked working on it when it was out. And people like you did a great article. Shivraj did a boss one.
Yeah.
And, like Nikolai's one was short but really influential.
Yeah.
Andrew had a great one too. Even Harapan as much acclaim as the Cardist, wrote like a pretty crazy article on the physics and mathematics of it all, and it checks out.
Yeah, Elliot has had a really good one as well. I really enjoyed that.
Oh yeah. Andrew's one is good too. Back to Basics. That's
that was really good.
Yeah. Ken Big is asking if I'd rather lose the right or left thumb. That's a really tough one because this is dealer's grip, right? But without the right thumb, you can't do a lot of Z-ling and stuff, There's so many grip kind of like two-handed cut moves that like require the thumb to be there. So like, I'd say left so I can right still with my right hand. And
your priorities are completely off, man.
Like that's for like one-handed cuts and everything. But the thing is that I've got like other stuff that I can do with my the thing is that Handlords had that challenge a long time ago, no thumb stuff, and you can still do a Charlier cut without your thumb. So and you got your other thumb here to do your other things with.
Yeah, it seems to me like
I need to hold the deck like this as well.
Yeah,
this is like and this is more like in motion. This is when stuff gets real.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I kind of need to do this, otherwise, that's
David's asking thoughts on Pred. Pred's a legend. I love watching the videos that he had like from Mothership and Through the Ages. There's a lot of really futuristic stuff in there that I think not many people have fully capitalized on in terms of either doing it or coming up with variations of it. You can actually see something that's a very kind of similar-ish precursor to the Riffle fan in one of his videos. That it's also derivative of the same concepts that Dimitri was inspired by for the Riffle fan. I don't know why he left. I think the last that I ever saw of him, he started liking a lot of conspiracy videos on YouTube and stuff, and then just straight up deleted all his social media. And it's so weird because he used to comment a lot on my Visual Madness blog, and one day I actually wrote Pred a really nice email. I was like, hey man, I don't know where you are and anything, but Cardistry Con's coming up and a lot of people have been talking about you, and it would just be nice to get back in touch even if you're not in Cardistry anymore. I send a message and immediately I get a delivery status notification failure from Yahoo. Apparently his old address isn't even functional anymore. So Pred's off the map as far as I know. It'll be good if he returns, but for now, the stuff that he has put out is still there. And
luckily people snag those videos.
If I ever do Portable Playground 3, it would have to be one that's transcontinental, because the first one's one location, second one's all over North America, and the Portable Playground 3 would have to be this crazy worldwide thing that has everybody in it. And I don't think I would do that too soon, because it was a 7-year gap between the first and the second one. I didn't even plan to make a Portable Playground 2 video. It just sort of came out in the editing process. And I think that's the benefit of sometimes having things that aren't fully planned, because I just knew that I wanted to make a jam video, but I didn't know particularly what it would be. I think I told you earlier I wanted to call it AmeriCards. So it was a 3-parter. I'd be going to America, Canada, and the Netherlands. So it's going to be AmeriCards, Canada, and Holland. It ended up just becoming this one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I take it that
it is Neville Fuchs. Yep. And so he had the original route of what he had with the kind of sideways thing, and then Dimitri had Riffle fan, and then Predator did this kind of upside down reverse kind of thing. And yeah, it's a 7-year gap because first Portable Playground was 2008, and the second one was last year, 2015.
Yep.
Cardistry in Antarctica. You mean Antarctica?
Oh. So I take it that Portable Playgrounds 4 would have to take part not only on Earth but also on Mars, right?
Yeah. So it would be interplanetary.
Yeah.
And then Portable Playground 5 would be in a different dimension, a transgalactic time shifting. People would only be doing stuff with Tesseract Squids, where when you move, you actually cause these butterfly effects that cause it.
Yeah.
Jordan wants me to notice him, so I've noticed Jordan. Oh yes, Martin Spargarn. I'm sorry, I probably not saying your name correctly, but yeah, he did. Super nice parent contacted us on behalf of Jip, um, Martin's son, and we sent him some stuff just because like it's always great when you have like parents who are really supportive of this hobby. My parents are tolerant, encouraging in the sense that they don't really bother me about it, but they're not super gung-ho about it either, which is fine. Like, it's difficult for them to grasp something that's outside of the normal job spectrum, right? Because how do you describe what we do? Well, how do you describe a job that you made up? But they kind of leave me alone about it, and as long as like I'm doing okay, and I am, then they don't give me too much grief. But when people actually like are really like Matt Fox's dad is like super duper supportive of Matt.
Yeah.
He'll even follow him to the con stuff, and like he knows certain people by name and whatnot, and it's great.
I actually met him once back when
Matt's
I was in
dad.
New York. Yeah. I had a jam with Matt, and his dad was around. It was pretty cool.
That's super nice to us. Like when I've gone to the States, he's brought me Chipotle a bunch of times. It's really cool. Let's see, video with Jeremy performing. Well, Jeremy, he had My Museum come out, and he's not particularly like a performer. Like he does the pirouette really well. He's got the best L cuts in the team, but his main focus really lies in the cinematography of it. So he'll do stuff, but I think the most that you'll see of him is probably when people are filming at Cardistry Con this year. How fast can I do a Leno cut? I don't think I do it like correctly. Just have like this here, there. Yeah. Like Burger. Oh, this is so funny. I hope I'm not embarrassing Burger by saying this, but last year, because Burger was like 16 before Cardistry Con last year, and like I think he's just turning 17. But it was harder to try and like convince his parents to let him go than like to actually fund his trip to the con. Like it wasn't a matter of money; it was a matter of like making sure that he didn't die when he was in the country. So we organized it so that he was like staying with Matt Fox and everything before the con and stuff. Later on, we put him up in the House of Cardistry, which was great. And I'm really glad that Burger made it there. He was actually one of the first people to show up at the house when I first was there to let everyone in. It's super cool.
Yeah.
Let's see, Netherlands. Someone wants me to sign their chest.
Yeah, I better bring your Sharpie.
Justin Miller. Man, Justin Miller. Like, I think I was at the castle when he was there, and I didn't go see him perform. He seems like kind of a scary character. Oh, someone said I met him. That's great.
All right, looks like it's, I don't know. It's that.
Yeah, if you guys have any last questions before we're probably going to wrap this up soon, like now's the time, just like we'll do a speed round.
Sounds good.
Ask me anything. Doesn't even have to do with cards. I might not answer all of it. I mean, it's only been 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, he's barely just started, really.
Well, Ethan, after we end this, then you can go back to the beginning and rewatch everything that you missed while you were at work.
Yeah, it's great how YouTube is like that.
People want me to rate Cardis. I wonder if, like, what would be, something like Tinder, but for cardistry. Not like a hookup app, but something that like would show you like a grip or something, and then like if you liked like how the move advanced, then you would swipe right, and if you didn't like it, you go left until it like created this flourish for you. So it would start like, and then you'd be like, no, I don't start to use this grip, and it would be like, and then you swipe like left, so you get to like this here. Yeah, that's my starting grip. You swipe right, and then like it'll
Cool.
introduce you.
You could probably whip something up.
Yeah.
Pretty easily. Difficulty would be to create some content for that.
Let's see. So Jordan's asking, I can't even do squeeze. I never learned it. Like, why would I learn a move from a person like by a person who can do it so much better than me?
Yeah,
like, just hang out with every day. Like, there's no purpose. I just like feel depressed all the time. So I just do my own thing. DeVoe is David Bayer. And I have confirmation of this from at least 3 different sources. So
is one of those sources David Bayer?
No, he'd never admitted himself, but it is David Bayer. Practice moves. There's 2 kinds of practice. There's casual practice and deliberate practice. And if you guys have a chance, if you don't already have a live stream from last year for Cardistry Con, you should get it just to see Darren and Huron's talk, our panel about practice. Because casual practice is when you're watching a movie and you just have the cards in your hand and you're fiddling with them, or like when Matt and I are talking right now, and like we just have cards and we're doing stuff. But deliberate practice is sitting down and analyzing where there's friction or any kind of difficulty or struggling, inside of the move. What you do is you go over stuff really slowly. If you guys have got like Tobias's 3-dom, he talks about smoothing and out your cuts and practice in the opening of that. So, that's a really good essay to read. But essentially, what it takes is paying attention to detail and then developing the good habits that then you can later unconsciously practice during casual practice. So I see deliberate practice as improvement and casual practice as maintenance. Mm-hmm. So during the day, I'm doing both at intermittent times, depending on what I'm doing. So there's a lot of stuff that I need to maintain a level of competency at, basically my repertoire. And there's some things that I'm just starting to learn that I need to get better at. And so I have to really last week I was trying to learn Berger's 5-fan and trying to figure out the index finger placement to be able to, and also the thumb placement at the back to be able to get the shape to come out. Mm-hmm. So now I'm still trying to figure out what pressure to hold and also where to this controlling the speed at which it comes out. And it reminds me of when I used to work on the riffle fan when I was first learning it, and lots and lots of cards dropping and spinning out and not really getting a particular shape that I wanted. But over time, it's just a matter of developing the right technique and then getting comfortable with it. So practice.
One thing I could add is that also can be really helpful to when you're consciously practicing, to practice with your eyes closed and focus on how the cards feel on your hands, and think about smoothing things like that.
The way I have something similar to that, which is I don't close my eyes, but because I often will practice in front of a mirror or a webcam, I'm not looking at my hands to begin with, so it makes it so I don't have that kind of cardist posture. And also now sometimes when I look at my hands, it trips me up. So I'll often just stare into space sometimes, or just look ahead as I'm doing stuff. So if you see the behind the scenes of liquid paper, I'm doing a move and I'm just staring at the camera as I'm doing it, not even looking at my hands. Because if I look at my hands, they look to move at a different rate than it feels like, which is really odd.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, I can't do Pandora, even though Dan credits me for it in the trilogy somehow. How did I get into cardistry? When did I get into cardistry? This actually the second one in 2003. I was working at a magic shop, and I met Bone Ho, who showed me Sybil, and it messed my life up in the best of ways. Bo's not going to be at the con, even though it's in his alleged, country of origin. I can't even attempt the squeeze cut. Kevin Carlson, email contact@cardistry-con.org about last year's live stream and see if the Bucks can respond to you about hooking you up with the live stream since you backed it last year. Hindu Shuffle. I can't do 360 one-handed fan either. Can't do a curly Q. Mirror. As for the mirror while practicing thing, if I have it available, then I'll go gaga over the mirror. So there have been times where, because there's a mirror in my bathroom, I'll just practice in there for long periods of time. And then sometimes if I do a card shot, it lands in a toilet bowl. So just remember to close the lid before you do any toilet mirror practice.
Pro tip.
Sib's asking about favorite deck of cards. There was a deck that it's the same deck that Dan used in a Lunch with Dan video. It's called an Abdullah pack of cards. Huron gave me a pack and it was incomplete. There's only 42 cards in there, but for some reason it just felt really good, and it was something that was really great for cuts. And I haven't been able to find it didn't even come with a box. It was just this pack of cards that he had with a rubber band around it. So I don't know which company printed it. I don't know where it's from. And I just have those cards lying around there somewhere, but I really enjoyed using it. Cole is asking about the Nebula spin. If you go back in the live stream, you can see it. Back palm and top shot, one move, the color change. Yeah, I saw. I'm not gonna get this, but Michael Lam a bunch of years ago showed this thing where he had a card and then he back palmed it as he top shotted the other one there. So depending on the angle that you're at, you can get it to be a nice color change, right? So I just use it as a dexterity test because it's just a matter of timing. Because your hand has to be able to receive the top shotted card, so if it's in the right spot, you can get it. Feedback. Anonymous wants feedback on his Cardistry/Instagram. He's been posting a lot recently saying do you know a Dutch cardist with a way too long Instagram name, and you talk about him, obviously implying himself. But I don't if your name's anonymous, I don't know who you are. So Magic Camp, Lee Asher would say in a cardistry should only be false moves. And of course Lee Asher would say that at Magic Camp.
Yeah.
So Huron and Darren don't live with me. They don't live with each other. None of us live together. Huron lives way more central. Darren's over in the East Coast, and I'm all the way up north near Malaysia. But because Singapore is so small, we can all go to the same studio to work at within half an hour. Tallies are great. Tally-hos. Lucio Tally-hos are wonderful. When will we learn Snake Charmer and Satellite? In due time. They're tricky moves to teach, especially Snake Charmer, because getting the right-handed cut Sputnik in Snake Charmer smooth is there's a lot of counterintuitive things that you have to do that I'm still trying to verbalize myself. Back palm top shot. Let's see. Oh yeah. He's just doing Magic and Cardistry is what it is. Yeah, I do follow him. Let's see. Are there any other just things about? So I think that Tim Anthony has something Sputnik related. In fact, when I first had this thing here, I just called the one-handed cut Sputnik because it was the first satellite in space.
Right.
But over time, when I combined it with the left-hand movements, so it had that mirroring moment with the revolution cut, and then this packet intertwining that's kind of phone inspired. Became Snake Charmer. So this is, the one-handed cut, I call it Sputnik in and of itself. But at the same time, Tim, I think, has something similarly named, and he's Russian, so he has more of a right to name it that than I do. And then in pure, Ekaterina has, I think, like the Sputnik fan or something.
Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I'll probably find some snake name to call it. But it doesn't matter. I don't have a name for like the one-handed cut using satellite. The whole thing is just satellite altogether. What's fun is that for knockout, you know, this thing that's sort of my one-up of Kyle's thing here. It's a great segue from, you know, the Sputnik move. So what I'll do sometimes if I have like a set of squids is this little firecracker combo. So it starts with Snake Charmer. Let's see. So it starts with Snake Charmer. And then from here it goes into piano cuts and knockout.
Oh, nice.
I can't do full deck padiddle.
Can you do single card padiddle?
I can't do any padiddles. Like all of like the hot new moves that people are doing. Like I know. I'm so old school that it used to just be called school when I was in it. Hey, Scott's here.
Oh, hello.
Dave is asking about my deck trainers. These aren't trainers. They're the first original Squids by Chase Duncan. I don't have any extra wins to give. Someone just bought or is going to buy a pack of wins off me that I found, but I don't have any extras. It's really interesting seeing like certain decks that just kind of were casually around become like these revered rarities over time.
Yeah.
I used to like get the Absolute Vodka decks, and it was just like kind of a curiosity. It's like, oh, this company that's producing vodka is now making cards that are like really thin and kind of plasticky feeling and slightly translucent. But you know, people like Berger and so on have been using it in their videos, and it's created this sort of elusiveness and prestige over them. And they do handle really interestingly for certain cuts that people like. So yeah. I can't give you studs either, man. Like, you know, I don't know why you're asking for so many free cards from me, but you won't be getting them. You will be getting a goodie bag if you're at the con, though. Sam's asking why Squids are called Squids. And the reason for that is that Chase is a big fan of the show Rocket Power, which is the animated Nickelodeon cartoon about skateboarders. And so the new kids on the block in the show are nicknamed Squids. So with these, like, you know, new blocks on the block and the fact that, you know, it's kind of a curious name for them that takes it outside of like the trainer mindset, because I don't look at them as trainers, because like if I wanted to get good at cards, I just use cards. But as far as like handling something that has a similar like card aesthetic, but without having to worry about the fact that, look, if you're doing cardistry and packet cuts, it's like you're trying to juggle with sand. You know, you're doing something that maybe only uses like 3 or 4 components sometimes, like, and the cohesiveness of it is just an added layer of difficulty. Aesthetically, it doesn't like thing for the casual observer. We might have a certain pride in it because we're handlers ourselves, and that's why when things look really clean. I remember the first time that I saw, man, what was the name of that video of Tobias? Was it Silver?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Silverware.
Yeah.
Like, that was the first time I remember being super impressed with Tobias, because everything that was done in there was like this dynamic set of two-handed cuts and other flourishes that shouldn't have been as clean as they were, but they were. And I really appreciated that like extra work that he put in to make it so that, you know, it's very easy a lot of times for these things to have a little bit of sloppiness to them because that's just kind of the nature of handling a loose object. But when you have that kind of cleanliness, it adds like a little added level of mastery over it. So there is definitely that like aesthetic with like a regular pack of cards. But with Squids, it's already kind of built in. So, you know, you just have to focus on like the actual performance of it. And yeah, like I really enjoy like when I have that gig that I do at the bar sometimes, I actually have a pack of cards and also a set of Squids with me.
Oh, nice.
And sometimes I'll just like introduce people to the Squids first and show them like that. And so their first introduction to like the cardistry is through like this thing that is purely about motion and movement. And then the interesting lead into cards is just like, by the way, do you guys know that all of this like cool stuff that I've shown you actually comes from playing cards? And they're like, what? Because it doesn't occur to them that you know these things are connected. Because it just seemed like this interesting like juggling sort of pocket skill like toy kind of thing. And then you show them everything the cards can do, and it opens up this whole world. And I think that's the way to go about it because you know it's the entry point and the relatability and the fact that you can put anything inside of them, you know. Yeah. Miles has just asked a 2-word question: creative process. Does not compute. Insufficient. What's the line from that like Isaac Asimov story? You know what I'm talking about? Like it's like the last question or something. It's like insufficient data or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, insufficient data for meaningful answer. Well, we add a couple of words on top of it. Like, what is my creative process? I don't know, really. Like, a lot of it is just like shower thoughts, you know, things where you'll be staring into space and something will come up to you. But I think any time where I found myself deliberately coming up with something, it's because I was trying to come up with something stupid. Because a lot of good new ideas start out as stupid ones because the brain will automatically cancel out things that are stupid because you know, you kind of assume that they don't work or that they're not worth your time. But that's precisely why that they're new.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people automatically discount them to begin with. And the thing is that you can get really bold with stupid because a lot of the rules are kind of thrown out the window. So a great example is that, you know, Huron and I in like 2004 or something, we were playing with the eel cut, right? And so we had this here, and I had this thing where you would like toss it and catch it and stuff. That was gone underneath my bed. So I joked with Huron. It's like, oh, what if you could like toss it and then like catch it in the air like horizontally? And we had like a good laugh about that because obviously it wasn't possible. And then later that night, I get a message in MSN Messenger. Huron Lau has sent you a photo or like a video, and it's him doing like the horizontal catch. And that's happened a lot with you know, Harapon as well. He and I will like talk about something and joke about it. And if any of you guys have seen the set of notes I put out last year, Stupid, Horrible, Immature Tricks, there's an item there called turducken. It's a sandwich inside of a sandwich inside of another sandwich. And you know, that's something that started off as a joke, but actually like became like an actual trick. And Harapon expanded on that, and you know, now has his own like magical ending to it. It's great. So yeah, so licentious. Yeah, like, you know, Cola just wrote something nice about the stream, and I really do hope that we can have more of these happen.
Yeah,
I think it'd be great to have Patrick in here, even though like it might be hard to get a word in edgewise. Chase would be good too. Yeah.
It's been fun to do.
Yeah, Ethan's talking about performing. Well, the thing is that I have a 16-minute video that you know, Keith Brown filmed of me performing live on stage in Toronto. And there's a couple of guys who were in the live stream chat just now who actually saw me when I did this in Canada. So, you know, I just sort of, I'm up on stage, and the way I view it is like, I think a lot of people are used to cardistry being like a musically driven thing, and it can be, and it's good when it is. But I don't think that's the only way to go about it. And like I said earlier, like any good presentation is you kind of like sharing your enthusiasm and passion about something in a way that gets people as interested in it as you are, to get them to appreciate it the same way that you do. And I think a lot of good cardistry, it has that implicitly, but sometimes if you're doing a presentation of it, then it might have to be more explicit. So the way I look at it is more of like a TED talk with like real-time examples of what I'm talking about. And so
It's
during
kind
the
of like
show, there's
it's kind of like that video by Andre where he does that uncut where he just kind of shows what cardistry is.
So yeah, I took some cues from Andre, and like, you know, there's also like a gradual build and the different genres and everything. But like I take my time with it a little bit more because Andre kind of speeds through a lot of stuff, and you know, just to make it like really compact. And because it's a one take, he probably needed like a really tight routine. But for me, like there are moments in the show where I'll maybe go on for like a full moment where I'm just talking about what cardistry means to me and like why it's like the way it is, and my own views on it. Like there's an analogy I use in the presentation where I talk about, so the entire thing is building towards two-handed cuts. A lot of people say that you can't do two-handed cuts for lay people, and I think that it's hard to start out that way. But if you get them to appreciate flourishes to begin with, then when you finally describe like what two-handed cuts are and the way that they play into like how you see cardistry, and they're already on board with you, I tell them it's very much about like exploring the spaces in between the cards. And that for me is a very nice, satisfying game in cardistry where it's kind of like a roller coaster. So you start in the same spot and you kind of go crazy and go off in all these different directions, and you end in the same place. And it's more about the journey than the destination. Because like, look, I haven't you know, changed anything significantly aside from the order, but like, you know, this is still the same object that it was before.
Yeah.
And so it's about expression. Let's see. Jordan's asking about a Riffle fan. You can see my videos. Matt, what was my dream job when I was a kid? There's an interview that 311 did with me at a couple Magic Cons ago. Christian Gerhardt asked me this question, and I had like a made-up job that I wanted to do when I was a kid. I thought that like being a scientist was the coolest thing ever because you got to like discover all these things, and like, you know, just finding out how stuff worked and being able to experiment just seemed really like interesting to me. And also like being a spy seemed like really super cool. So you had access to all these secrets and gadgets and whatnot. That's why like the spy, like the pens they had with all the stuff built in.
Yeah.
There's like a whole industry then. So I said I wanted to be like a scientist. It was like a mashup job when I was a kid.
Of course.
And it's sort of come true because I do get to experiment a lot with different techniques and also materials, you know, for what I'm doing for a living. And, you know, I get to travel a lot as spies do. And like, there's something about having this gadget in your pocket with you and you go around, you're just like an average dude in the world. But when you break this out, all of a sudden you have this superpower that isn't something, because magic is pretending to do stuff, right? And like, you know, being able to sell that, to create like this kind of third entity that is like where your head fills in what magic is. But cardistry, like you're doing it for real. And there's something really like satisfying about that, you know, compared to magic. Let's see. So for Miles, Keith's video is not up online anywhere. I have it like personally, and I put it together for some clients that ask us about live performances because we do get asked to do shows every now and then. Last couple months ago, Hero and I did a gig for a shoe company where they had like an opening at their event, and we did cardistry for people and stuff, which is pretty cool because what people don't realize about cardistry over magic is that with magic you can't repeat your stuff. But cardistry, people will be like, "Oh my god, can you do that again?" And you can. It's great. And magic, people will say, "How do you do that?" And you know, it's a conversation ender.
Yeah.
But with cardistry, they ask you how you do that, and you can actually teach people stuff.
Yeah.
It's great. So there's been like, you know, cardistry gigs I've done where you just roll with the flow, and there's a natural curiosity of people like, you know, engaging with you and asking you what you do. Where if you just have people skills, then you know you can literally just have the kind of conversations that you have with people like, you know, on an everyday basis who are curious about cardistry, but now you're getting paid to do it. So it's really interesting, you know, the situations that I've been in. Oh, cool. Yeah, Miles says that his grandma said the two-handed cuts were her favorite part of the show.
Oh.
That's really cool. Let's see. Yeah, Hater's been spamming the same question, which is inaccurate. He's asking about the SS15 decks, which were reprinted 3 months ago, and they weren't because they were like sold out last year. So I don't know why he's asking that question. My favorite cardistry video on YouTube. Oh man, I really, really, really like Expansion by Andrew Vila. Maybe it's a soundtrack, maybe it's like Baz's cinematography, and also just like the insanity of Andrew's moves in the video. But like, you know, everything about that video is just so great.
Yeah.
The way it starts off, and then you have like slow, like, you know, forward walking shot of Andrew when the music starts and everything. And like when it does that push into like the rhombus prism spin, beautiful.
Yeah.
That's a video I show to a lot of lay people because almost everything in it is stuff I can't do. But it gives them an idea of what else is possible inside of cardistry, and that's really, really great. Yeah. I'm
a huge fan of Run Rabbit, personally.
Run Rabbit's great too.
Yeah,
when I came back from Cardistry Con last year, I went to my old high school, and a lot of people like were curious about what I've been up to. So I ended up doing a couple of impromptu presentations for some classes, and in one of them I actually showed you know, Elliot's Run Rabbit for some people. And beforehand, I had to ask the teachers, like, I just remember there's actually some cuss words in this video. Is that okay? She's like, you know, like, how bad does it get? Maybe a couple S-bombs and some F-bombs. And she's like, just this one time. As for Ethan, I mean, I would like to publish it sometime because, you know, there are things that I do in the video that are and Miles was there, he'll tell you, like, you know, some things work really well and some things, like, you know, there's some dead spots, but I think that it's just an indication of like what works and what doesn't. The main reason I took on that gig when Maddie opened me the spot for the open mic at you know, the bar in Toronto is because I hadn't really seen much stage cardistry outside of what Andre had done in the Amazing Jonathan show a long time ago, where he had like a small segment that Amazing Jonathan gave him to, like, you know, Dana Hawking, Theory of Music. I wanted to do something that was no like music, just me and the audience, and you know, the kind of cardistry that I like to do. And yeah, it was great. You can see like the reaction to it at the end of Portable Playground 2, where like I end the show with two-handed cuts, which is kind of like an unthinkable thing for a lot of people, because sometimes you show this stuff to people and you know, they don't really get as impressed as you would hope they would like the community is, but it really is just a matter of education. And that probably is like the same way that we are, that the reason why we can appreciate these things so much is because originally we had certain things that drew us into cardistry. And over time, we kind of got, you know, familiarized with the nuances. And your audience is the same way as well. I think that a good analogy is like, and the reason why sometimes it's better to do things slowly is that if I'm standing on the sidewalk and there's this like bus that's coming from, you know, a couple of blocks away, if I know that the bus is coming and my eyes are following it, it'll just go at this speed. It'll just go like, and it's off. But let's say I'm on my phone and I don't know that a bus is coming, and I'm just like by the sidewalk and stuff, and all of a sudden, boom, like it's like it's just blur and it scares the crap out of you. And that's how it is sometimes with when people are performing cardistry. You know, you're used to a certain speed because you know what you're gonna do. You can never be faster than your own self, even though that sounds redundant to say, but more so like you won't seem fast to yourself, even though you might be aware that you're doing stuff at a certain speed, but because you can anticipate all your movements ahead of time, it'll never be like a blur to you. But people don't know what you're gonna do. And so like, why is it that even though there isn't really a cut that looks like this, a lot of people like say like, oh, can you do that? Like, you know, kind of stuff there. It's because that's what it looks like. it does look like stuff is like, you know, moving all over the place and everything. So someone was asking me about what I thought about Scott's video per brewer. I thought it was great. You know, Scott's stuff is always like really fun to watch, and like good surprises in them. My favorite move, ooh, like I'm a fan of these little moments and stuff, and I think I covered it just now, but Flirt is one of my all-time favorites. It's great, Flirt, and you know, swing cuts, man.
Woo.
And going into a revolution cut from another revolution. So a while ago, Dan Madison had a thing where he would like spin this off his index finger into this here.
Oh.
And so I found that if you like did this at the same time, you could like add another spin to it. So that was the ending for silicone. And then I found that if you broke off a packet as you're doing this, you could get like this motion as you had another packet. You split off of that packet as well.
Yeah.
Interlock cut. The only one that I really like is Dovetail, because I think a lot of the other ones out there look more difficult than they look good. Daniel's got some good stuff with it, but at the same time, it gets him into some awkward positions sometimes.
Yeah.
So Chase and Tobias, I think, have the best ones. Mailbox and Dovetail.
Yeah. Antoine has a good one as well.
He has a good one too, but it does have a bit of clunkiness, and maybe it's just because it was relatively new when I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
last year. I think maybe he's smoothed it out over time.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite false cut. How old am I? I'm going to be 28 in September. I'm not in college anymore. Mighty Kimchi is asking what my opinions are on fast versus smooth cardistry, like Elliot speed or Tobias' smoothness. And the thing is that Elliot is also smooth, and that's what makes watching him good, because speed is a side effect of frictionlessness. Because when we see someone who's choppy, they're fast, but like the reason they're choppy is that like they'll do things like this. Like this is what Cat Casino used to do. It's just like he'll quickly go like we've all seen people like that who like during the frictionless parts they'll move really rapidly, but because they're not smooth, they it's like someone walking with a limp.
Mm-hmm.
When you're walking, you're able to shift your weight accordingly in a way that you don't even think about, the same way that like we breathe and everything. And handling cards should have this kind of unconsciousness to it as well, where that's why teaching moves is a skill in of itself, because you have to like kind of get out of the second nature sometimes and really think about like what it is that you're doing. So that's why it takes us like sometimes to write some tutorials. So about like speed versus smoothness, like if you talk about the perks of each style, what I really like about Elliot is that like despite sometimes a lot of things that he does just becomes like this blur of like things happening, there is still a consistent like rhythm and dynamic to what he's doing. He had a recent post that got featured on Best Cards Alive on Instagram, and like just the ways that like the cards move and go further than what you expect them to do.
Yeah.
Like the thing is that I don't think for him it's that fast either. It's just like what he's gotten used to.
Yeah, I mean it's what's interesting is the fluidity he does it at.
The fluidity, yeah. It
Another
wouldn't
thing
look good if it was just fast.
Yeah. Another interesting cardist is Anthony Chenu.
Because
he's also
really fast, but also really smooth too.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think that a fan is kind of the same way. When you do a fan, you want there to be like an even amount of friction and also spread between each card, so that everything comes out in an even way. And I think it's the same thing when you're working on cuts. You want to make sure that every transition point is something that is incorporated into the cut, so that there's no stumbling. Because there's nothing worse in a flourish when there's kind of like a hiccup or something. It's just visually irritating to watch. So like I also like it too when I think a well-designed cut should look good no matter what speed it's performed at.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good
And
point.
so, you know, it might be perhaps that like for some Elliott stuff, because it's like more abstract and rhythmic, it only like might work at that rhythm because some of it doesn't really have particularly strong themes or standout moments. Some exceptions are like, you know, that thing where he like places the card over here and then like spanks it, so it does that spin where you have these moments and whatnot. But some cuts don't have like a hook or a snapshot moment. Um, so yeah, like I don't know if there are any particular like perks or advantages of each style, but like a style is like a unique calling card. So, you know, people like what a style is an accent in cardistry.
Yeah.
You know, you might be doing the same move, the same way that you might be speaking the same words, but the way that they're pronounced and the way that like, you know, things are accentuated, you know, makes it so that when you hear someone and you hear their accent, you might know who it is, or at least which style or act like, you know, culture they're from. So it's the same thing with cardistry, that you can have an accent when you do stuff, the same way that like, you know, Katie and others have been doing that thing where they do judo and then like, you know, do that like peace sign thing. And that's also kind of like, you know, I don't know if I would call it a style per se, but it is something that like there's no other function outside of this other than style.
Yeah.
Ethan's asking if I met Brian Tudor. I haven't, and I kind of don't want to. I've never heard a good story about Brian Tudor, and I respect the stuff that he's done, but he has been known to be an unpleasant individual to interact with. Oliver and Tobias are a little crazy, and they were trying to find him when they were in Vegas. So I think they asked Dave for his number, and Dave gave it to him, and he was like, "You guys be careful."
Tread carefully.
Yeah.
Do they actually
He's asking what's my no. That's why they're still around. Yeah. Ethan's asking what's my favorite original move. I don't know how many moves I have that are like absolutely original. A lot of them are like very clearly derivative of other things. Maybe, you know, the one-handed cut in Snake Charmer is something that I really like. But you know, Roundabout came as a result of like playing with this thing here. So 2πr segment. I remember exactly where I was when I came up with it. I was waiting for the bus to school, and I found that you know, if you held pressure on this side of the pack, you can get the card to go around that way. And if you change the pressure point over here, then it would allow the card to pivot the other way. So, you know, it's kind of interesting that a card could move that far in one fluid movement around the pack. And I don't know how I came up with it. It's just a matter of just having it's like daydreaming with cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those things where I screw around and then every once in a while something pops up.
Miles asking, what's the hardest move for me to learn and or practice? I can't think of any recent examples. There's some things that I struggled with for a while. I remember when I was first trying to learn the Ripple fan, that was something that took me a while to really get the knack of. And like, yeah. Favorite box opener? There's only one box opener that I do, but like really the favorite box opener is just the boring one. Just that. That's all you need. There's the lazy box opener, which is you press down here and then you pick it up. But I had one for a while called Rocket Launcher, and I never do it. But the idea is that you use your thumb to crack this open. So you reach over, you crack this open here, come out, and then you jerk to get the cards out here, like the no smooth opener, and then you pull your hand this way, and the deck will just come out and then land in your hand like this.
The another great opener is the Dopener.
Dopener. Which one's Dopener again?
It's Spencer's thing where he takes the cards out of the box and crushes it.
I did not expect Spencer to be so funny. He's such a goof. I love Spencer. When Spencer and Brandon are together, like they just become children. It's amazing. Allegedly, they were both in Portland for like the big meetup that happened recently, and Brennan would like do Franco's crawl, and then Spencer would start going like crawling in my skin, like the Park song everywhere. Or maybe it was the other way around. Like Spencer's doing it and Brendan, but you know, it sounds like both of them. Sib is asking where and how I met Huron, Jeremy, Joshua, and Darren. So Huron, I met him at the magic shop that I met Bone at. You know, he came in, and later I found some of his videos of him doing like Tournament Restored online, and decided to meet up with him to talk about magic stuff. And over time, we both got into card flourishing through Bone. Darren was another guy who came to some of the meetups that were going on in Singapore, and we saw a lot of potential in him. And then over time, like we asked if he, wanted to come on board and do what we're doing, because we had very similar like philosophies and standards, and he was really, really talented and great. Jeremy was one of Huron's students who started learning card flourishing from him. Like if you guys remember that like 7th month prodigy email from a while ago, like basically Huron had been like teaching Jeremy for like 7 months, and Jeremy was like starting to get really good, and so he was like used that as like one of his mailing list newsletters that went out. Joshua is the brother of a close friend of Huron's who went to graphic design school, and afterwards he hung out with us for a bit, and because we were working on the launch edition deck, we wanted someone who had like those capabilities, and so he started working with us more, and also had good taste and a good aesthetic. So he's very responsible for the look of a lot of our design, for all of our design in the group. So that's our little Power Rangers origin story. Carl Carlson. I'm kind of sad that Carl Carlson isn't going to Cardistry Con anymore. Like he was signed up, but just had stuff in the way.
Yeah.
Look forward to meeting you, dude. But next time. Asking for my votes for Cardistry Con awards. I kind of don't want to say, because I'm afraid that if I do, then some people might just bandwagon on what I suggest.
Yep.
I'd rather have people like come to their own conclusions about it, because the bandwagoning thing is something that I notice happen a lot in the comments of the Cardistry Con awards, like posts that were put up recently, in the sense that like once someone started to mention like a person or a video or a flourish, then people ended up parroting that all the way.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it's going to turn out, because this is the first time we're doing it. Like this Cardistry Con is a lot of firsts. It's the first Cardistry Con outside of America. It's the first Cardistry Con that has like the CCC tie-in. It's the first one where we're like trying to do format of like and there's the awards as well. And
it's also the first
first Cardistry Con. First one, Brendan, and Michael Stern as host. So, yeah. Sib's asking about Snake Charmer. You can't learn it anywhere yet. I'm hoping to teach it in the future. I'm very happy with the move. Is Patrick the best or no? If you ask Patrick, he'll tell you he is the best. Oh, well. So I think that well, actually, Hater, it's not the second Cardistry Con. It's the third Cardistry Con. The first one was held in 2014. It was only one day, and it was on the last day of MagicCon 2014. And I couldn't go because I had to attend my sister's graduation, and it's always family first, like, regardless.
Priorities.
But I was just like, even though it was only like a single afternoon, like the stuff that came out of that, I saw some of the footage and whatnot, and there's like Chase and Tobias and Oliver and Zach and the Bucks and Kuso and everything going on. Like, I was so upset that I missed it, that like, when it came around to the second one and also this year's one, I was like, we're going to make The first one looked like Batman Begins. The second one's going to be like The Dark Knight. But considering that, it probably means this one's The Dark Knight Rises. It's still a good movie, but I'm hoping that, you know, it's only going to get better and better and better. Like, even if, you know, the actual scheduled events are like, you know, hit or miss, and they won't be. They're all great this year. Having the world's best cardists all in one location and like that whole jamming atmosphere for an entire weekend is going to be great.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Ethan's asking, what's my opinion on using other people's moves in personal creations? I think that's the way forward. You know, everything's synthesis. You know, if Chris Kenner charged royalties, or even like if Chris Kenner, Troy Hooser, Bill Kalush, Leonard Green, and everyone who was involved in the creation that led up to Sybil, like if any one of those people had been like so guarded over it, Jay Sankey, Logical Shuffle, whatever, you wouldn't have like the development that we had today, because it's that Five Faces and then like Brian Tudor's editions, and the Bucks took it in their own direction, and you know, now it's become a staple move. Like all of this is based on us doing flourishes that don't belong to us, but hopefully trying to do them justice or expand upon them. So, you know, like where did Mockingbird come from? Mockingbird is a fusion of the molecule, you know, 3-spin combined with, you know, tornado cut. And so Darren like fused those things together and like found a way to move the bottom packet as well. And from there, Mockingbird was sort of the precursor to Nimbus. Nimbus itself was a precursor to Squall. So, you know, we're all taking like elements of each other's stuff and trying to put it forward. Where it becomes tricky is, and this has happened before, where some people take things and then teach them as their own creations and whatnot. And that's just like, what's really bad about that is oftentimes those people who do it aren't very skilled themselves. And so the worst part about that is that they can teach a move incorrectly, and it can mess up people's techniques who are like just curious about it. So, you know, that's really unfortunate, because to this day, I can't do a good, like a thumb fan. Because I learned it incorrectly when I was starting out. So like, you know, my thumb fan over here, it's not great. It's better in my right hand actually, and that's what led me to doing like, you know, things like repainted and whatnot. See if I can get this. Oh, if Burger's still on the stream, I think you'd like this, Burger. If you have 2 outjug cards, if you do repainted, you get like a windshield wiper effect from there.
Ooh.
Seems something kind of burgery.
Burgery?
Yeah. Ethan's asking about the diagram I made. I'm not sure which diagram are you referring to. Let's see. Miles. Oh, thanks, Miles. He's mentioning Snake Charmer, and I've been working on it like in bits and pieces, but only completed it like last year. Sib's asking why I'm so creative. I mean, you know, it's just surround yourself with good people and also with, you know, inspirations. Up on my wall up here, I've got like, you know, my Hall of Heroes. Got David Lynch, Bo Burnham, Mark C. Danielewski, Dan Deacon, George Carlin, Rob Zabrecki. This is, oh man, I'm blanking. Don Hertzfeldt, Boards of Canada, Dave Foster Wallace, Justice, Chris Ware, Darren Brown, Ratatat, Victor Wooten. And what these people share in common is that every single one of them does something that only they can do. And it's what, you know, people talk about when they talk about like Maslow's hierarchy. So there's that pyramid, you know, once you're done with the food pyramid and you focus on like, you know, your life pyramid, Maslow's hierarchy. It used to be that the bottom layer was like everyone needed like food and shelter and all that. But apparently there's a new bottom layer, which is Wi-Fi. Anyway, so as you work your way up to the top and you become more and more like secure in the things that you need, the last one is, you know, self-actualization, which is the manifestation of, you know, the best, it's just fulfilling your potential. And these people are huge inspirations to me, because when I see Bo Burnham up on like, you know, stage doing his show, whether it's, you know, which I've seen live a couple of times before, you know, he published it on YouTube, and then recently he had Make Happy, which was phenomenal. It's that it's 100% them. It's a combination of everything that they've experienced and learned and had thoughts on and evaluations on over life, and then them putting their own honest take on it forward. Because, you know, you and I, the way we start out and the way we communicate with people is that it starts with us kind of repeating the things that we heard from people that we respect. We kind of adapt our opinions. But as you become more and more yourself, as you mature and you get older, you start to find where your own like personal boundaries and aesthetics are, where you say like, you know, I like this, I don't like this, but I like this because of this, and I don't like this because of that. And then you start to define who you are as a person as well. And the work that you put out is going to be like an echoing of this sentiment of like what you like and what you don't like. And like of all of this whole like hall of heroes that I have up on here, there's only like one person who does card stuff, and it's Darren Brown. You know, and he doesn't really do that much card stuff anymore. It's because these outside influences will play such a huge part in like who you are as a cardist. It's like, for example, like for you, like you talk about like, you know, the engineer's mindset is an influence on the mechanics and the techniques that you have in cardistry, that like you can only get so far studying stuff within the cardistry realm, that like it gets so incestuous after a while. Like, you know, how many other variations of Sybil can you come up with, right? So it's good to take a break every now and then. And, you know, like I see that like someone like Shimraj, he'll like follow a lot of these different other art channels and see like interesting motions that are captured. And they definitely play a big part into the way that he choreographs a lot of his cardistry that he does. So, you know, like when I see like Rob Zabrecki performing a magic show, it's as inspirational to me in my cardistry as like watching a bunch of cardistry videos online, because what it is about achieving the maximum of you know, the human potential, and it's also you doing like, you know, justice to the potential of a pack of cards itself. Because like oh cool, the Cardist is sending some love in the comments. If I'm not mistaken, isn't he the guy who has a also a Cardistry podcast? If so, I've listened to some of it, and you know, he seems quite enthusiastic.
I saw that on Reddit.
Yeah, on Reddit. Yeah, Kevin Carlson. Yeah, it's been 4.5 hours. Did you guys see that? Like, so Bear Cardistry on Instagram was like watching and commenting on liquid paper, and it's one of the funniest things. He's like, "Oh my word! What? How good can it possibly get?" Yeah, it's so funny. David is asking who's the oldest in the Virts. It's Huron. Second oldest is me, and the youngest, you'll be surprised, is actually Jeremy, even though he's the tallest. He's like a giant. Ethan's asking a very profound question. What is the most important thing to understand? Ugh. I think something I don't fully have a grasp on yet, but I try to approach every day. It's just myself. You know, it's the same Oracle Delphi thing. You know yourself, because you're the one person that you'll spend the most time with. And you know, there's that song by Pink, "Don't Let Me Get Me," which is like, I'm a hazard to myself and whatnot. And it's easy sometimes to get caught in like bad thought patterns and compare yourself to other people, and like, you know, think on other people's behalfs about their judgments on you and stuff. And I've been in that situation. But like, you know, you got to be nice to yourself and have like an honest, objective like outlook on reality. So it helps to, you know, get along with yourself, because you know, I think that life is kind of like when you pass out for a bunch of hours to recharge for the next day, you kind of visit this other like realm, the dream world, the subconscious, whatever you want to call it. And that's where like all the stuff that isn't real lives. So, you know, sometimes you'll wake up and you remember these things, And it's nice to be able to bring these visions into reality as long as they're pleasant. Sometimes it can be weird, and that's how you get people like David Lynch. But even then, that's fine. You know, that's the self-actualization that I was talking about.
Yeah.
So, you know, oh man, Dimitri's got a new thing that he's going to be showing at the con, a new move.
Oh.
And I'm really excited to see people's reaction to it, because the first time I saw it, I was just like, this is something that can only exist in your head first, and then, like, you know, build a technique for it up to you. It's so good, so good. So yeah, like the most important thing to understand that you'll never fully understand is yourself. The moment that you think that you do is when you stop thinking, because you have to grow. And you know, for you guys who, you know, many of you will have found out about Austin Kleon Steele like an artist, you know, many people, myself included, have recommended it. Be sure to pick up Show Your Work as well. It's just follow-up to Steele like an artist, and there's great stuff in there. You know, it talks about crediting and other things like that too. And there's a very there's a diagram in here that, or maybe it's on his Instagram, but it's a very simple diagram, which is like, you know, problem with input and a problem with output. So it's just like this cycle, which is that sometimes, like, if you have trouble coming up with things, it just means that you need to, you know, study some more things. And sometimes if you have a trouble finding things, you know, input wise, it helps to put, like, you know, put some stuff out there, publish some stuff, because sometimes we only have so much RAM, which is why, like, you know, I found that in the instances where I share ideas, it can be scary to think that, like, this might be all that you have as far as, like, your creativity and your ideas go. And if you share that, then you've lost it, and that's all you have and stuff. But that's not true. Yeah. What actually happens is that there's an economy going on, an economy of ideas. And when you share these ideas to people, they'll actually come back to you in a karmic kind of fashion and free up space in your head to think of new, different things. Oh, Ethan's talking, the diagram Ethan was talking about is the thing I made a while ago about tutorials.
What is that? Can you describe it quickly for?
So I made a diagram on Reddit a while ago, which is like, you know, are you planning to make a tutorial? Is it going to be something like, do you have permission of the creator? No. And, like, you know, no took you to, like, it's like a flow chart. It's like, no, go screw yourself. And then, like, another one where it's like, are you adding anything extra to the tutorial that isn't already obvious? No, then you go screw yourself. And it's basically this diagram that in flowchart form explains, like, what the use is of, like, you know, rehashing the same area with something that's already been put out, unless you already have something that's new already. So yeah, just lots of things to consider when people are publishing stuff. It was mostly made tongue-in-cheek, but there are some truths in it. Sid's asking about whether I started with cardistry or magic. I started in magic, and I still do magic. It's just I don't do it on video because I like that, you know, like, I got into magic just like how a lot of people did recently, which is through David Blaine and that live, interactive, close-up atmosphere. It's really powerful, and doesn't translate through the camera. So I don't do any magic on video, aside from, like, a couple tricks that I had for my book, like Punked. But aside from that, like, cardistry is, I think that cardistry is to video the same way that, like, you know, music is to, like, an amplifier or radio. You know, some people say, like, cardistry is not a performance art. Like, you know, you couldn't do this on stage. It's like, why would you do it on stage? That's not the ideal format for it. If I do it on stage, even if I get booked out for, like, you know, the auditorium here, that's what, like, 400 people tops. Like, if I do it on video, I get 400 people within the first hour, you know, depending on how many followers you have. And like up until like the 100,000s now, right? Like globally, not just like, you don't have to go from venue to venue to have to, you know, bust your, you just do like a good job once and you market your video well, and the next thing you know, it's out there. So like, With music, your instrument might only have like a certain range, but if you plug it into like speakers or you have an amplifier and whatnot, and the radio is for that too, because the radio is a way for people to transmit music all over, so that like a person could record like something in Belgium and then maybe hear it over in Singapore or the States and stuff. So it's great. Like another great line from Austin Kleon's book is that geography is no longer our master. And with the internet, it's like a definite. Like we're talking via satellite. You're in Boston, I'm on the other side of the planet, and all these people are like watching and listening in right now, all tied to their phones or their iPads or their computers and stuff. And it's as if we're all in the same room, just like talking about these subjects, when really we're everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's really phenomenal. And it's the whole reason why cardistry, like, if you really think about it, cardistry, it's an internet-born art form. Like, yes, there's been people who like have come up with the moves beforehand before it existed, like Charlier and Sybil and whatnot. But it wouldn't have grown to like the extent that it has without not for the internet. And much of the community is based online. So a lot of things have like a real life counterpart with like an additional community aside. So it's like, oh, we have like the juggling club page, but no, like cardistry exists online, and then only recently has it started like more and more getting out into the real world. I live in the places with the few exceptions like Singapore, where I kind of forget sometimes that it's so easy to meet other people here. Like in right now it's 5:36 in the morning. Right now it's 5:36 in the morning in Singapore, and there's actually going to be an event later today. This local like card retailer is having like a birthday.
Oh.
7th birthday. Jordan's saying I'm going off track. I don't know if I am. Is having an event, and a bunch of cardists are getting into are going to be meeting up today, and it's just like this is what happens every week. It's great. But meanwhile, someone in Norway, depending on where you're at, might only know someone else who lives like 5 hours away who does cardistry.
Yeah.
And it may not even be that good. So I hope things like, on card tutorials only, they've got that like world map of cardists and stuff.
Yeah.
So, that's a good step forward. I think it just needs some refinement. We're actually doing something similar with Cardistry Con, and that'll be coming out soon. So yeah, like it's fantastic what we have here.
It's free.
Yeah, and like except for the cards, almost all of it's free. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
And we share the stuff like
most.
Yeah, like I don't think many of us share it. Like some of us have found ways to monetize it, but a lot of us don't really share it for the money. No. Like it really is because it feels good to give back. Like I know a lot of you out there listening to this also have the same drive to like want to create material, create a name for yourself, come up with your own style, to do something that like gets you in the same rankings of the people that you look up to. And like, there's not much money in that. Maybe there is for some of you who like, also have the same ambition to do this professionally, which you should. It's great to have that drive. But I think that, we all just want to contribute to like this like abstract thing called cardistry that, at the end of Tobias's book, Freedom, he talks about like, well, you guys know that you're all going to die someday, right? So you might as well do like what you like. And I know that sounds really depressing, but actually it's kind of liberating because, you already have that like set where it's like, like this is all we got, but you make the most of what you have. And there's a really great Rodney Mullen quote where he says that, sometimes when it comes to accolade, a knowing nod from a person that you respect will drown out an entire stadium. And, like many of you guys have felt that too, where like you'll be going through your Instagram likes and like a person who's like one of your heroes just happens to like one of your posts and it makes your entire day.
Yeah.
What it all comes back to is that like, we're just like a community of people with the same interests, who have like, you know, a set of values that we've cultivated together. And yeah, that's how we grow. It's this really cool organism that's made at like, this is a bit of a stretch, but you know, it's very similar to what this is. It's a bunch of things that are like individually are separate, but compounded together and with intention and direction, it creates these cohesive movements and formations and whatnot. So yeah. What other questions people asking? Someone's asking, do you have any flourish name ideas? Miles asking, do you have any flourish name ideas I can use? This is a terrible idea, which is to go on Urban Dictionary, hit random, and then try to come up with a move like based on the name there.
I like the idea.
Yeah. Let's see. Ethan's asking if I study philosophy outside of Cardistry. I don't, because I think I tried to read some stuff like, you know, people talk about Kant and Kierkegaard and some of the others, but it just doesn't resonate with me. I think that that's very high level kind of stuff that I don't have any immediate interest in. But you know, if you think about anything for long enough, or you talk about subjects and ruminate on them for a while, you'll eventually delve deeper behind like what the surface level is and find certain personal meanings that resonate with you. And a very good example of this is when I got to hang out with Jan Frisch, the magician, French magician.
Oh,
when he
yeah.
was in Singapore. He said one of the best lines, and it's not even his. He you know, quoted Danny Doherty's on this, and he said, "This is the best passport in the world. Anywhere you go, you'll have friends." And that's so true and so profound for me, that like I traveled to like Vietnam, like I said last year, and also like when I went to the States, I went from place to place and always like had friends to meet and people to hang out with and stay over at, just because we happened to like shuffling cards like in interesting ways. So like it's phenomenal, man. Like we've got a great community, and it breaks my heart sometimes when I see some people like you know, picking on the things that like could be improved about it, because it's not to say that there's a lack of conflict or that like things are completely 100% hunky-dory, but it has gotten a lot better.
Yeah,
because the fact that dude, like just a couple of days ago, right? You know, I went to go see Now You See Me Too, and the moment that like, you know, Woody Harrelson is like, all right, so we got to brush up on our cardistry. I was like, what did he just say? I felt like Oliver. What did you just say? Oh my goodness, that's a first.
Yeah.
Cardistry, a Hollywood film. And then at the end, like you know, Andre's name comes up, and I'm like, Andre. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah. So anime. I don't watch anime. I saw a bit of Elfen Lied, just because like, you know, it's gory. There's a lot of splatter in it, so it seemed visually interesting. Yeah, Miles is right. I did talk about the passport thing at the live show. Oh yeah. Ethan is talking about some contention that he's experienced from magicians and stuff. And the thing is that there's always going to be people who will be feel threatened by something that's new, and because it's new, it's very easy to pick on all the things that it isn't.
Yeah.
You know? I just recorded a thing for another thing where it was an interview like about cardistry, and an analogy that I use is that, like, you know, saying that because cardistry isn't magic.
It really isn't, and it's I think the part of the issue of the kerfuffle that magicians might have is that they're approaching it as from the completely wrong direction, and they're trying to apply magician's philosophy to cardistry, which just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because they just happen to use the same tool, and the analogy that I use is like saying that ballet is a very poor form of transportation, just because it uses your feet as well, right? You can say that by any kind of dance. It's like, oh, you're not getting anywhere. Like moonwalk is a terrible way of getting to the train station. Yeah. So yeah, don't listen to them. Like of all people's opinions, like they have no say in what your goals should be. Like just look up to the people who inspire you, and to quote David Foster Wallace, like everything outside of that is just lint dust. Haters gonna hate. So I think
Floats your boat.
I think that's just about does it.
Yeah, I think we've gone for.
I think at 4 hours and 45 minutes. Is anyone gonna watch this afterwards? Who?
I have no idea.
4 hours and 45 minutes and 2 bathroom breaks. Great. 2 from me. 1 from you.
I mean, I'll have the stats. I can say that the average live view duration is 17 minutes, and that's only been steadily increasing because I think we've only had there's 20 people who have been here the entire time, and then people cycling through that add to that. So at this point, all the people who are just cycling through probably assume that the stream is over by now. I think, oh man, I missed it. But so yeah, and also the total view time is at 123 hours. So
divided by the amount of people that have been here times the time that they watched and stuff.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, if you think about the minimum wage of wherever you might be, that's a lot of money.
It's okay, because of Brexit, the whole economy is gonna collapse. Like, you're not gonna use money anymore. It's just gonna be the system of barter that we have now and then. So you guys hold on to your Blue Seal decks. They're gonna start. It's not even gonna be like the decks anymore. People just get the stickers and stuff. Everything's gonna become Fallout. People are taking bottle caps and stuff for everything. Ethan's asking, what's the best art form to study for cardistry? And that's a really good one, actually. I think that it depends on your medium, So I think there's three layers to it. So if you want to make cardistry videos, study filmmaking. If you want to perform cardistry, study stand-up comedy, because stand-up comedy is you, the audience, and you've got no props, nothing. So you have to learn how to communicate. But if you want to learn how to design flourishes, that's a tough one, man.
And you could take from a bunch of different sources, and what you'll get as a result is just different.
Actually, stay tuned for my talk on day 1 of Cardistry Con, where I'll teach you how to a new system of creativity.
Ooh.
Available at the live stream at cardistry-con.org/livestream. But yeah, I'm super excited because I'm doing a couple of presentations. Darren here are also doing a presentation, and I'm doing 2, as is Zach. And we've got a really solid schedule this year. It's light enough so it doesn't feel too bloated. There's enough time for people to just jam, because we have twice the number of registrants this year on top of all of the big names that were there last year, plus more. Chris Hastings is going to be there and stuff. You have King Connor, and everything. So yeah,
here's a bit of a suggestion. You should consider making a survey for people who attend Cardistry Con, because it's a interesting portion of the community that I don't know.
Yeah, we kind of did that a little bit, which is that we asked the age, number of years of doing cardistry, and location for them. So those are all asked for a reason, and it'll come into play during the con itself. But I'm really excited because there are some surprises that we have during the con itself that are going to pop up that will be really, really cool to do. And oh man, Someone was just asking about Cardistry Touch just now. I missed that question.
The question is, what do you think about the cards and the app? If I recall correctly.
The cards look tastefully designed. I love to see how they feel like, because I believe they're printed through Cartamundi.
Yep.
And this year we're also going to have some of the representatives from Bicycle,
Cool.
USPC, and Cartamundi there again, as they were last year. Oh man! So those of you who were there last year and who saw some of the media following up on Cardistry Con will know that we were covered by Discovery, Wired Magazine, and Vanity Fair. So they're not there this year, but we do have another really, really interesting form of coverage that we're getting. And it's, when you guys find out what it is, I think you'll be really, really stoked. It's a name that you'll recognize.
All right.
I was asking if Cardistry is going to be 3 full days. It's 2 full days, and the third day is just the Cardistry Con Awards. And after that, like, what we found is that for these kinds of conventions, day 1 is sort of like, icebreaker. People get to know each other, getting momentum of the con. Day 2 is like, okay, we build momentum, let's go even further. And by day 3, people just want to chill. Yeah. So because of that, we've actually structured the order of this con so that, like, on day 3, aside from the Cardistry Con Awards, like, in the beginning of the day, and we're also going to take like a big group photo like we did last year. It's going to be even crazier. Yeah, it's pretty light and easy. The venue will still be open and people will just be free just to jam with each other and whatnot, because a lot of good things come out of just the spontaneous things that happen at Cardistry Con. That Cardistry Con battle video with, Stern and Andre, that was completely impromptu. Like, it's not like they had that script for weeks and then like, all right, now to do it. It's like literally they're just gathering people in the moment, and like everyone, down to like when Andrew like does like the eye thing, to when Elliot is wiping off Michael's head with a towel and Chase is lifting him up. Like, it's all just like inertia. And I actually wasn't a part of it because I was part of some other presentation that was going on at the same time, where I had to wrangle some stuff, or I was really tired from running around all day and had to pass out. But man, the energy at the con, and like just there already felt like a packed room last year, and this year it's like close to half at this location too. Man, Ethan's asking about the Revolver tutorial. As I answered earlier in the live stream, there's been a delay because we're so packed with all the stuff for Cardistry Con. So here I'll be sending an update about that soon, but it'll be worth it. I haven't had like a proper tutorial yet. I did Rubik's Opener, and that's kind of like a box thing, but nothing with cards. So this will be the first time that you really get to see, like, go full ho. There's Revolver, and then there's 3 bonus items in it. So Kevin's asking when's everything's going to be announced. Oh snap! Voting starts in about a day's time. So that's going to start. That's going to come up, and then the schedule, and then like announcing everyone who's there. Not BuzzFeed, not NBC, not CNN.
Is it Fox News?
Funny if it was like Al Jazeera or something. It's TMZ. It's TMZ. Yeah. All right. I kind of feel that we should stick it out for 7 minutes just to like reach that nice.
All right, sounds good.
Number.
Just stare.
We did it 5 hours. It would have been 5 hours. That's your specialty, right? Staring to the camera.
Yeah, it appears that I'm freakishly good at it.
So what was the first point of you like realizing that you'd gone viral? Was it your friend saying like, "Hey man, I just saw you on Reddit"? Or start to get way more Instagram notifications from people and stuff?
No, actually, are you familiar with the Facebook group, the Lad Bible?
Yeah.
So one of the people there contacted me saying, "Hey, can we use your video because it's kind of funny?" And so I said, "Yeah, sure, whatever." But before it showed up on Lad Bible, it showed up on Reddit by some random I don't know how. I assume they must be related to Lad Bible and wanted to get some sweet karma. But yeah, so before I was on Lad Bible, I went on Reddit, and I must have heard about that through some friends. I mean, I go to an engineering school. You know, people go on Reddit, and so that was the first thing. And then I saw it up on Lad Bible, and then just kind of got reposted everywhere as viral things happen. The
Yeah.
the most well, actually, the first of all, you know, when you're looking at memes and you know people on memes and you think, oh, look at this like person, but you don't think of him as a person, you think of him as just like a face
Yeah.
in this pictures
A
or
character, a caricature, an entity. Yeah, like we've
yeah.
all seen like Scumbag Steve, and he's just
Yeah,
like he just happened to wear like this kind of brown checker hat.
yeah.
So
And I mean, the comments on that Reddit thread were interesting. I also got some pretty solid PMs. um, and I think one of the funniest things that happened is that then someone made a Thug Life adaptation of the GIF.
oh yeah.
And so the way I learned about that is that I was just on my computer at home in Paris. This was over the winter break, so
Yeah.
I was home. And then at some point, I just hear my brother and parents just laughing hysterically. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
this can't be good. So I go there to join them, and they just
It can't be good. They have no sense of humor. Why are they laughing?
But yeah, so that was interesting. And even my grandmother saw that. So yeah, that was a really interesting experience.
Yeah, like I think it's super cool that Cardistry has had that like potential these days. Like, whether it's like the merit of the move itself, or like if there's something else that's interesting about the video, facial expressions, and everything.
Yeah,
Because we didn't have that available like around the time when YouTube was first starting out. We never thought that like this guy called Psy would put out a video that would have so many views that Gangnam Style basically broke the view counter on YouTube. So like you would think that you used to have to publish a DVD, and then you make it in Cardistry, and now it's like way beyond that even.
yeah.
Like for Liquid Paper, we were interviewed by like Ashton Kutcher's website, and then like not long after that, Philip DeFranco gave us like a personal shout out on his YouTube page and stuff. It's it's surreal, man.
It's crazy.
And now like Andre knows like Morgan Freeman and Mark Ruffalo and Jesse Eisenberg on like a first name basis.
Wow.
Like what is life?
Yeah.
Why? How? What do? Yeah, status over. Nice. Oh, so if anyone, so the people in Europe who are watching this, and people who were also recently part of Europe but aren't anymore, after the con, I'll be going to London for a day, and then Blackpool, and then Dublin, and then Iceland. So I don't think that there are many flourishes in Reykjavik, but if anyone's in Ireland, then let me know. 2 minutes left. What's your favorite flavor of Capri Sun?
You know what? I don't know if I've actually had a Capri Sun. It's
You
not a
never
thing
had
that
Capri Sun
exists.
before? What?
So they don't really exist in France.
Yeah.
At least not when I was growing up there. So I was never a kid in a world with Capri Suns.
Oh man.
Otherwise,
I don't even know what made Capri Sun so good. I think it was just the fact it's like juice in a bag. Right?
Big fan of bags over here.
Yeah, a lot of people always get out of here with your boxes. We need something that's shaped like this.
Matt's 2DR is asking whether there is the possibility that I would have a jam in Paris. Absolutely. In fact, it's most definitely going to happen. And I know I've already had a couple jams with some people in there. I don't know if Antoine also lives in that area. I don't know what his situation is over the summer. Sadly, he can't go to Cardistry Con. But
yeah, it's okay. We got a backup, Antoine. This guy does Triforces. It's no squall.
Is Ryoma coming?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ryoma's
nice.
gonna be there.
Yeah, I've also met him at a Paris jam, and that was pretty cool experience. It was actually for the because she was filming a thing with Ryuji and Dimitri for Ladislas's DVD.
Outbreak.
Yeah, Outbreak. Is that?
I think it was like States of Matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had yeah, they did a thing for that, and so I met him then. That was a great experience. He had some really interesting thoughts on cardistry and stuff.
Yeah, Ryoma's a really studious guy, like as far as cardistry goes. Like usually when I see him like reply to someone, or if he's talking to me on Facebook Messenger, it'll be like a block of text. But it won't be like rambling. It'll actually just, it seems very matter of fact also. But I'm really interested to pick his brain because, dude, like I seriously think that video that he put out recently, the Triforce, has like some viral potential. Like, if you guys are watching this and like you want to get some karma, just like post like under like the unexpected subreddit. It's like Triforce or something.
Yeah.
Although if you have it in the title, maybe it's not so unexpected. So yeah, like, oh goodness, it's crazy. Like I'm really excited to meet him, and you know, some Chris Hessness is a long time coming because Chris kind of dipped in and out of the scene for a little bit, and it's good that he's back now. He's been like, he just put out a new video yesterday, I think, with Alan.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Alan filmed it. It was him and another guy. It's called 56. Yep. You can see it on the channel. And yeah, like it feels unreal to still be here in Singapore now because my head and my heart are like in Berlin currently.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to meet all of you guys there who are going. And you know, if you can't make it to this one, in addition to the live stream, you know, like hopefully one day we'll be coming by to your regions. And you know, I hope that I hope everyone gets to meet everybody.
Yeah.
You know? Like I wish the world wasn't that big. But you know, continental drift and all, and overpopulation and whatnot. And now that, like Brexit and everything. Jordan laughing. Oh man, Jordan's still alive. He's gotten more into music, got a girlfriend. He does some magic still, but he's not very active in like the cardistry community. I know he follows some of us because he likes some of our things every now and then, but yeah, kind of in and out. Someone's asking you about Jonas.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything specific to say. You know, good cards, man.
Jonas, I've known Jonas since like the very beginning, even before Dan and Dave started to post like Spring Jam and other videos online. Jonas was just like low key posting up like crazy innovative stuff on like Cheater's Cheater and Slight Geek and Magic Video Depot and whatnot. And he always have like the wonkiest ideas, and was such a huge inspiration in terms of execution, casualness, creativity. And many people don't like, he's sort of like Bone in the sense that his influences run so deep that a lot of the things that people assume like come from like a single, like one person, actually are from Jonas that preceded that person. Huge inspiration on me as well. You know, Darren, Dimitri, and so on. Like, I would love to create a character map of like, you know, everyone cardistry that shows who got who started, who's been influenced on who.
Yeah.
And you'll see it'll be like this dense collection of dots and lines.
Oh, we could do some sick graphs. Stoked. Yeah. I could probably. Oh, that's the thing you could actually do. You could have a website to do that. You say who inspired you, and then you're just a node on a graph, and then with a directed link, and you could just have like a tree or something. Oh, that'd be an interesting project.
Kind of like a Cardistry.
And on that note.
And on that note. All right. Too late, Hudson. We're wrapping up.
Yep. It looks like. I mean, if you missed anything, it's still there. You can play back. There's a number of. I've got a graph here that tells me how many playbacks there are and the number of playbacks over time. There's a bump.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool. Also, the average view duration just pops over 18 minutes. So stats.
I'm gonna do my last final image. Con. Person to find like a pen. All right, guys. So it's the end of our stream, but please go to cardistrycon.org, cardistry-con.org/live stream. We're going to have an amazing con from the 8th to the 10th. Talks, new video screenings that are debuting at the con that you don't want to miss, and also some like really sweet releases and projects that are going to be announced over there. In between each of the scheduled event blocks, we're also going to have like a live jam cam. So if you guys are familiar, as I assume most of you are, with things like Tiny Chat and whatnot, it's like mega chat pretty much. Like we'll have it like in different spots at the con or like stationed up in certain areas, and you'll get to see and interact with like everyone who's there. We're hoping to broadcast like the same way that right now you're typing in the live stream chat here. It will probably be broadcast on like the wall over at Cardistry Con. Nice. And so we can actually interact with everyone who's at home and stuff. So yeah, like it's basically like Cardistry's birthday. This is a big celebration of Cardistry.
Yeah, that seems like
and yeah. Oh goodness. Daniel and Zui. I'm intrigued. I don't know who's gonna win. They're both phenomenal.
I guess we'll find out in 2 weeks.
Yep. Let me see. So Chinchia is here. I think Chinchia just woke up. I might have gone a little overboard with the whole 5-hour thing.
Yeah.
Good thing I drank this 5 hours. Let's see. Okay. All right, guys.
All right. Well, thanks for coming over for this.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Yeah. And
I'll see you at the con.
Yeah, see you.